All right, it's 9:41. So I think we can get started. Chuck, are you with us? Just want to make sure we have our council staff.
I am.
Okay, great. I'm pleased to call to order the 256th meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council conducted via webinar. This meeting is open to the public, and copies of the meeting agenda and other documents used by the council during this meeting are available on the council website. We encourage members of the public to testify and provide the council with their comments on any agenda item taken up by the council. In planning to testify, it is important for anyone wishing to testify to understand that when the council will take public comment on a particular agenda item cannot always be accurately forecasted in advance. In particular, people should be aware that agenda items currently scheduled for the end of the day might be taken up the next day. Agenda items might also be moved up a day. Please note that the chat feature should be used for technical issues and not to make public comment. To comment on an agenda item, you must sign up on our electronic public comment card available on the September Council meeting webpage. After public comment has begun on an item, no more names will be taken to testify. Each person has one opportunity to testify on each agenda item. Testimony on behalf of another person not in attendance will only be allowed within the period allowed for the person in attendance. Generally, I will limit individual testimony to 5 minutes for individuals and 10 minutes for groups or individuals representing organizations. Some agenda items may have several people wishing to testify, and if necessary, to allow time for everyone to be heard, I will reduce the amount of time per individual. We have a visual countdown timer that shows your remaining time allotment. Anyone wishing to include a presentation with their comment needs to submit presentations prior to 5 p.m. on the day before the agenda item is on the agenda. Documents need to be submitted to Chris Kleinschmidt and Sandra Kraus. Please contact Chris Kleinschmidt or the Secretariat if you have questions. Anyone wishing to include written electronic comments in support of verbal testimony, please provide them in electronic format to Chris Kleinschmidt and Sandra Kraus prior to 5 p.m. on the day before the agenda item, and the comments will be made part of the official record of this meeting via the electronic portal. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed over the internet. Copies of the recordings will be available from the council website, or you may purchase audio recording copies from the meeting recorder, Mr. Craig Hess. Let me remind council members and others to speak directly into the microphones so that all can hear. Lastly, I ask that all council members and members of the audience turn off the sound ringers on their cell phones and mute your connection while the council meeting is in session. That concludes my opening comments. Before getting to introductions, I'd like to acknowledge the date, September 11th. It's obviously one of the more important days we commemorate in American history. And I just would like to acknowledge that all we do here is it's important. What we do here is important, but some events in our history do need to be recognized. Also, I'd like to recognize that the West Coast of the United States, particularly including Oregon and California, but I'm sure also Washington and Idaho, are undergoing a pretty horrific fire season. I'm hoping everyone remains safe. At this time, I'd like to introduce to the table Mr. Butch Smith, our newest council member from the state of Washington. I'd also like to congratulate Brad Pettinger on his reappointment. It would have been quite awkward having been elected vice chair if he had not, but congratulations, Brad. I'd also like to welcome Ms. Amy Lubrano of the Southwest Region NOAA General Counsel. welcome to the council family. And at this time, I'd like to ask Mr. Barry Tom to formally appoint the incoming council member, Mr. Butch Smith.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is Barry. Just want to make sure you can hear me okay.
Yeah, 5 by 5. Go ahead.
All right. Thanks. And good morning, council members. Good morning, audience. I also want to echo Mark's comments on both commemorating 9/11 and the importance of that. And it was a sad day in our history. And also, I hope everyone is staying safe out there. The fires are, I don't know if anybody, the fires are not affecting on the West Coast, but it's been pretty traumatic across the West Coast. I hope everybody is staying safe out there. It's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Butch Smith to the council family. I know Butch has been engaged in the council for a long time, so it's great to see him becoming an official council member. So we're going to go through a swearing in. At this point, I am going to read the entire oath of office for Butch, and then Butch is going to repeat the entire oath back to the audience out there. We thought that would be an easier way to do that, just given the technical challenges, and then I'll close with just a few remarks. So, Butch, please, after I repeat the oath of office, please repeat it back to me as a official council member. So, I, Butch Smith, as a duly appointed member of a regional fishery management council established under the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, hereby promise to conserve and manage the living marine resources of the United States of America by carrying out the business of the council for the greatest overall benefit of the nation. I recognize my responsibility to serve as a knowledgeable and experienced trustee of the nation's marine fisheries resources, being careful to balance competing private or regional interests and always aware and protective of the public interest in those resources. I commit myself to uphold the provisions, standards, and requirements of the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act and other applicable law, and shall conduct myself at all times according to the rules of conduct prescribed by the Secretary of Commerce. This oath is freely given and without mental reservation or purpose of evasion. I'll hand it over to you, Butch.
Thank you, Mr. Tom. I, Butch Smith, as duly appointed member of the Regional Fisheries Management Council established under the Magnuson-Stevens Fishing Conservation Management Act, hereby promise to conserve and manage the living marine resource of the United States of America by carrying out the business of the council for the greatest overall benefit of our nation. I recognize the responsibility to serve as acknowledgement and experienced trustee of the National Marine Fisheries Resource, being careful to balance competing private or regional interest, and always aware and protective of the public interest in those resources. I commit myself to uphold the provisions, standards, and requirements of the Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries Conservation and Management Act and other applicable laws, and shall conduct myself at all times according to the rules and conduct prescribed by the Secretary of Commerce. This oath is freely given without mental reservation or purpose of evasion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. You're officially a member of the council. I know I've known Butch for a long time out there, and Butch has always been trying to bring people together, different constituents together, and really trying to solve problems. And I don't know of anyone, at least in my career, who has had more support for getting on the council from a wider range of constituencies in terms of the process. So I know you're going to do a great job, Butch, and congratulations. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thom, and congratulations, Butch. I recall I served with Butch on the Salmon Advisory Subpanel for a number of years and got to see how he worked. And I think that he will be a valuable addition around the table here, even virtual as it is right now. I do recall, however, when I was appointed as a council member, Butch had some interesting comments to offer to the council, but I've decided that I cannot match Butch's wit on this, so I'm gonna let it go for now. At this point, I'd like to turn to Mr. Chuck Tracy to call the roll of council members.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Council members, I will call the roll. Please acknowledge your presence as I move through the list. Mr. Corey Niles.
Present.
Phil Anderson.
Here.
Ms. Danny Evanson.
Present.
Michael Clark.
Present.
Mr. Bob Dooley.
Present.
Art Gorelnik.
Present.
Dr. David Hanson. He is absent and will be joining us on Monday. Mr. Pete Hassemer.
Present.
Mr. David Hogan. Is absent. Ms. Maggie Sommer.
Here.
Lieutenant Commander Lee Crucius.
Present.
Mr. Virgil Moore.
Present.
Mr. Joe Oatman.
Present.
Mr. Brad Pettinger.
Present.
Mr. Butch Smith.
Present.
Ms. Krista Svensson.
Present.
Mr. Barry Thom.
Present.
Ms. Marcia Remco.
Here.
And Mr. Louis Zim.
Also here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
That's a relief. Thanks very much, Chuck Tracy, for doing that. I think next, if I have this right, we'll turn to your report.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. So the Executive Director's report is agenda item A4. It typically provides information on the informational reports, other points of emphasis on the proposed agenda, and updates on the Council Coordination Committee and other matters of interest. I do have an attachment, which is the annotated agenda for the CCC meeting, which is going to be held by webinar the week after this council meeting, September 23rd and 24th. We'll just point out there's a few items of interest in there for the council. There'll be an update on the COVID situation from National Marine Fisheries Service that will include such items as their plans for surveys in the upcoming year and sampling status and sorts of things. There's also a new recusal rule, the final rule that was just published earlier this week. We will receive an update from NOAA General Counsel on that. So suggest you stand by for any updates associated with that. We will get a briefing on the Executive Order 13921 on seafood competitiveness, including all the various sections. Section 4 applies directly to the council. Some tasks there. There's section 6 and 7 dealing with aquaculture opportunity areas. We'll also be getting a briefing on the Seafood Trade Task Force and the National Seafood Council. And then we'll be getting an update on the National Standard 1 guidelines work groups updates. We've got a fairly large number of informational reports, so I just want to draw those to your attention. They're available on our website. I won't go into them, but you're welcome to read those. So the first one is informational report 1 is on National Standard 1 technical guidance for designing, evaluating, and implementing carryover and phase-in provisions. This is a NIPS technical memo. Number 2 is a news release from NOAA on update to the West Coast Groundfish and HMS fleets on observer and catch monitoring coverage during the COVID-19 era. There's number 3 is a NOAA press release on the Pacific Coast Groundfish buyback legislation, which passed this year at long last. Number 4 is Marine Fisheries Advisory Committee letter to Secretary Ross regarding offshore wind development. Number 5 is a some information on the California Offshore Renewable Energy Project. Number 6 is a flyer on wind energy workshop that's scheduled for October 15, 16, and 30 of this year. So that's just kind of a save the date. Since we're talking wind energy business, I'll skip to 8 and note that there's a Central California Coast Offshore Wind Energy Informational Outreach Meeting invitation there. Going back to number 7, this is just a letter from the Quinault Indian Nation noticing their intent to reserve their right to fish for anchovies in 2021. Number 9 is a notice on the Seafood Trade Relief Program. So this is just came out. So for people that have been affected by seafood trade issues, there's potential for some relief there. So have a look at that. Number 10 is the financial disclosure and recusal final rule that I mentioned under the CCC report. Number 11 is the proposed rule for definition of habitat as related to critical habitat. I believe NMFS and or the Fish and Wildlife Service will be mentioning that under the NMFS report under C1, which will follow shortly. And then at last, we have the salmon in-season catch update is number 12. So I did want to mention a few other things before I get to the agenda. I did want to note that Terry Howinski passed away earlier this month. She was a longtime member of the Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel from 1992 to 2015. So practically from the beginning of that FMP, she was, a real strong contributor. Also a very strong counterpoint to another longtime CPS council member, John Royal. She was a wonderful person, and she will be greatly missed. So I just wanted to let people know, she's dedicated a lot of her life to the CPS industry and the council process. So I just wanted to thank her and her family for that. So kind of along similar lines of honoring people, we typically have a banquet in November to honor people that have left the council family. We have already decided that November will be a virtual meeting again. So we do not plan to have a banquet celebration via webinar. So staff is making some plans, but we hope to have a banquet at our first in-person meeting next year, and we may have more than one next year, depending on how things go. But I did want to let you know that we're thinking about that. We appreciate the folks that have contributed so much to the council process, and we will be looking at ways to honor them. And between now and the time we can have them be together with them and honor them in person. One other issue I wanted to bring up was just sort of a reminder to council members. We're in a virtual meeting situation here, and I know this, many things are more difficult than they are when we meet in person. But one thing I just did want to mention was sort of coordinating who's going to be doing motions for each agenda item. Would encourage you to have some discussions offline and in advance of agenda items so that we can coordinate that, and that could go a little smoother. That would be helpful. Also, I would encourage you to include the staff officers in your conversations about that, so they can, well, for two reasons. One, so that they can communicate that up the line so that we can coordinate our efforts and make our meeting just run a little smoother, so we know who to call on and what the expectations are there. And secondly, include the staff officers also, please, or other council staff, myself or Mike Berner. When you're developing your motions, just we're an extra set of eyes, and we can help clarify language and make sure that that the motions are doing what you intend them to do. That would that can sometimes make things go a little smoother and avoid some amendments and those sorts of things to correct minor issues in the motions. So that's just a reminder to council members. So then one last thing, leading up to our approval of the agenda, which is the next agenda item, I just wanted to pass on two things regarding the agenda. The first being that our Sablefish gear switching and area management agenda item is a two-part agenda item, with the first part today and the last item on today's agenda, and the second part on tomorrow, the last item for tomorrow's agenda. Our hope is that we can get through public comment today. So that would include presentations by staff, receiving reports from management entities and advisory bodies, and public comment. And then take up council action tomorrow afternoon. We're not sure what the public comment lineup's going to look like, but we are anticipating a lot of interest in this agenda item. So if it looks like we are going to go pretty long on this, particularly on public comment, it may be necessary to interrupt public comment and then pick it up again tomorrow. If we do that, we would anticipate picking up public comment first thing in the morning. Sorry, not tomorrow, but Monday, not tomorrow. Anyway, we'd pick up public comment Monday morning, finish that off, and then take up council action on the Sablefish issue last thing on Monday afternoon. And then finally, we do have a very full agenda relative to our other two webinars. Our daily time is targeted to be a little longer than it has been, so we're going to encourage some efficiencies. However, we do have one thing that's going to help that process along, and that is we've got reports that there have been no new methodologies proposed under agenda item D3, which is the Groundfish Impact Analysis Methodology Review Preliminary Topic Selection. So with that, we are recommending that the council drop that from the agenda. That's scheduled for Tuesday, September 15th in the morning. So when we go to approve the agenda, please take that into consideration. That concludes my report, Mr. Chair. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Chuck. Are there any questions for Chuck on the ED's report? I'm not seeing any. I would just like to reiterate a point that Chuck has made. We have a very ambitious agenda ahead of us this week, and let's all try to be as efficient as possible, both as Chuck mentioned, in our motion practice as well as in our discussions. Try to keep our discussions on point so we can avoid getting wrapped around the axle. All right, well, that concludes the ED report, and will take us to our next agenda item, which is approval of the agenda. We have, Chuck had mentioned, we have no proposals to review under agenda item D3. So I guess I'll open the floor for discussion on the agenda and see if there is a motion to approve the agenda or to amend the agenda before approval. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And first, to get some discussion going here, I do think we have we are interested in having a discussion here about modifying the agenda. The issue that's been brought to our attention, and I know it's been brought to GMT and NMFS's attention and others as well, is that the market and economic conditions of the pandemic have affected all of us, but it is affecting sablefish, the fishery up in Alaska, and in the timing of when they finish up there and are able to come down here and prosecute their tier fishery. So this issue came up just a day or two ago after the written public comment deadline had closed, but we expect that Bob Allerson will be coming up under B1 to ask us to consider this change to the to extend the season length from October 31st to the end of the year. So sorry, I'm going on too long here, but I believe one idea that would allow the council to consider the merits of that idea, we would have to modify the agenda to even take that up, the question of whether we should do a change. And we could do that most naturally under the D2, I believe, if I have my agenda right here, where we talk about workload implications in general. So I'll stop here quickly and see if staff had a reaction. If we have an interest in considering this request and looking for the if others are supportive of where and how to do that best.
Thank you, Corey. Well, I'll look to staff for some guidance here.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Niles. If there is a request that the council wants to consider for taking emergency action on something like that, they could take that up. That would, similar to how we did back in April on the Whiting Mothership catcher processor issue. So that would involve the council considering the need for and modifying the agenda to set up a new agenda item, so there'd have to be, sufficient justification for that. But that could be done. I think it would be good to if there is consideration of that, to include some discussion about the workload implications under Groundfish item D2. But in terms of actually modifying the agenda, that could be done essentially at any time during the course of the week. However, I would advise the council to provide some lead time between considering and identifying the issue to be addressed and actually bring it to the council floor, so that staff and advisory bodies have an opportunity to develop some briefing materials and write statements, and there's be public notice as much as possible to allow as much normal process as possible. So again, I would encourage some time between those identification and addressing the issue on the council floor. So I guess with that being said, I've heard about some about this issue, but haven't seen any specific requests at this time.
Thanks, Chuck. Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to echo the comments made by Chuck. I agree with everything he said. I do think it would be helpful from NIM's perspective to get the council's input on this once we see this request, if this is coming through. I think that is most appropriate under D2 with those other workload priorities. And just want to reiterate to the council, as per NIM's guidance on emergency rules, moving forward with an emergency rule automatically takes precedence over any non-emergency issues. So that would devote NIM's resources, which are limited, and you'll hear more about that in my report, to focus on this as a priority, probably limiting our ability to take anything else on in November, including follow-up from other items at this meeting. So therefore, it'd be very relevant to have in the context of that broader workload discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. And so if I understand correctly, Chuck, that we could take this up under D2, but if we were to take action, we would actually need to amend the agenda to add perhaps the D7 to separately call out that council action and allow advisory bodies and the public to provide an opportunity to weigh in on that potential emergency action.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Is there further discussion on the September agenda? Corey.
Well, just yes, thank you, Chuck, and thank you, Ryan, and we fully agree that that if we were to have this discussion, workload, we definitely want to know about the workload implications. What I didn't say before was the reason I think we've heard enough, and you will hear and be able to ask Bob under the next agenda item for more details. But we're talking on the order of 20 to 30% of the tier fishery going unharvested or not, and can't do math on the fly here, but that's in the £1 million range, and I know the price per pound is not. It's not what it would be in normal economic times, but that is a significant amount of economic benefit. So hearing that is the reason we think the council should consider the idea, and I would be, if I'm understanding what I'm hearing correctly from folks, that I'd be prepared to put a motion here to add an agenda item where we can take that all into consideration and make a recommendation.
Thanks, Corey. Are you suggesting you would make that motion now, or you, as Mr. Tracy indicated, we could amend the agenda later once we have a request?
Oh, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm making the request that we take this up, and Bob will support that. And I think if we wait to be one after we hear it, or we do it now, I don't think that matters to me in terms of, I think the aim is to give people as much notice as we can, and now or an hour from now doesn't.
Well, it would be simple from a parliamentary procedure perspective to not have to revisit a previously approved motion. So if before we get into any motion practice and on this agenda item, I see additional hands up. So Marcy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would, I think, support the pathway forward that Chuck identified, which would be we consider whether we need to add an emergency item in the course of our actions under D2, which would include modifying the agenda at that time. I have some concern with adding an item now. It indicates that we intend to take up the question, and we may or may not intend to take up the question. So I think, Chair Grelnick, you were getting to the point about giving an appearance of considering an item, and then, if we discussed it under D2 and then subsequently needed to cancel it, that's not the most efficient practice. So I'd support having the full discussion under D2 and determining if we need to amend the agenda at that time.
All right, thank you, Marcy. Any further discussion before I entertain a motion on the agenda?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I guess I would just say that, again, we haven't seen anything. I don't like to repeat rumors, but I wonder if maybe just a question for Mr. Niles, if he is, I believe there's been discussions among the GMT about a potential solution that would not require emergency action to this. proposal, which we haven't seen yet. Just wondering if he is aware of those discussions and if that has had any bearing on his thoughts.
Corey?
Yeah, thanks, Chuck. And it's not a rumor, and it's an artifact of the public comment window being closed, which is another matter that we may talk about in the future. But I have not heard the GMT offer other solutions, so I might be in the dark there. But the only trade-off, and Marcy, thanks for the comments. The only trade-off that I'm seeing is just the public notice and how much people are on notice. We'll talk about this and where the argument has. So I'm not hard up on that. I don't know that it really matters. And Bob's going to bring it up here under B1. So again, I thought I was here, bringing it up here to give people notice. I don't know what signal it says. I don't think we, by scheduling an agenda item, I don't agree that we're definitely going to act on it. It's just giving us the option to act. But if others feel that's the signal we're giving, again, we want opportunity to talk about this, looking for the right way to do it procedurally, and happy to do it, help people feel most comfortable. But we'll hear it pretty soon here from Bob, and people in NMFS. I know NMFS has been thinking about this, was probably the first one to know. So yeah, if there are other thoughts on how to best do this, I do think it's a discussion we should have. And given all of the emergency actions we took earlier this year to help people with the pandemic conditions, if we had a crystal ball, we would have put this one, because that's what's going on here. And I don't see any difference between what we did earlier this year and what we're asking for here. It just came up recently.
All right. Well, I think it's a little early in the meeting to get wrapped around the axle on something like this. So I'll entertain a motion here, keeping in mind the comments we've received on agenda item D3, not having received any topics for analyses, and also taking into account this sablefish issue. We've heard one perspective that we don't need to amend the agenda at this time, but I think Corey is sympathetic to that. So I'm just going to open the floor now and ask someone to make a motion so we can nail down this agenda and move on to the rest of our meeting. Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Chair Gorelnik. I'd like to move that the council approve the agenda as proposed in agenda item A5, September 2020.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Yeah. I see Pete Hassemer seconding the motion. Please speak to your motion, Maggie. In particular, I'd be curious to find out why you don't want to remove item D3 from the motion. Go ahead, Maggie.
Thank you, Chair Gorelnik. That was my error in being too hasty to put forward a motion. I, in fact, do support removing item D3 from the agenda, so perhaps I could withdraw my motion.
All right. You'd like to withdraw your motion, Pete? Are you seconded? Are you fine with that withdrawal of the motion?
Yeah.
All right, Maggie, give it one more try here.
Thanks, Chair Gorelnik. I move the council approve the agenda as proposed in agenda item A5, September 2020, except strike agenda item D3.
All right, thank you, Maggie. Pete, you have your hand up as a second.
Yes, that's the motion I intended to second.
Okay. Maggie, speak to your motion as necessary.
No, thanks, Chair Grelnick. I don't think much is needed. Just acknowledging that for the D3 item, there were no methodologies proposed for review, so the council doesn't need to take that up. And I also would just say that I certainly recognize the discussion about the sablefish issue in the emergency rule, but I am not prepared to consider a change to the agenda at this point. I think we all need to learn more about ongoing discussions about that.
All right, thank you, Maggie. Any discussion or proposed amendments? Not seeing any hands or any for discussion or amendments. I'll call the question. All those in favor of approving Maggie Summers' motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Thanks very much, Maggie. So we have an agenda. And I think at this point, the Executive Director, we can move on to open comment. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So I believe this is my agenda item. So while we wait for the list of public commenters, I'll just mention that this agenda item provides the opportunity for advisory bodies, management entities, and members of the public to submit comments to the council on matters that are not part of the scheduled meeting agenda. Such comments may be comprised of both written documents and oral testimony. So I believe we've got, I know Heather Mann has a presentation for us, and I think there are some other comments that we should be receiving here shortly. So if you'll indulge me for a minute while we wait for the list to clear the ether, I will post it and then we can move on. But
Okay. I do intend to call on Ms. Mann first, so we can get that queued up while we wait for the list of the other public comments.
okay.
Heather, can we promote or do whatever we need for Heather so she can offer her public comment?
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
I can. Welcome.
Thank you. Shall I just start then?
Why don't you start? In the meantime, we'll be getting the list of public comments, and when you're done, we'll call on others unless Mr. Tracy thinks that's a poor approach. And by the way, I do now have the list of the other public comments. So what I'm going to do, or maybe Chuck, you've got it up. I'm trying to load it right now.
I'll have it loaded in a moment. But
Okay.
yes, I think we should proceed with Ms. Mann's presentation now. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members. My name is Heather Mann, and I represent the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. MTC represents 29 trawl catcher vessels, and we participate in the shoreside and at-sea whiting sectors, as well as midwater rockfish and traditional bottom trawl fisheries. I'm providing this report to continue to live up to the commitments that I personally made and that members of Midwater Trawlers made to council members, NMFS staff, and our salmon fishing colleagues to be transparent and open about trawl vessel interactions with Chinook and coho salmon. In addition, I thought it was appropriate to provide additional information on where we stand in terms of short belly rockfish encounters. I know there have been concerns expressed by some of the environmental advocates that short belly rockfish interactions would be ignored as we move forward from the council's recent action. And that's simply not true. All of the information that I'm presenting is public information if you want to go look for it. But here I have summarized it, and I'm also making myself available to answer any questions you might have about what is being presented. So next slide, please. I'm going to start with whiting interactions with Chinook and coho. And you can see here that as of yesterday, about 58% of the collective whiting sector allocations has been harvested. That's close to 500 million pounds of hake. At the same time, the fleets have encountered 1,536 Chinook, and that's about 14% of the 11,000 Chinook guideline for whiting fisheries. So I want to break that down a little bit by sector. Next slide, please. The shoreside sector began operating on May 15th, and except for COVID-related disruptions, which there have been several, they've been operating pretty continuously since that time. As of September 10th, the shoreside sector has harvested over 235 million pounds of hake, which is about 73% of the shoreside allocation prior to any tribal reapportionment, which is something that we hope happens soon. The sector has encountered 1,133 Chinook as of yesterday morning, which is 10% of the 11,000 Chinook guideline for whiting fisheries. Fishermen have been really great at communicating if they have high Chinook tows, and that information is disseminated within the fleet immediately upon receipt and always within 24 hours. The majority of shoreside whiting fishermen are members of the Shoreside Whiting Co-op, and the co-op is requiring the use of excluders. Even the few vessels who are not members of the co-op are using excluders. Shoreside fishermen are making real-time adjustments based on hotspot identification and voluntarily avoiding areas. At the same time, the shoreside sector has encountered 65 coho, which is 13% of the coho guideline for whiting fisheries. And I'll just add that last year at this time, the shoreside fishery had encountered about 153 coho, along with approximately the same amount of whiting they've harvested this year. So the numbers are down this year. Next slide, please. The mothership sector began operating on May 15th, and except for COVID-19 related disruptions, they've fished steadily until late June, early July, when all the processing platforms and some of the catcher vessels travel north to Alaska for pollock bee season, which begins on June 10th and runs through noon on November 1st. In the spring hake fishery, the mothership sector harvested 72 million pounds, which is 39% of the sector's allocation prior to any tribal reapportionment. At the same time, the sector encountered 65 Chinook and 2 coho salmon, equating to less than 1% of both the Chinook and coho guidelines for whiting fisheries. At this point, it's not clear if all 6 mothership permits will be utilized for fall whiting. Part of that uncertainty could be COVID related. We do know that the pollock bee season is progressing very slowly. And so the earliest probably that platforms would return is sometime in late October and possibly even the first week in November after the pollock season officially ends. No processor has taken advantage of the emergency rule, which became effective in late June. Next slide, please. For the non-whiting trawl sector, which include IFQ bottom trawl and IFQ midwater rockfish, the fleet has encountered 245 Chinook since January 1st. The Chinook were encountered along with the harvest of over 32.9 million pounds of groundfish. So that's about 1 Chinook for every 134,000 pounds of groundfish landed. And it's 4% of the Chinook harvest guideline for non-whiting trawl fisheries. Next slide, please. The short belly slide is pretty self-explanatory. To date, across the groundfish trawl sectors, PACFIN reports 517 metric tons of short belly mortality. That's 17% of the 3,000 metric ton ACL. Most of the short belly has been encountered in the whiting fishery. There's still a lot of scrutiny around short belly, and trawlers are doing their best to avoid the species. Again, as you've heard multiple times, the fleet does not want to be catching short belly, which results in basically a financial loss for the entire trip. I know there are some comments recommending the council come up with management measures for short belly, and assertions have been made that if short belly is an EC species, that no one will be paying attention. This is false, and I believe it shows a real misunderstanding of how the whiting sectors operate. We are 100% monitored both on the vessels and at the plants, and we track everything we catch. So this isn't going to change. The mechanisms are in place to keep providing this information, and all anyone has to do is go to the PACFIN page that provides the daily updates on what is being caught in each of the whiting sectors to see what the short belly catch has been. Next slide, please. And then this last slide is the spring fishery mothership performance as compared to the at-sea set-asides. So these numbers are relative to that 39% of the mothership hake allocation having been harvested. And as you can see, all the mothership percentages of the at-sea set-asides are well below the percentage of the allocation which has been taken. And finally, next slide, please. That's it. It's short and it's sweet, but hopefully informative. I hope, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have. And I look forward to continuing to provide these kinds of brief updates so that we're open and transparent about the things that are occurring within the trawl fleet. Mr. Chairman, council members, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Heather, thank you very much for those comments. And we'll see if there are any questions around the table. I see Butch Smith has raised his hand for the first time as a council member. He'll remember this moment always, as we well will. Go ahead, Butch.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would like to thank the trawl industry and Ms. Mann for the relationship and holding to completely to their commitment on I came from the salmon world, and certainly that was a contentious a few years ago, but they have done what they said and continue to report and have done a great job in doing that and minimizing salmon bycatch. But Ms. Mann, my question is, in working with you for a few years in the great trawl industry, it seems, are we missing one of the sectors in this report? I might be new and nervous and all that stuff. Might have just missed it myself.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Smith, thank you for the question. Welcome to the council. There was a difference of opinion on providing the information from the catcher processor sector, and out of deference to their wishes, I did not include that information in the proposal, or in the presentation, excuse me.
Thanks for that answer. Butch, do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a comment, and I am sure that sector would be forthcoming, and I was just surprised that all three sectors weren't in your report, and that's okay. So thank you once again, Ms. Mann, for that very informative report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Certainly, Mr. Smith. Pete Hassemer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Heather, for the presentation. I was just trying to do some math here, and maybe you can help me sort this out. The shoreside whiting sector, your slide showed they've taken 73% of their allocation. They started May 15th, and I believe have been fishing continuously. On the mother side part, they started on the same day, but have only taken 39% of their allocation, but because of that Alaska bee fishery, the pollock fishery, fishing pretty much terminated in early July. The question is, on the shoreside sector, if you looked at catches through the early part of the July, would it be about similar, 39% of the allocation? Do they tend to track the same? And the difference between attainment of the allocation is just related to the amount of fishing that's occurring, or is there something else happening also?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hassemer, thanks for the question. I'd have to actually look at the data. Your assumptions are correct that both sectors started on May 15th and fished fairly continuously. We have had some COVID disruptions, intermittent plant closures and things like that. In terms of whether they fish at the same rate up until then, I can check in with the Shoreside Co-op and make a comparison to the mothership sector. But do recall that the two fisheries operate differently. And so I don't think there really is a direct correlation. The mothership sector and its pool system has some participants that don't fish at all until the fall.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Heather. Thanks, Peter. Are there any further questions of Heather Mann on her presentation? All right, thank you very much, Heather. Next, Anna Weinstein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
I can, and as we've done in past meetings, if folks could, if you're on this list, to raise your hand, so it'll be easier to enable your comments. So please go ahead, Anna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And hello, Mr. Smith. I'm Anna Weinstein with Audubon. I appreciate the opportunity to comment on this Patriot Day, the 11th day of September. Today, I'm representing Audubon, our Washington State office, Portland Audubon, San Diego Audubon, in regard to a letter we submitted along with Oceana in regard to the council voting in June to move short belly rockfish to ecosystem component from within the Groundfish FMP. The council took this action despite the Magnuson-Stevens Act calling for a thorough analysis of a number of considerations listed in the national standard guidelines. And NMFS has now issued draft regulations that would remove the key management safeguards that are enjoyed by species that are managed in the fishery, including an allowable catch level and in-season adjustments when needed. And this is replaced with a 2,000-ton calendar year limit that doesn't have any responses that are required. The council just needs to consider when short-bellied rockfish is approaching or has reached this limit. So it's unclear to the public how this extremely important forage species will be protected and managed into the future per the council's goals of keeping incidental catch low. So we make some recommendations that we hope are constructive in our letter. And we're keeping COVID in mind and workload planning as best we can. So we recommend the following set of actions and clarifications: that the council add to its November 2020 meeting an agenda item to scope future management measures to achieve your precautionary goals of minimizing bycatch and prohibiting directed fishing for short-bellied rockfish based on its ecological importance. We suggest that you direct the management team, the GMT, to work with the Ecosystem Working Group to develop options for trip limits, allowable catch levels, in-season management triggers, and other potential management measures to achieve these goals. And then number two, to clarify your continued intent to include short belly in the safe documents, the safe document for the fishery, for the FMP. Have the National Marine Fisheries Service complete a full stock assessment for short belly in 2023, as it has intended. and maintain in-season monitoring and reporting of catch at the same levels as previously provided, and continued inclusion in GMT in-season reports. And Ms. Mann did refer to this in her testimony. So thank you very much for your consideration of these comments. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Thank you very much, Anna. Are there questions of Anna? And thank you for your correspondence as well. I'm not seeing any. So thank you, Anna. We'll next ask Pete Granger. Mr. Granger.
Yes. Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Great. Mr. Chair and members of the council, my name is Pete Granger. I'm representing myself in this testimony. I'm retired from the seafood industry, but continue to commercial fish in the salmon reef net fishery off Lummi Island, Washington. I reside in Bellingham. As another commitment prevents me from testifying during this item's public testimony, I wish now to briefly address your agenda item D.1, Gear Switching and Sablefish Area Management, which is coming up shortly on your agenda. I would like the council to see that the process addressing this issue proceed deliberately and carefully as to protect all gear groups involved in the groundfish fisheries, whether fixed gear or trawl. First of all, you're to be congratulated along with the fishermen, processors, and others in bringing back these precious groundfish stocks. Here in Bellingham, I'm involved as a volunteer in organizing our local fishermen into a coordinated, over-the-dock direct seafood sales effort we're calling Bellingham Dockside Market. The COVID pandemic has affected the market for our local fishermen, including those living here and fishing off the West Coast in Alaska, and indeed the whole industry, by severely limiting sales to the food service trade. You all know about that. What you may not know is that the local public here in the Northwest, and indeed across the US, are cooking at home and eating more seafood. They're also craving local seafood catches. Thus, our effort to provide more customers coming down to the docks in Bellingham and Blaine to buy direct from the fishermen. We have one boat selling that is providing hook and line cut groundfish every other week and has developed quite a following. There's no reason why trawlers couldn't sell part of their catch into markets like these as well. As you may be aware, other efforts like this are occurring in other West Coast ports, including Westport, Ilwaco, Astoria, Garibaldi, and on down the coast of San Diego. This is a great way for fishermen to expand their incomes and be the face of fresh seafood in fishing communities. There is a nationwide network devoted to making these direct seafood marketing efforts more effective. It's called Local Catch Network, and you can Google localcatch.org. And I'm proud to be a member of its executive committee. In conclusion, I would like to advocate for continuing allocations so that both gear groups, trawl and fixed gear, can thrive. These direct off-the-boat sales opportunities represent a small portion of the total catch, but it is a program that enables our communities up and down the coast to connect and build relationships with fishermen, learn how their fish are caught, how to prepare fish at home, and thereby increase domestic seafood consumption, which is all of our goal. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Pete. Any questions for Pete? Mr. Zim?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Granger, for your testimony. As I've mentioned before, in San Diego, this is one way that our local fishermen have been able to survive through this COVID situation. The question that I have for you is the makeup of the fishermen that deliver. Is it long line only, or do you get pot fishermen delivering as well? Thank you.
Well, we have a pot fishing boat that hasn't started this yet, but as far as groundfish, it's long line only. We will have, and we'll start to have fresh live crab and fall salmon as well, and spot prawns and some other species too.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Granger.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Paul Clampett, and after Paul, Molly Morrissey.
Can you hear me? Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. This is Paul Clampett. I own the fishing vessel Augustine with my sons. We're a one-vessel family operation, and we are requesting an extended season to harvest our tiered sablefish fishery. We have been besieged with delays this year because of the COVID-19 epidemic, from markets collapsing and plants shutting down to crew illness and having to quarantine. Our markets have been severely impacted because of the restaurant shutdowns. We are receiving 50% of the price we saw last year. Some of us waited for the price to come up. We thought that this pandemic was going to be short-lived. You know, they first said it was going to be like, we're going to shut down for 15 days. Well, who knows when this is going to end? But a lot of our vessels tied up for a couple months, and it's going to be very difficult for them to get finished by November 1st. So we need as long as possible to harvest this fish and bring income for our crews and families, and fresh fish for the American consumer. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Any questions for Paul? I'm not seeing any hands, so Molly Morrissey, you're next.
Mr. Chair, Marcia Yarenko had her hand up.
I had muted myself. I apologize. Marcy, did you have a question for Paul?
Yes, I did. Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity. Paul, thank you for your testimony. I don't know much about your one vessel operation. Maybe you can help me here. I think you mentioned the importance of being able to continue to make deliveries. I'm wondering about your normal operations. When the tier fishery ends in a normal year, do you then enter and participate in the regular fixed gear fishery?
No. When our season's over, when the fixed gear season ends. We don't start again until Sablefish opens up the next spring. We have nothing else to fish for.
Okay, so you don't operate year-round then in a...
Would like to, would love to, but we're hard up pressed against it. We've had to chase markets, had to, find at the beginning of the season, some processors didn't even open. Right now in Alaska, processors are shutting down early, and we're having to chase a place to deliver fish, and it's adding weeks onto our season.
Okay, thank you. So I guess I just want to understand, you do not fish in the regular limited entry fixed gear fishery at all because you go back to Alaska, or because we're shut down?
We have quota. We have, excuse me, I'm sorry. We have IFQ quota, and we prosecute it and catch it, and then that's over. So we've caught our halibut, we've caught our black cod in Alaska. We have 3 tiered permits off the coast of Washington. We're probably not going to get down here till sometime 3rd week of October, which means we're going to have to catch 100,000 pounds of fish in 3 weeks, which is going to be next to impossible.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for Paul? All right, Paul, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Molly?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can.
Hi, good morning, council members. My name is Molly Morrissey, and I am a volunteer with San Diego Audubon Society. I also worked for several years as a groundfish observer in Alaska. I would like to voice my support for the points in the letter that Audubon submitted regarding short-belly rockfish. That's what Anna Weinstein was talking about a few people before me. So I just want to reiterate her points that I was also concerned that the rockfish were moved to an ecosystem component classification without there being some kind of plan as to how the council will consider fishery impacts if that species bycatch does reach the 2,000 metric ton trigger. Heather Mann spoke a little bit about that there's still 100% coverage of the rockfish on the boats and the plants, so I appreciate that information. So my request is that the council clarifies its intent to continue the in-season monitoring and reporting of the rockfish and to keep the short-belly rockfish in the groundfish stock assessment and fishery evaluation document. I know it's not an economically important fish, but I'm sure the council knows it's critical to the Pacific food web. Thank you for considering my comment, and thank you for all the work you do to manage and protect the fisheries.
Thank you very much, Molly. Other questions for Molly? I'm not seeing any. Thanks very much, Molly. Next, Jeff Schuster.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
I can. Speak up a little bit, but.
Okay, normally I don't have that problem, so I'll try.
No, you're okay. You're okay. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the council. My name is Jeff Schuster, representing Oceana. I would like to speak to the letter that Oceana submitted along with Audubon and its several chapters regarding the short-belly rockfish issue under this agenda item. We appreciated Ms. Mann's update today on short-belly rockfish and appreciate the industry's voluntary efforts to monitor and avoid short-belly. And it is very good to see that we are nowhere near the bycatch levels that we were warned about by the Groundfish Management team. We are disappointed with the council decision to reclassify short-belly rockfish based on the council's determination that this important forage species is not in need of management or conservation. This is an uncharacteristic deviation for the council, which in the past has been a leader in precautionary ecosystem-based management. The council's June decision amends the groundfish FMP, so there are no longer any measures to prevent or discourage a directed fishery from developing and completely removes any limit on incidental catch. This removes the ACL, ABC, OFL, and all MSA requirements to prevent overfishing, minimize bycatch, or achieve optimum yield for this species. While other forage species designated as ecosystem component have management protections, such as trip limits or landing limits to prevent directed fishing, the council's action for short-belly has no associated management or conservation measures. The council's decision was a major change in course from the April preliminary preferred alternative, which would have kept the species in the fishery with an ACL of 2,000 tons. This change came as a surprise to many scientists and members of the public who would have spoken up in June if they had known the council was seriously considering moving short-belly to EC designation. Setting the 2,000-ton trigger for future consideration in a specifications process is wholly inadequate, as this would not result in a timely response or in-season measures. If bycatch did ever reach that high, NMFS and the council could simply choose to ignore it again based on the same basis that NMFS refused to enforce the ACL being exceeded in 2019, which was that there was a clear reluctance to constrain the whiting fishery and a deferral to the industry to self-manage. The council's decision does conflict with the council's own stated goals of minimizing short-belly incidental catch and preventing directed fishing, and the council's own fishery ecosystem plan, which states, and I quote, allowable harvest of short-belly rockfish and abundant species with high prey value to the CCE is set extremely low to accommodate incidental catch, while discouraging any fishery development to ensure that it retains its role as prey for other non-human predator species, including groundfish, HMS, salmon, marine mammals, and seabirds, unquote. We're concerned with several precedents that this could set. It could set the precedent that any species that is not overfished, including inconvenient bycatch species, can be removed from FMPs and all MSA requirements using the identical rationale that the council used for removing short-belly. In addition, this sets a precedent. The response to increases in bycatch is to relax and remove limits rather than directly address the problem through council management tools. Additionally, powerful political entities such as the whiting fishery can avoid MSA requirements to minimize bycatch. And this is concerning because it follows a continued pattern as the whiting fishery was able to exempt itself from EFH conservation areas without honoring their commitment to voluntarily disclose monitoring data to show they are not contacting the bottom in these areas. And NMFS recently exempted the pollock fishery in the North Pacific from herring bycatch limits after those limits were exceeded. It also sets a potential precedent that precautionary ecosystem-based management measures by the Council, including those in the FEP, could be rendered meaningless if they're immediately removed once they pose a risk of constraining a fishery. We're also concerned that it sets a precedent that the need to achieve the ACL for whiting overrides ecosystem considerations, which we believe is not consistent with the Magnuson Act and other statutes. We're also concerned that apparently the need to address one bycatch species, Chinook salmon, somehow obviates the need to address other bycatch species. We're also very concerned that the use of the terminology of ecosystem component implies to the public that there are management measures in place, such as for other SIBA 1 forage species, when in fact for short belly there are no management measures in place. And we're also worried that such a move to eliminate conservation and management measures for such an important forage species in an FMP can be done so quickly without any analysis or consultation regarding the potential impacts to ESA listed species that are predators of those forage species. The science is clear on the importance of juvenile short-belly rockfish to endangered Chinook salmon, swordfish, thresher sharks, larger groundfish, and marine mammals. And according to West Coast seabird biologists from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Pacific Seabird Group, which also submitted a letter under this item, short-belly rockfish and anchovy are the two most important forage species by far for seabirds off California. If their northward distribution expansion continues, they may become much more important for the Pacific Northwest fish and wildlife as well. The science and the Council's stated goals indicate there is indeed a need for conservation and management of short-belly rockfish. Over the past year and a few months, we have made reasonable requests, attempted to work with the Groundfish Management team, enforcement consultants, and directly with the industry to develop an ACL that achieves an appropriate balance of reasonably preventing major increases in incidental catch, and develop management measures to prevent directed fishing similar to the EC forage species in SIBA 1. We understand concerns with the potential boom in the short-belly population, the lack of time to thoroughly vet some of the concepts we raised last spring, especially amidst the challenges of COVID that we're all facing. However, now that the dust is settled, the Council has the opportunity and time to take a deliberate approach to establish reasonable conservation and management measures for short-belly rockfish. We request that you add a consideration and scoping of management measures for short-belly rockfish at the next possible Council meeting and not wait until the 2023-24 harvest specification cycle. And also that you continue the in-season monitoring of short belly and plan and continue to keep it on the list of stocks to be assessed in 2023. Thank you very much for your commitment to conservation and ecosystem-based management and sustainable fisheries.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there questions for Jeff? Jeff, thank you very much for your comments. Next, we'll hear from Megan Flaherty.
Hello, Council. This is Megan Flaherty with San Diego Audubon, and I'm here today to speak about a similar issue that Jeff, Molly, and Anna spoke about, which is the change in management category for the short belly rockfish. So Jeff already covered a lot of the same topics that I was going to mention. Just want to reiterate that San Diego Audubon supports the letter that we signed on to with Oceana and Audubon California and National Audubon regarding some requests that we have and suggestions about next steps that could be taken to protect the short belly rockfish from higher rates of bycatch. But I also want to point out, as the local birding folks here in San Diego, the importance of young of the year rockfish to a bird species that's very near and dear to the hearts of San Diego Audubon's staff, members, volunteers, which is the California least tern. And I've spoken to many of you guys on the council about the importance of northern anchovy to California least terns, and their foraging and their ability to feed their young. In the past, young of the year rockfish is considered by many folks, many folks that are doing this research, to be kind of the second most important forage resource for least terns after northern anchovy, and higher rates of foraging on young of the year rockfish has been seen to have contribute to more successful nesting success by the California least terns. That's especially important because here in Southern California, the California least tern nesting productivity has been declining steadily for over 10 years, since about 2009. And we've seen a serious decline in the population. It's about half of the adult population is about half of what it was when it was at its highest in 2009. There were over almost 8,000 nesting pairs back then, and we're now to about 3,500 nesting pairs. And, you know, there's a lot of reasons for that, predation, human impacts, but foraging ability and access to forage fish is considered to be a really a serious threat and an emerging threat, especially with everything that's going on with climate change impacting our oceans. And so I just want to reiterate how important this forage fish is to the recovery of the California least tern, which is a federally listed endangered species, as well as numerous other bird species, coastal bird species that our members really enjoy seeing down here in San Diego. I do want to thank you guys, though, for all of your hard work protecting our fisheries. San Diego Audubon, as a coastal city, we eat a lot of fish, and we really value the importance of having access to fresh fish, and really value the contribution that fishermen make to our local economy.
Thank you very much, Megan. Are there questions of Megan? Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Gorelnik. Yeah, Megan, I'm kind of curious. You talk about the loose tern situation. Could you explain to us how the bycatch of a few 100 or 1,000 tons of short-bellied rockfish off of Oregon and Washington is affecting that species, and what the tie-in is there, please?
So I can really only speak towards the impacts that increases in the bycatch of that species would have to the greater ecosystem. And so for San Diego Audubon, we recognize the importance of protecting forage fish, both for all of the dependent predators, marine mammals, larger commercially important fish. But then, of course, as bird folks, we tend to focus a lot on the seabirds that really rely on those species. And so can I speak to the connection between rockfish up in Oregon versus their movements down here in San Diego? Unfortunately, I cannot. I could look into that more, but any step that would loosen protections for a species that a federally listed and declining species of seabird relies on is something that we're going to be concerned about.
Thank you, Megan. Any further questions of Megan? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Megan. Next, we'll hear from our friend Bob Alverson. Bob.
Mr. Chairman Gorlink, you picking me up? Are you there?
We can hear you, Bob.
Oh, okay. So for the record, my name is Bob Alverson. I'm representing Fishing Vessel Owners Association. One of our members, Paul Clampett, testified earlier on an item that we're bringing to the council. It is not agended, and we didn't see it in any of the agenda, so chose to testify under this agenda item, the open comment period, to ask the council to add an agenda item to extend the tiered fishery season from October 31st to the end of the year. And the reason for that is a number of our vessels, all of our vessels this year that fish in Alaska and also have tiered permits down here, were subject to the state of Alaska regulations on developing safety protocols for COVID protocols. They had to be all approved by the state of Alaska. We worked with the state of Alaska in getting those done and then coordinating our crews for their 14-day quarantines. In addition to that, and because of the markets crashing for a number of reasons on black cod and the COVID situation, as you heard Paul testify, a number of boats stood down for a month to a couple months, hoping the markets would turn around. That did not take place, and so the fleet got off to a late start. A number of our vessels, I would say 70% of them, in the middle of the year, switched their gear from, they were lucky enough to find a new type of pot to avoid whale depredation in Alaska. So there was a changeover of gear types on a lot of our vessels. And in addition to that, major processors that buy fixed gear fish, such as Icicle Seafoods and processors in Kodiak, were at times shut down for a month at a time, and Icicle is completely shut down now due to having a number of people come down with COVID. All of this has caused the season to be later for most of our fleet and for the fleet that fishes in the fall for the tiered fishery. I canvassed our boats yesterday afternoon, Mr. Chairman. There's a boat called the Triana. It's a new boat, $5 million boat, launched this spring out of Fort Bragg. It's the Yardstroms. They used to have the Kelty, and they've probably for sale, but he's been operating this boat. He's in the middle of his fishery. He started late because his boat didn't get off the ways late, plus all the other problems. And he has 3 permits, a Tier 1, Tier 2, and another Tier 2. There's a boat called the Gene C. He has 2 Tier 2s. The Quest also has 2 Tier 2s. The Pacific Hustler with 2 permits. The Augustine with 3 permits. The Maryland J, that's the Bessikers. They've got 3 permits. The Mystery Maid is trying to pick up the Trinkets and the Vigorous as unused quota for off the coast. A boat called the Bernice and the Elrita and the Wayana. Those boats represent about 40 to 45 crews in just that list. And the tiered fishery represents probably 20% to 25% of their income base on an annual basis. We're at about, as a coast-wide delivery on the tiered fishery, we're at about 33% delivery. I doubt if we'll hit anywhere near 60% by October 31st on the tiered fishery landing potential. And these guys, along with others out of California and Oregon, I'm sure that are operating late, probably represent 20 to 25% additional landing of the tiered fishery, and are going to need that extra time in November and early December to get this fish landed. I'm going to make a comment I usually don't. However, I heard National Marine Fisheries Service voice under agenda item A and suggesting that taking an emergency action to move the date from October 31st to December 31st is going to take all the time in the world and nothing else can get done. Mr. Chairman, my dad used to be the director of the Montlake Lab. I've been over to those White Castles over there. There's hundreds of people in each one of those buildings. And if changing a date from October 31st to December 31st locks up so much that nothing else can be done, then the council really needs to stand back and discover what is so mortarbound by the process that you've developed for yourselves. or if NMFS has done it to you. But so to NMFS, I'm pushing back on that, and I hope other council members challenge that if that is suggested. This is an economic emergency. Our crews don't get paid unless they go out and kill something, dress it, ice it, and find a processor that can make a profit on it too. And right now with the West Coast restaurant trade closed from San Diego all the way up to here, and some of those top-end restaurants never coming back, we need all the help we can to get as much fish and income to this fleet that they can. And if they're willing to work in November and December, who is anyone to tell them not to, if that's what they want to do rather than draw unemployment? So, Mr. Chairman, that's my comments. It's really important to us, and I finished by requesting that you guys' agenda, under whatever appropriate agenda item you think it needs to be put under. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you very much, Bob. I see a few hands up. Taking them in order, Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony, Bob. You're always very well informed and have a really wonderful and interesting family history in this. And I do appreciate your comment about the apparent lack of NMFS resources, and I'm glad you brought that up. But my one question is, if all the restaurants and such are closed, and Japan is pivoting away from eating sablefish because of the aging out of the population, and China also has problems, where would this fish go if we kept it going in November and December? Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, through the chair, Mr. Zim, we can only operate on what the markets offer us, and right now, the processors, we've got 3 processors that operate out of Westport, Bellingham Cold Storage, and some of them will buy our fish when they're down in Ilwaco and elsewhere. They're still operating a market. So what I've been told, the smaller size fish are moving. A lot of that, 65% of that is still a Japanese market. You know, they are aging out, but they're the oldest aged nation in the world. So I think black cod may be helping them in their longevity. So if they want to eat it, we'd like to provide it to them. Our prices, as Paul indicated, are 55% below. And actually the large fish, which went into the restaurant trade on the West Coast, are largely in freezers. It's kind of ironic, but we're still getting paid for what we deliver. So as long as the door is open, we'd like to continue delivering.
Thank you, Mr. Alverson. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Right, Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Alverson. Bob, you're a seasoned veteran of the GAP and the council process and our standing in-season agenda item. I appreciate the concerns you've raised here and the economic crisis that the folks you represent appear to be in. But I'm trying to understand why the emergency route to adjust the tier fishery end date is the route that is recommended by you. I hear you say that people want to work. We should let them keep working. They have markets. We'd like to continue those markets or continue supplying those markets. So can we find a solution here? I guess you know this process very well. You know what tools are available to us in season. And I guess I'm just looking to understand from you why an adjustment in season to the limited entry fixed gear sablefish trip limits, were we to adjust them upward, why your folks that want to keep working, why they might not be able to avail themselves of higher trip limits for the fixed gear fishery.
Bob.
So, Mr. Chairman, so these boats physically are either in their last deliveries or near their last deliveries throughout Alaska right now, from Dutch Harbor to Seward to Kodiak to Juneau. And so if you were to increase the limit, the only people I can think that would provide a benefit to would be the limited entry open access fleet, which gets 15% of the overall quota. That does nothing for a tiered fisherman who has a tiered fish, which is equivalent to, say, an IFQ of X pounds or X plus 1 pounds. There's 3 levels of tiers. So increasing the limit may, if you're talking about fishermen that are down here, don't need to get down here, and you're going to give them extra fish on their tier, then you're reallocating away from other people that are running like heck to get down here to catch their fish. So I'm kind of, I don't quite understand your idea of increasing the trip limit, unless it's the open access tier limit, which is a total different allocation. And why the emergency action? If this can be done by in season, because the council has analyzed changing seasons, and it can be done through that process, then we would not ask for an emergency action. We would ask for the simplest route that the council has, but we've been told, or I've been told, that this is probably a plan amendment style of a request, and therefore it takes an emergency action. So I'm playing off of what I've been told by NMFS and other regulators. Marcy, thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bob, I know you've been around this fishery for many, many years, and thanks for coming today before us. I just have a question about, do you recall what the rationale was for not allowing this fishery to go beyond that date? Why wasn't it established originally as a full year fishery? And I'm just curious if there was some meaningful reason that I'm not aware of.
Through the chair, we had that discussion in the Washington delegation, and I think on the ending date, generally the fleet off the coast here is not a large boat fleet, and we're satisfied with an October 31st closing. And you know, for Bob, for this program, the tiered program has been in effect, I think, 17 years, and in that time frame, we've been able to deliver 90% of what our assigned harvest limit is. I think also that December 31st date was a time that NMFS said at that time they might need to calculate the landings and everything. Well, since then, everything's digital, Bob. So it's almost instantaneous once you make a settlement out at the processor, that the quota comes off your credit card and is recorded with Pacific States. So I don't think that argument is of merit anymore. I think it was sort of a history of participation at the time we put this in place, and it was no huge red flag issue of having whether it was October 31st or some other one. It's just one that the industry agreed on.
Thanks, Bob. I appreciate that.
Any further questions for Mr. Alverson? Corey Niles?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Bob. Just to, you probably said it, but I don't know if I caught it, and there was a lot of information there. But just to kind of recap my understanding, we're talking the limited entry tier fishery, we're talking close to 2,000 metric tons of sablefish here. I think it's 1994 to be precise. The triple mitts Marcy's talking about are maybe on the 352 metric tons, but on that 2,000, did you say in email correspondence communication, you thought we're talking 20 to 30% of that 2,000 or that 1994? But I heard you say 40%, but is that what we're looking at? We're looking at that significant of a chunk, like 30% or so of 2,000 metric tons of sablefish?
Through the chair, yeah, we're close to 2,000 tons, and so the 20% to 25% of that would be close to 1 million pounds of round weight. And so, yeah, that's what we're talking about. And amongst these boats and a few more that are probably late coming down, and that's all coastal community landings, you know, and so the answer is yes, Corey.
Thank you. Anything further for Bob Alverson? Thank you, Bob. I imagine we'll be hearing more about this topic later in this meeting. Bob Osborne, please proceed. Mr. Osborne?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak. I was searching for the unmute button there.
Of course.
I have submitted a letter on this topic quite late due to confusion on my part over the virtual meeting rules. I hope you'll take some time during the meeting sometime to read the letter. I am speaking on behalf of the Billfish Foundation, United Anglers of Southern California, and the Sport Fishing Conservancy. I'm going to be talking about 3 topics: an open comment period on the longline EFP, international management activities, and the executive order under C2. Each of these items I will be testifying on will be related to the overfish condition of the Pacific striped marlin. Pacific striped marlin exists through the Pacific Ocean in both the southern and northern oceans, each to the equator, from the equator to approximately 40 to 45 degrees latitude. Science knowledge on the striped marlin stock structure isn't well developed. Currently, it is believed it may consist of 1 to 3 stocks. The one stock structure theory suggests a horseshoe-shaped stock with opposing branches of the horseshoe in the northern and southern hemispheres, with the toe of the horseshoe crossing the equator in the eastern Pacific and the heels in the western Pacific. The 2-stock structure theory has 1 stock in the northern hemisphere and 1 in the southern hemisphere. The 3-stock structure theory adds an additional stock off the equator in Peru at the toe of the horseshoe. Mixing occurs among all 3 potential stocks, and the fish have very similar DNA, but the amount of mixing is unknown. Wherever in the Pacific striped marlin is assessed, and that encompasses somewhere around 2/3 of the Pacific Ocean, the stock is overfished. Striped marlin was listed as a vulnerable species in the Council's HMS FMP. The only significant impacts on the species comes via long lines and recreational fishing. The agenda items I will address during the meeting are 1 on the international management measures, 2 on the executive order that's under C2, and the 1 non-agenda item which I'll be addressing in this comment is in regards to an EFP for long lines within the West Coast EEZ that the Council approved more than 5 years ago. NMFS recently conducted a public comment period with a federal register announcement to begin an EIS for the purpose of reauthorizing an exploratory longline fishery using both deep set and shallow set gear inside the West Coast EEZ. While this EFP was originally approved over 5 years ago by the council, it was actually an extension of an EFP approved several years before that by the council and issued by NMFS to a member of the HMS who has since passed away. A lot has changed over that time. The council declined last year to move toward a shallow set longline fishery outside the EEZ, for which a significant amount of fishing data is available. When the EFP was originally approved, we had no information about a deep set buoy gear fishery. When the EFP was reissued 5 years ago to different fishermen, we had very little information beyond some initial research work by peer on deep set buoy gear. Today, we have a robust interest in deep set buoy gear and at least some participants building up custom boats to participate in the fishery. Today, further, the council has approved other EFPs attempting to explore additional opportunities for closely attended and below bycatch gear, which in general is moving it up incrementally towards traditional longline gear while maintaining the concepts that the council has been supporting of in terms of lower bycatch and reducing bycatch mortality. It is apparent to me that the council has elected to take, here's to so far, seems to be promising avenue for developing improved gears and techniques that can lead to better success in harvesting the less vulnerable target species at an optimum yield while minimizing bycatch. I believe it would be a mistake to abandon that pathway just as it begins to bear fruit. The organizations I'm representing here today opposes the testing of traditional longline gear in the EEZ and is strongly supportive of the approach being taken by the council to develop these additional gears that are closely tended and potentially can reduce bycatch. Today, it seems striped marlin is especially vulnerable to longline fishing, more so than the target species of this type of fishing. Thus, traditional gears face an ongoing challenge to fully utilize tuna and swordfish resources while maintaining a healthy population of striped marlin and other vulnerable species. Necessity is the mother of invention, and I'm a huge believer in the ingenuity of mankind to successfully do jobs like this given the proper incentives. However, authorizing yet another traditional longline fishery into local waters would destroy incentives to develop those initiatives and develop the alternatives. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on this topic.
Thank you very much, Bob. Are there questions of Bob? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Bob, for your comments. Last but certainly not least, Muriel Spooner. You are muted.
Okay, I believe I'm unmuted now.
You are. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. I'm Muriel Spooner. I'm a longtime member of the San Diego Audubon, a conservation committee member, and volunteer for the Lease Term Project. So I'm here today to add my voice to support the points that were made in the September 1 letter submitted to the Management Council by Audubon and other groups, and to make a plea for help for the California lease turn. My volunteer work includes observations during lease turn nesting season. During these observations, I give a silent cheer every time I see an adult returning with a small fish to feed the chicks. So I'm asking for your help in maintaining the critical supply of short-belly rockfish as a forage fish for these birds. And as Megan stated, the availability of the young rockfish is linked with a high productive success of lease turns in Central California. High productive success, of course, is essential for recovery of the bird populations. And so making short-belly rockfish an important fish stock, I think is critical to do. So I am just here to ask you to please help mine and other turn watcher silent cheers to continue by granting the request submitted in the September 1st letter. Thank you very much for your time and for all of your hard work protecting ecosystem-based fisheries and the marine environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Muriel. Are there questions for Muriel? Mr. Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Muriel, for your testimony. I am from San Diego and very much a birder and observe the least turns. And I really appreciate the fact that you brought to our attention that you are able to see the birds bring back prey to their young. Can you, when you're watching that, determine what kind of prey they're bringing back? Have you been able to note that for us?
I'm afraid my binoculars aren't strong enough to get that much detail. Usually they're fairly far away and flying rather quickly. So all I usually can see is the fish hanging from their beak as they search for their chicks. So I'm sorry, I can't add that identification for you.
Well, thank you very much. That's a wonderful image of being able to see the prey fish hanging from the beak as they return. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. It's very exciting.
Any further questions? Thank you, Muriel. So that concludes agenda item B1, open public comment. Is there any discussion here? Louis, I see your hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll bring it down. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I was struggling to find my unmute button, but and I'm hoping that finding that isn't a mistake. I wanted to speak to some of the comments made with respect to short belly rockfish. And I'm sympathetic to many of the words that were spoken in concern with the council's action in June. But my concern or my sympathy lies with the comments that were associated with the importance of short belly rockfish as a forage fish and its importance to the overall ecosystem and its importance as a prey for many species that depend on it. I wanted to just go back for a moment to the June discussion, if I could, and I may have a question, and I don't know whether it will be for Todd Phillips. I don't want to take him by surprise, or for Ryan Wolf. But what we did, I was one of the things that was said in public testimony was something along the lines that the council concluded that short belly rockfish are not in the need of management or conservation, and that as a result, we were ignoring it again. And I take issue with that statement, and here's why. Now, I recognize that in the GMT's comments in their report, that they specifically said that they concluded that for a variety of reasons, that short belly rockfish are not in need of conservation and management in the 2021 and 22 bienniums. And that was in part what led to their recommendation that council consider them as an EC species in the FMT. They were also careful to point out, however, that considered consistent with certain provisions within the Magnuson Act, that management measures can be adopted in order to collect data on the EC species, minimize bycatch or bycatch mortality, and protect the associated role of the EC species in the ecosystem. And that is where I think our council discussion was largely focused in June. And it is why we explicitly said we are going to maintain our in-season monitoring and reporting of incidental bycatch. It is part of the discussion was the assurances we got from industry that they were going to provide that information, which they continue to do. We also reiterated our support for having short belly included as part of our stock assessment for 2023. And it was also in recognition that the short belly rockfish resource at this point in time is healthy. It may be at unprecedented levels of health and abundance, but whether it is or it isn't at unprecedented levels, it is at a very healthy state. And so to me, that does not, I did not conclude and do not conclude that council's action is in any way saying that short belly rockfish resource is not in the need of management or conservation, or that we're going to ignore it. Quite the contrary. Now, taking this approach is one avenue, and when it's coupled with these types of management measures and monitoring, data collection, stock assessment pieces that went along with our action, I do not find the same conclusion that some of the folks that commented on it under this agenda item are. So again, I'm sympathetic to many of the words and the concerns that were spoken by members of the public on this topic. I'm sympathetic that they want to hold our feet to the fire, that even though we determined it as an EC species for the 21-22 biennium, we're not walking away from our commitments for in-season monitoring, reporting, keeping it in the suite of stock assessments for 2023. And so that leads me, if you will, Mr. Chairman, to my question, just to affirm that what I walked away from our June discussion with that I just referenced is in fact accurate. I don't have time to run back and look at the meeting minutes right at the moment. But if it would be fair and question to have that, my understanding affirmed either by our council staff officer that supports the GMT and would have been, I believe, in the seat at the time, or certainly Ryan Wolf, and I believe Asia was in the seat at the time for National Marine Fisheries Service when we made our decision in June on short belly rockfish.
Thank you, Phil. I'll look to see if we have any input from council staff or Ryan. And I'll look for a hand to be raised so I can call on them. Todd, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I only caught the brief ending there from Phil. Could the question be repeated? I would want to make sure I answer it in full. Thank you.
Phil?
Yeah, thanks. Well, I wanted to affirm, Todd, my recollection of the discussion on short belly rockfish, which augmented our decision, the council's decision to move this species to an EC species in the 21-22 biennium. We augmented that with that decision with the affirmation that we are going to continue our in-season monitoring and reporting of incidental bycatch, that we were going to continue its inclusion in our stock assessment, suite of stock assessments in 2023. And I believe that would also result in it being included in the, that information being included in the SAFE document. And I also referenced the industry's continued support and commitment to report in virtually as it occurs, the bycatch of short belly rockfish that was taking place in the trawl fishery.
Todd?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Anderson, those are my recollections. One thing that in the motion that the council made, and I'm paraphrasing, was that one, obviously that the species would be moved to the ecosystem component, and also that the council would watch this particular species catch, and they would do so via in-season through the species scorecard, or the scorecard, the Groundfish scorecard. Also, that should short belly catch approach or hit a 2,000, I believe it's a 2,000 metric ton amount, the council would then take up the issue and determine if further management measures would be needed to curtail or even slow the catch of short belly. Yes, I would wholeheartedly agree that the council recognized that at least for this coming biennium, it could be, the short belly would be an ecosystem component species. However, based on my interpretation of the discussion, that the council reserved the right, I guess is maybe not the correct word, but reserve the idea that should things, should the GMT, should the GAP, should industry start reporting that there were concerns that short belly could, the management of short belly could change based on new data. So in short, Mr. Anderson, I agree that what your recollection is what I recall as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Todd. John DeVore? John, you're muted, but I see your hand up. There you go.
Okay, sorry. Just to add to what Todd had to say, the short belly is on the list of 2023 assessments. And in the SSC discussion in June, when they were talking about assessments, Dr. Field from the Southwest Science Center mentioned that they were planning to do an assessment of short belly as an academic exercise again, which was the original assessment in 2007. And we're not opposed to, having it formally reviewed in a STAR panel in 2023 as well. So we're in a position to be able to assess that stock, and the council did select it as a candidate for 2023. So just to confirm that Mr. Anderson's characterization of the June actions is correct. That part is correct as well.
All right, thank you, John. Any further discussion on this agenda item? Seeing none, I think that concludes us, correct, Chuck?
Corey has his hand up.
Hand just went up. Go ahead, Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, slow on the buttons here. And first I'll thank Phil well said about short belly. I too agreed with much of the public comment in principle and common objectives, but disagree strongly with certain conclusions, and happy to explain anyone who wants to talk what that means. But I just wanted to prompt again, if people are willing to discuss here briefly. As I was said this morning, and I realize we were a bit ahead of the curve on what the issue was, but Bob and Paul brought up the issue here, and of the challenges of harvesting the sablefish tier fishery this year, which is one of our core fisheries and a big source of income for folks in our community. So again, just if people are still wishing to consider whether we need to modify the agenda under D3, that would be fine. But I do think we've heard enough about the economic importance and understand the seriousness that NMFS is talking about workload wise, and looking forward to hearing more about that. But this is a big deal, to put it not very eloquently.
Thank you, Corey. Well, it seems like we could take this up under D2 and then discuss whether we need to add a further agenda item. I'd like to check to see if that's okay with you, Corey, and also check with Chuck to see if that would be appropriate.
Yeah, and I said D3 because I can just never keep these things straight, but I meant D2. And if that's what would work, and that's the place to have people are comfortable having a discussion, that definitely works for us.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think that would be an appropriate place for the discussion. If there is some contemplation of adding an agenda item, I think what would really facilitate the discussion under that agenda item is, if we had a clear statement of what the issue is, what the proposed solution is, and some background information, so that we really have the council has some good information upon which to base a decision. A clear record, and some analysis of what this might mean. So I think that would be I guess I would encourage the proponents to start trying to put that together. We work through the advisory bodies as well to get that information in front of the council and in front of the public, so that they can have an opportunity to comment on it. I think back to April, and we had some very last minute in-season changes that came that nobody saw, and I think there was a lot of problems with that process, and as a result, a lot of the hoped for actions were not able to be carried through. So again, just encouraging people to get their ducks in a row and get the materials there, and not just rely on what people heard under some agenda item, but that there be some written materials for people to work with. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Chuck. That's good advice. At the moment, D2 is scheduled to be taken up first thing on Tuesday, September 15th, if we can manage to stay on schedule. So the earlier that those materials could be put together, the better. So let's see, Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Chair Gorelnik. Just looking for some clarification on the statements you and Director Tracy just made. So we would be looking for those materials and those clear statements of problem and potential solution under D2, when the council could then have an informed discussion of this in the context of groundfish workload priorities, and if the council chooses to move forward with considering an emergency action at that time, we would entertain a motion to revise this week's agenda to add a new item at some point later in the week to do that.
Mr. Chairman,
please.
Yeah. Yes, Ms. Summer, that's correct. That would be my. That is how I'd like to see it approached. So get the information to make the decision on whether to amend the agenda under D2 and then add it for sometime later, so that again, so the materials are there for people to look at and have some discussions before we get to council action.
Thank you.
Okay, anything further under this agenda item? All right, I'm not seeing any hands, so that concludes agenda item B1. And that would take us to C1, the NMFS report. We've been at this over 2 hours. And so we will take our lunch break now. We will keep our lunch break to no longer than 45 minutes, but I'll round up. But we will start promptly at 12:40. And at that point, take up the NMFS report. So unless there are any announcements from staff or last minute comments, we will break now for lunch until 12:40. See you all then.
Hey, Krista, this is Chris. Just wanted to do a quick mic test.
Hey, Chris, it's Krista, and I can hear you. I hope you can hear me.
Absolutely loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You bet. Talk soon. I'm going to mute you again.
Hey, Chris, this is Kelly. Just in case you're still there, can you also confirm that my mic is working?
Yep, loud and clear, Kelly.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris.
You bet. Anybody else on the line, if you'd like to go ahead and check it, feel free now.
Hey, Chris, it's Heather. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Heather.
Awesome. Thanks.
You bet.
This is your 1-minute warning. All right. It's about 12:40. It's about time for us to get started. We're running a bit behind schedule here, so let's try to be efficient as we move forward. We're on agenda item C1, the NMFS report. And I welcome Heather Hall to the WDFW seat for C1. And I think at this point, unless Chuck, you have something you want to say, I'm ready to turn to Ryan to get us started.
I think we should proceed with Mr. Wolf.
All right, Mr. Wolf, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Before I begin, I would like to explain how this is going to go because we have quite a lot. There's actually 4 separate parts of the NMFS report here. What I'd like to do is, with your indulgence, run through the regulatory updates and introduce some of the informational reports from NMFS, and then take questions there. For the part 2, then introduce report 11 and turn to my colleagues from Fish and Wildlife to report there. And then conclude at least my portion after that with a PowerPoint on the aquaculture portions of the executive order. And then I believe we have some Science Center reports. Is that okay with you, Mr. Chair?
That sounds perfect.
Okay. So starting with C1, supplemental NMFS report, starting with groundfish, you can see a couple updates to rules. We had our final rule on vessel movement and monitoring that was effective July 13th, and the ping rates went effective on September 9th, just earlier this week. We had the emergency rule to allow eligible mothership and catcher processor vessels to operate as either type. That was completed, and the final rule to implement the 2020 harvest specs for whiting, cowcod, and short belly, including the 2020 Pacific whiting tribal allocation. Normally those would have been done individually, but for simplicity's sake, we combine those into one rule. Since we posted this report, we have a couple other updates. We have published the notice of availability for Amendment 29 to the groundfish harvest specs and management measures that published on September 2nd. This NOA is open to public comments until November 2nd, and we are awaiting publication information on the proposed rule, which hopefully will publish shortly. That proposed rule also incorporates notice of availability to comment on the EFPs that were recommended as part of the 2021-2022 harvest specifications. We also expect to publish the proposed rule for salmon bycatch minimization measures in the groundfish fishery soon, and we'll send out notification when it does publish through our listserv. The notice for the ongoing trawl gear EFP will be published hopefully in a few days here. Maybe September 14th is our target for a 15-day public comment period. So that's a lot of updates on the groundfish regulatory side. And as you can see, a number of the ones that I just went through in the latter portion of that will continue to have additional work this fall for us as we work towards those final rules and responding to comments in the public in the proposed rules. So just again, we have a very high workload when it comes to groundfish, and that will carry through a number of our comments and interventions in D2. And this is in addition to the workload, of course, as I'm sure everyone is aware. We continue to be operating in a reduced capacity due to the pandemic, but also due to changes in personnel. And I wanted to take a moment here to announce that. I know some folks are aware, but for those that are not, Keely Kent is currently our acting groundfish branch chief, as Asia Shumilo has been on detail for the past months over as the NOAA Western Regional Coordinator. We have learned recently that Asia will be accepting that position full time starting September 27th. And will become the NOAA Western Regional Coordinator. So very happy to support her in her new endeavors. Of course, that leaves us a very large hole as our groundfish branch chief. So Keely will be acting through this meeting and through the November council meeting. We are hoping to get an announcement out shortly in USA Jobs. I do want to be clear, I know there's been some confusion about past NMFS announcements. The way that the West Coast region does most of our hiring these days is through bundled announcements. What that means is we hire multiple positions, or at least have a job announcement that makes it eligible for multiple positions within the region, and that means different divisions. So while the groundfish branch chief has traditionally been located in Seattle, this announcement, when it goes out, hopefully soon, hopefully at the end of this month or shortly thereafter, you will see a number of other duty stations, not just Seattle, but Portland and Long Beach and Sacramento, Santa Rosa, Roseburg, etc. And that's because the West Coast region will be hiring more than just a Sustainable Fisheries Division branch chief, but also for some of our area offices that do a lot of our ESA salmon work. For highly migratory species, we have an update on the collection of information requirements that have become effective here in NMFS Report 1. These relate to rules implementing AIDCP and IATTC resolutions covering FADs, silky sharks, observer safety, the IATTC regional vessel register, and IMO requirements. We've also noted here in our report that on August 10th, we published a notice of intent to prepare an EIS to evaluate EFPs to fish with pelagic longline gear in federal waters off the U.S. West Coast, and we've requested public input through September 9th. And this will consider the potential impacts of the longline EFP that the council had recommended in 2015 that was underway, and then we lost a court case that asked us to redo the biological opinion and NEPA analyses. So that's what we're doing here. So moving on to Supplemental NMFS Report 2. This is the cost recovery report. We submitted the 2019-2020 annual cost recovery report and briefed the GAP at the June council meeting. In response, the GAP prepared a report that included a series of questions for NMFS. We met with representatives from the GAP and industry on July 9th to discuss our responses to the issues and walk through the GAP report. And we've put that here for the council to see summarized in this report. We are willing to continue the dialogue regarding our cost recovery policy, and we encourage industry to continue to contact either NMFS staff in general, myself, or the cost recovery coordinator, Chris Beagle, specifically to schedule additional discussions on specific topics. Now moving very quickly, and I'll be brief on these, just to touch on a couple of the informational memos, because they are important, and I know Chuck touched on them, so I won't go into too much detail. The first is the National Standard 1 Tech Memo. Again, the Council has seen previous iterations of this. This describes how carryover and phase-in policies can be implemented while taking into account and addressing the risks of overfishing, provides examples of how it's been implemented in the past, describes some possible approaches, and identifies characteristics of fish stocks, fisheries, and management approaches that may impact the benefits and risks of applying these provisions. The second informational report is on observer waivers. As I believe most are aware, NMFS made an announcement 1st of August establishing national criteria for observer waivers. Providing seafood to the country remains an essential function even in these extraordinary times, and adequate monitoring of United States fisheries remains as an essential part of that process. So under this national criteria, again, observer and monitor coverage may be waived for both full and partial coverage fisheries if one of the following two criteria are met. One, which is same as the emergency rule that we've been operating under, which is observers or at-sea monitors are not available for deployment. Or number two, the observer providers cannot meet the safety protocols imposed by a state on a commercial fishing crew or by the vessel or vessel companies on its crew. So within our limited authority, our focus here is to ensure observers and monitors are following the same safety protocols that fishermen are following. And as of August 14th, NMFS has resumed deployment of observers and at-sea monitors in the Northeast partial coverage fisheries. And since then, we have maintained observer and monitor both at-sea and shoreside coverage throughout all regions since. Moving on to information report number 3. I just wanted to note on this, while this is the updated balance of the buyback loan, just wanted to let the council know that last month, NOAA Fisheries received the necessary apportionment from OMB and applied $5.9 million to reduce the outstanding principal to the Pacific Coast Groundfish buyback loan as of January 14, 2020. We're very grateful we were able to assist the fishery by finally reducing the outstanding loan balance that effectively removes the interest charged during the 2003 to 2005 time period. And two more quickly to touch on. The information report 9 is a very recent Department of Agriculture announcement, and really wanted to highlight this for folks that may not have seen it, as it was a late edition here. But just the other day, Secretary of Agriculture announced that they're providing $530 million to support the U.S. seafood industry and fishermen impacted by retaliatory tariffs from foreign governments. It's through the U.S. Department of Agriculture's various programs. You can also see a list of specific species highlighted in that announcement in that document, and then you will obviously notice a number of those include those harvested off the West Coast. Fishermen can sign up for relief through the program starting on September 14th through December 14th, September 14th through December 14th, 2020. And they have to do that, though, through their local USDA Service Center, and the information for all of that is on the document or the website. And then finally, there is the final rule on recusal provisions. So again, I don't have too much of this. Was just released. This will be being discussed at the CCC next week. The councils will be briefed on this, and NMFS headquarters has offered, along with our general counsel, to brief this council further in November if it's interesting. Again, as far as I know, really this agency rule is in response to the request from the councils calling for clarification of the financial disclosure requirements and other regulatory procedures. And it's intended to provide guidance to strengthen and clarify that process and procedures by which recusal determinations are made or issued. And there's a number of things along that front. So that was obviously a lot to run through really quick. What I will do is maybe pause there and see if there are questions before I go to the next part.
That's a good idea, Brian. Any questions of Ryan to this point? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. It looks like you're good to go.
Okay. Well, this is a quick one. This information report 11 is a joint proposed rule on the regulatory definition of habitat that's used in the context of critical habitat designations under the Act. And to introduce this, I'm going to actually pass the ball over to my colleague from Fish and Wildlife. I'm not sure if it will be Mike or other.
Well, I see Mike on the webinar. And if it's not going to be Mike, Mike's got his hand up. So please go ahead, Mr. Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ryan. Just wanted to give a little bit more background on this proposed rule, a joint proposed rule on a definition of habitat that was published in the Federal Register August 5th with the comment period ending on September 4th. And I have to beg your indulgence if I'll do my best to answer any questions, but if I can't, I can certainly coordinate with my colleagues within the Fish and Wildlife Services in the Ecological Services branch that will be doing most of the interpreting of this proposed rule, and they're certainly our internal experts, but happy to get back to any questions if they come up. But essentially, this rulemaking is it implements Supreme Court case law and revises and clarifies procedures for the Fisheries Service and the Fish and Wildlife Service regarding designating prospective critical habitat under the ESA to reflect agency experience and with some minor changes codify the current agency practices. I think at root here is there's a section in the ESA that does not authorize the court found that the ESA does not authorize the secretary to designate an area as critical habitat unless it is also habitat for that species. So given this holding of the Supreme Court's opinion in a case involving Weyerhaeuser and the Fish and Wildlife Service, and I believe it was a species of frog in Louisiana, we are proposing to add a regulatory definition of habitat. Traditionally, the services have applied the criteria from the definition of critical habitat based on the implicit premise that any specific area satisfying that definition was also habitat. However, I think the Supreme Court in this case held that an area must be logically habitat in order for the area to meet the narrower category of critical habitat as defined in the Act, regardless of whether that area is occupied or unoccupied. So I think we incorporated useful concepts from the literature to the extent appropriate and added concepts based on our decades of experience expertise between the services to define this term habitat in a manner that would be sufficiently broad to fully encompass both the occupied and the unoccupied prongs of the definition of critical habitat in the Act. In particular, the proposed definition is written so as to include unoccupied habitat, whereas many of the definitions in the ecological literature that we reviewed did not appear to consider these unoccupied areas. So we proposed to add the following definition of the term habitat to 424.02 to the physical places that individuals of a species depend upon to carry out one or more life processes. Habitat includes areas with existing attributes that have the capacity to support individuals of the species. In addition, we have also provided and would like to solicit comment on an alternative definition of habitat. That would be the physical places that individuals of a species use to carry out one or more life processes. Habitat includes areas where individuals of the species do not presently exist, but have the capacity to support such individuals, only where the necessary attributes to support these species presently exist. These definitions are, we're certainly want to solicit comments from all affected stakeholders, in particular on whether or not the term depend upon in the proposed definitions sufficiently differentiates areas that could be considered habitat, or whether the word use is better in describing the relationship between a species and its habitat. In proposing to establish this definition, we do not intend to create a new procedural step that would need to be undertaken prior to designating critical habitat in every case. We expect that in the vast majority of cases that would be unnecessary in light of the specific criteria of the statutory definition of critical habitat coupled with some changes that were recently finalized at 50 CFR 424.12. I guess that's it for a background. I guess, Chuck had shared a few questions with me that before the comment period had ended, and I apologize for not getting back with those responses sooner, but I did want to fly those questions past some of our folks internally. I think one of the questions he shares that potential concern that neither new definition acknowledges the possibility that historically occupied habitat that does not have existing attributes or where necessary attributes to support the species presently exist may be necessary for the conservation of the species. And in response to that, I think from our perspective, in order to be considered for critical habitat designation, it's not a given that habitat being considered for critical habitat must have all the attributes needed by the species, but it should have at least one or several important ones. And I guess the other question was also, does this obviously doesn't, it only applies to critical habitat, and it is not retroactive. So this proposed definition would only apply to future critical habitat designations. But with that, be happy to attempt to answer any questions, or I will turn it back to Ryan if there is none.
Well, let me just ask if there are any questions from around the table. I don't see any. So thanks, Mike. We'll back to Ryan.
Okay, to conclude my report, I am going to attempt to give a PowerPoint here. I'm going to rely on Sandra, I believe, to help me. There we go. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so I am going to speak to conclude my action in the NMFS report on the executive order on promoting American seafood competitiveness and economic growth. I do want to preface this with the fact that I recognize there is a whole agenda item on this next Friday, but there have been a number of questions at previous council meetings on in particular on the aquaculture sections. So I wanted to at least give a quick overview of that, explain a little bit more, answer any clarifying questions that might allow for folks to think about it, and then be prepared for a more robust discussion on any kind of council action or recommendations under the latter agenda item next week. So while the executive order does touch on reg reform to commercial fishing, seafood trade, expansion of seafood production, including aquaculture permitting, I'm really going to focus here, as I said, on the aquaculture sections of the Act. I think the council is already pretty familiar with the commercial fishing section that's asking for a prioritized list of regulations, orders, guidance, or other agency action changes. There's a lot of material on that that has been in your briefing book. So I'm going to focus just for the NMFS report here on the aquaculture side. Next slide. So many of these orders are not necessarily starting from scratch. They build on a lot of existing efforts that are going on in the federal government for both marine and freshwater aquaculture. And for those that aren't aware, that includes work that's going on multiple federal agencies. And that's reflected in the order itself, not just in that acknowledgement, but also in the implementation of the order involving Army Corps of Engineers, Department of Agriculture, Environmental Protection Agency, and of course, NOAA and the Department of Commerce. Next slide. So I'll walk through the aquaculture sections. Section 6 is removing barriers to permitting. It does talk about the potential for nationwide Army Corps of Engineer permits that are based on fish, seaweed or algae, and then multi-species. It also highlights that NOAA will be designated as the NEPA lead agency if a project either requires authorization or review by 2 or more federal agencies, requires an EIS, or is located in federal waters within the EEZ. And along with that, all cooperating and participating agencies should be cooperating with NOAA as the lead agency, and all individual agencies' decision shall be recorded in one record of decision, unless for some reason the project sponsor specifically requests that agencies issue separate NEPA documents. And that EIS has to be completed within 2 years. Next slide. I'm going to jump over section 7 and come back to that at the end because I think that's where a lot of interest will be. Section 8 is improving regulatory transparency for aquaculture. What that means is NOAA will be hosting a website and webpage dedicated to this. It will have guidance documents, and it will include all of the federal reg requirements and relevant Fed and state agencies involved in permitting and operations, kind of a one-stop shop, if you will. It will identify all eligible federal grant programs that are applicable to really the range of aquaculture operations and development. And it will be updated at the very least every year and a half. Next slide. Section 9, it gives 6 months for federal agencies to confer and decide whether they are going to revise the National Aquaculture Development Plan. Next slide. And similarly, Section 10 talks about whether to revise the 2008, or actually terminate the 2008 National Aquatic Animal Health Plan and replace it with a new one. And if the answer is yes there, it should be completed within 6 months and updated every 2 years at least. Next slide. Okay, now on to Section 7, the aquaculture opportunity areas. The Secretary of Commerce, in consultation with other appropriate federal agencies and the councils, as well as state and tribal governments, have 1 year to identify at least 2 geographic areas suitable for commercial aquaculture, which we've just done recently, and I'll get to in a minute. Then once those are identified, we have 2 years to complete a programmatic EIS to assess the impact of siting aquaculture facilities in that AOA, in those AOAs. Each of the following 4 years, we have to identify 2 more geographic areas per year and complete programmatics on them within 2 years of identifying them. So that would be 8 more following the 2 we've announced, bringing to a total of 10 in the 10 at least in 5 years per this timeline, although I believe we're on track for trying to get that done quicker than the EO timeline. Next slide. So how are we going to identify them? We're going to use a combination of the National Center for Coastal Ocean Science that's housed in NOAA's National Ocean Service. They are the lead for our siting analyses, our results, and all of the mapping tools that are being developed and will be developed. They are taking input from other agencies right now, other federal agencies, on what data sets they should be looking into. They want stakeholder input, councils, commissions, public, and again, they're looking to be able to include in that all types of resource use, whether it be fishing or military activities, navigation, or otherwise. Next slide. So really, what is it? I mean, again, these are areas that are supposed to have high potential for commercial aquaculture. Now, that is not defined specific to a species. That can be finfish, it can be shellfish, it can be seaweed or algae, or it can be multi-species. When we're looking at these, especially with our initial determination, as you can see in that little circle in the bottom right, we're really looking at the potential in an AOA to maybe have anywhere from 3 to 5 farms. So it's not looking at or expecting larger production than that. That's at least our current thinking. And again, we want to expand economic opportunities. We want to use the best available science, and we want to minimize interactions as much as possible with other users. Next slide. And again, permitting is still required. Federal and state permitting are the same. So even if you're in an AOA, That doesn't mean you're exempt from permitting. You still have to go through all of the permitting requirements. You also have to comply with all federal and state laws, including the Magnuson, MMPA, ESA, et cetera. So the thought process is that because you would have so much spatial analysis and other things done, that hopefully permitting would be streamlined by all of the front work we're trying to do in these programmatics associated with the AOAs. Impacts to protected species and habitats, of course, considered at multiple points along the process. And again, we're really focused, as it says throughout the executive order, to support the triple bottom line of environmental, economic, and social sustainability. So again, this is a spatial planning effort. It's a planning exercise is what we're going through, and you'll hear me say that over and over again. Next slide. So I'm sure most of you have seen the recent announcement for the first two aquaculture opportunity areas, as Southern California has been selected as one here off the West Coast, as well as the Gulf of Mexico. These decisions were based on the fact we already have a number of spatial analyses and data in those regions. We have current industry interest as well in developing, specifically in those regions, as they point to ideal ocean conditions, access to markets, and established shore-based infrastructure as some of the many reasons that these have been identified by domestic aquaculture producers. Next slide. So this is just a very, very draft overview. This is obviously very early stages. We'll have much more suite of input and mapping tools that will go into this, which I'll touch on in a moment, but just so you get a glimpse at least where the very, very draft initial one, at least to start the discussion is, and that's the Gulf of Mexico. Next slide. And that's the Southern California study area. So again, I want to reiterate, this is a planning exercise. This is really just to start to get input. There will be a lot of opportunities to engage here. Again, there will be a lot of outreach that's going on and feedback that we are looking for. Next slide. Okay, so what exactly is happening now and what's coming up? Throughout the first year, the executive order was announced May 7th, I believe. We've already kind of started to convene implementation teams. Those are internal teams between headquarters in the region, especially in these AOA areas. They are working and reaching out as we speak to state and federal agencies and tribal governments for ongoing discussions. We're also talking with our other federal agencies. I'm sure at some point this will turn into a broader interagency working group on AOAs further down the line. We're also working closely with those teams and the National Center for Coastal Ocean Science on their analyses, getting briefings on what kind of data sets they have, what data they may be lacking, or what they should be including. We're doing that at the federal level, also with those other outreach I just mentioned. And then we want public and stakeholder engagement as well, not just to introduce the concept, but we want some real formal input as well. That part hasn't happened, that latter part, that public notice, requesting more formal input on these two initial areas, which will also be combined with a request for any thoughts or comments about where to focus for the next date. That Federal Register notice will come out hopefully in the near future. So that's a little different than the announcement, and it'll probably have many more specifics on how they want to engage to get that input, not just through normal written public comment, but also potential listening sessions and things like that. And then, of course, lots of outreach at council meetings and other opportunities where there just is a great opportunity to coordinate with multiple folks at the same time, like we're doing here today. And once we get all that information will be compiled and all the data sets will be kind of overlapped and compiled in what the NCOS is calling an aquaculture opportunity atlas. That's going to combine all the public input, and then that will help us identify appropriate AOAs, especially other ones in the future. Next slide. So again, we started the process. This is a planning exercise and we want lots of input, and there will be multiple engagement opportunities this fall, not just at this council meeting, although we welcome input in an iterative fashion going forward. And before I conclude, I did want to at least note one other thing that's not in my presentation, because it was a question I got at the budget committee regarding whether there was any additional appropriations or how NOAA was also planning to fund this kind of expanded effort. And just to note on that, there's no additional funds that are identified via the executive order or otherwise. It does, like I said, build on a lot of existing efforts that are going on. We have a number of in-kind resources that are being utilized across the federal government and multiple agencies, as well as the region, that we're already starting to work on things very similar to this, and we're building off that expertise. We do know that obviously as this moves forward, our current appropriations and our current resources will not be sufficient to carry out this as much as I've just outlined here, especially looking all the way through to get to the other 8 AOAs. And we're looking to work on specifically describing those resource gaps. We're already having discussions within the administration about how to address them while balancing needs of other priority mission areas. And they're ongoing and will continue to be part of our internal appropriations process going forward. And again, we recognize we're still in the early stages of these. We're just trying to get folks to understand the concept and set these up and start to get feedback as we move forward. And I will stop there, and I'm happy to take questions. I will try to answer as many as I can. I do have a Office of Aquaculture plant in the attendees who I can also call on if I get stuck, but I'll see if I can answer any questions that folks have.
Thank you, Ryan. I really can't imagine there'd be any questions on this, but oh, look, Brad Pettinger.
Thank you, Chair Grolnick. Anyway, thank you there. Appreciate the explanation, but I do have a question that dealing with the section titled Supplementary Information in the Notice. And it states specifically the executive order calls out for the expansion of sustainable U.S. seafood production through aquaculture permitting, cutting-edge research and development, regulatory reform to maximize commercial fishing. And this is the key part, I believe, is and the enforcement of common sense restrictions on seafood imports that do not meet American standards. So with that, Ryan, given the high standards that we have here in the U.S., could you give us a little more insight into what those common sense restrictions might be, which we might be looking at? Thank you.
Ryan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the question. You're referring to kind of the seafood trade sections of the EO.
Yes, what I read was out of the supplementary information on the notice.
Yeah, I believe, so I don't have the answer to that offhand. I believe our Office of Seafood Inspection and International Affairs is kind of coordinating that aspect of the EO. But I would say that as we approach the agenda item on next Friday, that while I just focused on the aquaculture opportunity areas, I think NMFS is very open to taking recommendations on any aspect of the executive order, and that would include on that seafood trade and on that specific language you just raised.
Thank you.
Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ryan, just have a couple questions. This appears to be a big departure in siting from what the wind energy and BOEM does. I mean, this seems to open the door for some iterative conversations and stakeholder input into the database to identify areas prior to even getting to, the identification stage of where these things might be and the conflicts that might exist, as opposed to what the wind energy folks are doing. It seems like BOEM is putting the lease out and then let's figure out why it doesn't work. So I see this as a pretty big departure from that, and it's a welcome one in my mind. But that being said, you had mentioned that the database is, has a couple components. One is that right now there's the ones in Southern California seem to be populated with a lot of state, data from different fisheries in the fisheries sense, not in any other sense. But you also mentioned that they're looking for stakeholder input. And in some of the meetings I've had with them and talks, it seems like they're encouraging the stakeholder input that isn't necessarily official documents from state or federal to help inform where this is. And I'm wondering, first question would be, is that true? And then I'll make the follow-up question to that. Is this a living database in that you talk about an atlas and being made for a particular area? And I know there's a timeline for this initial sighting that's going to happen in Southern California. I think it's sometime in October. The database will be they'll be working on finalizing that, and so they won't be taking any more input in their data. But is it a living database that will go on in the future, and you can add to that as more is learned in the future? And the reason I ask the question is because we have, not just pertaining to Southern California, but up and down our West Coast, we have a lot of areas that haven't been fished for years because of various reasons, like the RCAs. And I'm curious if this is we'll be able to pick up that information and reserve those spots as being critical to fishing interests. So I'll stop right there and hope I was clear enough.
Brian?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Bob, for the question. And I appreciate your comments about this in comparison to kind of some of the wind stuff. I mean, it's exactly what we are trying to do here is be as inclusive as possible. And then to your question, yeah, we are coordinating, of course, with state and federal agencies for data, but we would definitely encourage input directly from the fishing community on data sets that are not part of those. They're very interested in that. And more importantly, the latter half of your question, yes, this is designed to be a living database. It will continue to grow, it will continue to evolve, and we'll revisit the maps all throughout the process. And again, this is just a broader planning exercise with a programmatic EIS that can be tiered from, future aquaculture operations will have to still go through the permitting process. So even if for some reason something wasn't incorporated or there was new information, there would still be the chance to incorporate it in that individual permit process. I hope that helps.
Yeah, it does a lot, Ryan. I appreciate that. And, I do appreciate the fact that this is just an opening attempt at trying to eliminate controversy and conflict and hopefully get us on the same page that we can coexist. And I think that effort's a good effort, I think. I think that's important. So thank you.
All right. Pete Hassemer.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ryan, for the presentation. This is maybe bringing up an issue, give you some time, a week to think about it. We could come back to it next Friday when we discuss this some more, but it's maybe a bit of a segue since we were talking about wind energy there. In June, we had a Habitat Committee report, and when they talked about the executive order, I asked the question then if there were any areas on the West Coast, and they said there was a rumor there was one off California, and I guess that came to be true. And my other question to them, though, was had the committee engaged in talk about co-locating wind energy projects and aquaculture projects, and at that time they hadn't, and there was some public comment also later at the meeting that it hadn't come up. But now, as this is progressing, I guess I'm going to ask the same question again. And what stimulates some of my thinking is an article that I had read in the April this year issue of Fisheries about mussel culture on the Northeast coast. It was written by NOAA or NMFS staff, but that doesn't mean that NOAA necessarily endorses the article. but in there they talked about the co-location of aquaculture and wind energy projects. And I don't know of any in the U.S. that it's actually happened. And certainly the benefits of co-locating projects falls to the aquaculture side, because you're relying on, in this case, a wind energy project to build the infrastructure that you could then attach to. So the question is, is there any effort gone into thinking about co-locating, or whether or not you might consider that on the West Coast? And again, I bring it up because on the informational reports, 4 of the 12 informational reports have wind energy in the title. So it's certainly something that's coming up on the West Coast. When I was looking at your slide 9 in the presentation about how they identify aquaculture opportunities, and then you talked about some of the mapping and different things, and is there consideration about overlaying on the sites you develop areas of proposed energy projects or wind energy projects, and then thinking about ways that you might incentivize co-location? At this point, my thinking is purely because you cut the footprint, the habitat impacts in half if you could co-locate an aquaculture project with an energy project. So again, the question is, at this point, since seems to be an opportunity, has it entered into any of the thinking, or is there the possibility to do that as this moves forward, to think about co-locating aquaculture and energy projects? Thanks.
Brian?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Harsmer, for the question. We haven't had any specific direct conversations on co-location that I'm aware of, especially with these AOAs. I mean, keep in mind this AOA announcement and everything I just walked through here is just a planning analysis to inform where aquaculture could compatibly be sited, and that's really its sole focus. So it hasn't been looking at in co-location others. From my understanding, and I can definitely look into this more and be prepared a little more for the Friday discussion. Well, my understanding is wind energy typically out here has been interested much farther offshore, whereas aquaculture prefers about 25 nautical miles or so offshore. But we have had a number of discussions with BOEM. This is definitely, as you know, it did come up in other regions. So I do anticipate that will be part of the overall discussion, but I still don't think it would affect how we do the siting analyses for the AOAs, but I think it's welcome input.
Good, thanks.
Is that okay? Marcy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ryan. Just hoping maybe you can provide some clarification for everyone who's out there listening about the AOA process, and that it differs from consideration of projects that already are in the mill and somewhat well along in the Southern California area. Just last week, I believe NMFS issued a notice of intent to prepare an EIS for the Pacific Ocean Aqua Farms proposal, which the council has actually heard about directly in a discussion a few years back. This earlier was the Rose Canyon proposal. Now it's morphed somewhat. But at least the way I understand that proposal is that they're looking at ramping up production or beginning production shortly after permits are issued. And therefore, that project would be proceeding kind of out of, I'm not going to say out of cycle, but ahead of the AOA process. And as I understand it, for Southern California, at least, we've already got 3 of these projects kind of working their way through the mill. And so I guess what I'm hoping to hear from you is opportunities for the council to be engaged, not just in this citing process for an AOA and pulling together of data layers, but how we effectively comment and participate on the work being done to analyze those proposals and make sure that the council's input is considered in the development of that EIS, as well as in the processes that move forward to permit those facilities.
Right.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Marcy. Yes, and once I saw this in a way come out, I knew there was going to be some confusion about aqua farms. Just to be clear, right, that was already in process for some time. That is a permitting process, a regulatory process for the Pacific Ocean or the aqua farms one. It is not part of the AOA process. It is obviously happening at the same time as we're rolling these out. So I understand the confusion. It does have some of the same approach for spatial analyses that we've been talking about for the AOAs. But again, AOAs are not regulatory. They're just designed to create a series of analyses and planning tools that would facilitate future permitting processes should there be sites that are found to be compatible in industry interest. And then but you're right, that is a separate process. It's one thing to engage on the AOA and the analyses and the spatial analyses and the PIS that is associated with that. It is another to also have input on individual project proposals through the permitting process. And so I think your very latter point that you just said, Marcy, is a very appropriate thing should the council want to include that in its recommendations moving forward under Friday's council action.
Great, thank you. And if I may, Chair, second question?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Ryan, you touched on this briefly in your slide about the AOA development process and the process that you are undertaking to solicit current industry interest. I just learned that such a meeting was held earlier this week, I guess, with it sounded like multiple parties, investors, current facility operators, those that might be interested in future proposals once AOAs might be cited, or folks that have industry knowledge about what would be appropriate for citing an AOA or a future project. Can you give the council some idea of what opportunities there might be for our council or our council family members to engage with these industry interests? I don't know who these interests really are, other than those that have come to talk to us, but they're not established as there's no there is no formal public process that's established at this point. So I think we're hoping to learn more about them, and hopefully in that dialogue maybe we can learn, or they can learn more about us.
Ryan.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Marcy. I mean, I'm happy to look into this further. I mean, this is an iterative process. Like I said, we're just in the data gathering phase. I know I'm sure we can share who we're meeting with if that helps facilitate this. Like I said, that implementation teams are getting set up. We can, give points such as these to them so that they are taking these into consideration as they're setting up these meetings and discussions. And again, I think another very relevant thing to flag in council action next Friday.
Thank you, Ryan. Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman, this is Chuck.
Yes.
Sorry, I can't raise my hand, so I just have to
barge right
interrupt. Yep. So Ryan, just on a more sort of practical aspect of the council's engagement in this, so there's a couple places where, you know, consultation with the councils and stakeholders is mentioned. But do you, I mean, what do you foresee in terms of when and how the council or its advisory bodies would engage? I mean, just in terms of, you know, planning to have some agenda spot for the council or for advisory bodies. What, you know, where do you see the council's next engagement?
Yeah, thanks, Chuck, for the question. You know, I was really hoping to have a little bit more information on this pending federal register notice that kind of was going to tee up what was going to be coming and when this fall. I think it'll be a lot more clear once we know that. It just so happened this council met very soon after the recent announcement. I think that we're even hoping that the federal register notice might come out during the week next week. So maybe if I could put a pin in your question there and try and have a full response in that for Friday's discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything further for Ryan? So Ryan, does that complete your reports, making us ready for the Science Center?
I see another hand though.
Oh, Bob Dooley. What happens is I look for a while, I don't see a hand, then I look down at my notes and that's when a hand goes up. But Bob Dooley, please go ahead.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Ryan, just one more quick follow-up. It appears to me it'd be really useful for industry, for the council to understand how and what data populates the tool that they're using for citing and all of that. And I know I've been privy to a couple of presentations over the last year and a half or so. They've been very informative and gave me a better understanding of what it is they're looking at and what it is they have and what holes may exist. Is there an opportunity for maybe at a future council meeting to have them come and present and go into detail on this on their database so that we and industry can understand better how we might inform this and what might be missing and all of that? Is there an opportunity for them to come and present to us, and maybe even an after hour or a council? But I know our agenda is pretty short these days. So anyhow, just that's a question.
Ryan?
Yep. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Bob. Yes, of course. Happy to look at. I mean, I'm sure they would come as soon as possible. Even November, whether it's as part of this or a special session or however you wanted to do it. It would be best done by our National Center for Coastal Ocean Science. I mean, I will reach out to them between now and this agenda item on Friday, and I'm sure they would be more than happy to come. And they really do have a good detailed presentation that really breaks it down into much more technical levels on, I think, the sighting analyses and spatial tools that you're interested in.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ryan. That's what I was referring to exactly. And I don't know if it's out of order to remake that request or not, but I think it would be very beneficial. Thank you.
All right, are any further questions of Ryan? I'm not seeing any hands. So I think we're ready for the Science Center report.
Okay, I think that's, I'll wait for you to call me, sorry.
No, I was just looking for my notes, so go ahead. My cat's lying on them, so
okay, thank you.
That's the problem with working from home.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So this is Kevin Warner from the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. I'll go first, and then Kristen Cook can take the baton from me. I also have a report from John McVeigh from our Observer program that I'll tee up. Excuse me. So I'll be reading from a report that we can share after we get through this, and of course we're happy to answer questions as well. I'm going to cover three things in my report: our survey status, the impacts of survey cancellations on our stock assessments, and then some other updates that include aging activities, next year stock assessments, and the observer report that I mentioned before. Jump into this with the survey status. Since the last council meeting back in June, we've canceled the 2020 Groundfish Bottom Trawl Fall Pass, as well as the Southern California Rockfish Hook and Line surveys. We've also canceled the Northwest Center's California Current Ecosystem, Hake Ecology, and Survey Methods cruise. We are moving forward, however, with the Northern California Current cruise, which we conduct in collaboration with Oregon State University, and we're expecting that to launch later this month. Our survey teams have now focused on planning for FY21 surveys, as well as catching up on equipment and systems readiness delays, staffing, planning, and training, and appropriate contingencies for data collection. For the Groundfish survey, we're working closely with NOAA contracting to ensure that we have contracts in place for the Groundfish charter surveys next year. And for the Hake survey, we're working within the NOAA fleet planning process to obtain the necessary days at sea for the FY21 Hake survey, as well as collaborating with Canada's Departments of Fish and Ocean for the required intervessel comparison, as well as the Canadian portion of that survey. We'll continue to provide updates at council meetings in the future. I'm happy to as well to engage with anyone in between council meetings, and I know the rest of my staff is as well. So that's our survey update. I'm going to move on to the impacts on stock assessment. So the loss of our 2020 coastwide bottom trawl surveys, as well as the 50% reduction that we had last year in 2019, is going to increase uncertainty of our 2021 assessments, which use the trawl survey data. This includes estimates of the 2021 population status, the sizes of recent cohorts, and harvest recommendations for 2023 to 2024. For some of these species, the precautionary buffers between the predicted overfills and the allowable biological catches may be larger than if the survey had been conducted with 4 vessels in both 2019 and 2020. The greater uncertainty at the end of the assessed period will also carry forward in the future is for projections from future use of those projections in the future. Reduced information regarding size of recent cohorts could lead to sizable underestimates or overestimates of projected population size and associated harvest limits for the following 4 to 10 years. Species that will be affected by the reduced availability of 2019 to 2020 survey data include lingcod, Dover sole, Vermilion sunset rockfish complex, sablefish, and Pacific spiny dogfish. For the hook and line survey in Southern California, there'll be a similar increase in uncertainty from those stock assessments. Chief among those is the Vermilion sunset rockfish complex, where the survey is expected to provide an index of abundance, as well as key biological data for the modeled area corresponding to the survey's coverage. Square spot rockfishes have been caught in increasing numbers in the survey in recent years. However, it is currently less clear how data from the survey will be used in length-based data moderate assessments planned for those 2 species. Abundance indices from this survey are found to improve models focused on Southern California. Then the loss of 2020 observations would also increase 2021 uncertainty in the dimensions described before. For Hake, since this year was not an on year for the Hake survey, the loss of the research cruise is not expected to have any impact on the 2021 Hake assessment, or any assessment for that matter. The lost opportunity to conduct the inter-vessel calibrations with the new Canadian ship Franklin shifts those activities to next year. This is also not expected to have an adverse impact on conducting the fall or the full survey operations in 2021. Given the uncertainties of allocated sea days for the NOAA ship Shimada, particularly with the COVID considerations, as well as potential for bad weather, and the time needed for this comparison, there could be some impact on survey operations next year, although we expect that to have minimal on the 2022 assessment. So I'll move on to other updates. So with the aging activities to support next year's stock assessments, we've been continuing to proceed with those activities through NOAA's telework only period to address COVID-19, except for lingcod. Preparation of lingcod fin rays requires access to on-site lab facilities. We're in the process now of moving from the NOAA described phase 0 to NOAA described phase 1 building access, which will allow us to begin processing samples for lingcod. We've also identified volunteers from our trawl survey team to assist with this preparation. With the greater uncertainty around the geography of the 2021 lingcod assessment due to genetic findings, we believe that survey ages, particularly from fish off California, will be highly important in the development of this assessment. So we would therefore like to ask the council for some flexibility in scheduling the review of the lingcod to occur in July rather than in early June in order to gain a month of aging time. Potential switch of lingcod and vermilion sunset panels, or holding both in July if those are both options. And our point of contact for that is Jim Hasty. I'd like to now, unless you want me to pause for questions now, Mr. Chair, I could pass it to John McVeigh for the report on our halibut bycatch and groundfish mortality report.
Why don't we proceed with that presentation and then we'll come back for questions on both.
Okay, sounds good. So with that, I'd like to introduce John McVeigh from our Observer program. He's got slides which I saw just came up. So John, I will pass the baton to you.
Thanks, Kevin. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm John McVeigh, Observer Program Manager for the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. I'm here today to briefly announce the release of 2 of our comprehensive annual bycatch reports. The first report I'll cover is the Groundfish Mortality Report. Dr. Kaylee Summers is the lead author, and it is included in the briefing book under C1A, NWFSC Report 3 and 4. Next slide, please. This year's report is streamlined with fewer tables for individual sectors, but don't worry, all of your favorite tables are still available in an electronic Excel workbook. This format change was based on council and other stakeholder feedback collected by Dr. Summers in 2019. The Groundfish Expanded Multi-Year Product, also known as the GEM product, which includes the mortality estimates for 2002 through 2020, is included as Table 3 in the workbook and is available online in the FRAM data warehouse. The slide you see here depicts a new figure, Figure 3 in our report, and shows the attainment this year versus the prior 5 years for a subset of groundfish species of interest management. Attainment for Pacific hake, sablefish north of 36, and yellow-eye rockfish were all within the previous 5-year range, and attainment of Dover and Petrale sole were below, while for cowcod, short belly, and nearshore rockfish north of 4010, attainment was above this 5-year range. Next slide, please. This figure here is a subset of a number of species and complexes shown in Figure 4 of the report. Do note that the x-axis shows the contribution of each sector to the overall mortality percentage indicated at the top. And the colors show bins representing the percentage of the catch that was discarded at sea. The story these figures are trying to convey is how sectors contribute to overall mortality of a species or complex, as well as if catch was landed or discarded at sea. 2 groupings shown here exceeded 2019 ACLs. Those are short belly rockfish and cabezon kelp greenling in Washington. Majority of the short belly mortality was from the at-sea hake fishery as at-sea discards, and nearly all of the cabezon kelp greenling mortality in Washington was from retained recreational catch. Cowcod rockfish was recently rebuilt, making yellow-eye rockfish the only remaining rebuilding species. For both, about half the mortality was from recreational discard, the second highest contributor being at-sea discards from fixed gear fisheries outside of the catch share sector. Next slide, please. The second report I will cover is our Pacific halibut bycatch report. Dr. Jason Janet is the lead author, and the report can be found in the briefing book under C1A, NWFSC Reports 1 and 2. Next slide. This report is also streamlined with the bulk of the numerous tables provided in an electronic workbook. Both of these reports I'm presenting here are planned for release as NOAA tech memos as well. As part of this report, this infographic was included this year, much like last year, and we welcome any feedback or ideas around these types of products, as we remain interested in providing easily digestible data in visual formats. Here we see the limit entry sablefish and dorse sector took the largest amount of Pacific halibut bycatch, followed by the catch shares bottom trawl sector. The catch shares individual bycatch quota total allocation in 2019 was 69.6 metric tons, and attainment was 45% of that, or 31.6 metric tons. We also see the median length of discards caught across fixed gear sectors is slightly larger in 2019. This is the blue box and whisker plot on the right, compared to the multi-year average, which is the gray box below. And this is a trend we've seen going back to 2017. And from the map, you can see that the bycatch remains concentrated north of Point Chehalis. Next slide, please. The takeaway from this slide is that we see similar bycatch numbers across sectors between 2018 and 19. And note in this report, we are again providing some additional electronic monitoring EFP analysis, looking at the time on deck model comparisons, and these can be found in the appendix. For the limited entry sablefish and open access fixed gear sectors, about 80% of the 28.67 metric tons came from the limited entry sablefish and dorse fishery, and 83% of that 80% was taken north of Point Chehalis. And finally, the Pacific halibut 2A directed fishery was observed for the third consecutive year in 2019, and we include both discard and landing in this report. And that concludes my remarks, and I'm happy to take any questions now or offline.
Thank you, John. So why don't we now entertain questions from another of these reports? Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John, if you could go back to, I believe it was slide 4, where you're showing cowcod at sea discarding. Would that be right?
I think it's slide, yes. This slide, yes.
Oh, 3, yes, slide 3. Thank you very much. It's interesting that I'm looking here and I see the NCS bottom trawl is almost nothing, yet we went through a lot of work to provide to the Scottish seine trawl fishermen out of Half Moon Bay some more room for their catch, because they were getting very close to their limit. And now I look at this and I see almost nothing, and I see most of it's recreational. Could you explain that?
Thank you for the question. I don't think I could answer that. I'd likely have to go to the GMT. It may come down to how the allocations are, but I don't have the information to answer that.
Okay, as a follow-up, I see the recreational 54%. Is that actual observation, or is that an expanded observation from observations taken?
So that is information that was compiled from PacFin. I'd have to go and look and see what data that was actually based on. My hunch is that that is expanded information from creel surveys.
Thank you very much.
Further questions? I've got a question for you, John. On this slide we're looking at right now, is this all mortalities or only discard mortalities?
Thank you for the question. This would be all mortalities, and then the color coding tries to indicate what percentage of that is discard.
Okay. All right, I'm just going to see if there are any further questions on the 2 Science Center reports. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. That question is for Kevin, and he probably knows what it's going to be. I'm just, we've had a lot of focused attention and discussion about the surveys and the consequences of the loss of the surveys, and particularly the potential of losing surveys or groundfish trawl surveys 2 years in a row. And I know there's been some discussion about developing some what I'll call contingency plans in the event that the situation associated with the pandemic has not, appreciably changed. Is there any types of contingency plans that would put you in a position where you could muster a crew to do the work needed for those surveys, and the participation of Science Center folks on the surveys that are conducted with the charter vessels?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Phil. As I mentioned in my remarks, we are focusing on planning for 21 now. I will say, a couple of, upfront comments. One is our survey teams are incredibly dedicated to collecting survey data and running surveys. I mean, this year has been extremely hard on them for not being able to get out and do what they do and for their jobs. So they want to be out there as much as I think, and probably even more than most people want them to be out. So that's one comment. A second comment about your question about the planning efforts. I mean, we are planning for contingencies. We are thinking through how to deal with the obstacles that we encountered this year. These surveys are very complicated to field. There were sort of a myriad of factors that went into the decision making this year. We have learned, I think, a lot from that experience this year, and we're applying those lessons learned to next year and to increase the chances that we can be out there next year doing our job. The future's obviously got a lot of uncertainty associated with it, and I'm not going to say absolutely that we can account for every single factor or guarantee 100% that we can be out there. But I can guarantee that we'll continue to communicate and continue to provide updates. I'm happy to engage with anyone, offline and answer in between meetings to the extent people have them. I realize this isn't a perfect answer to your question, but I think it's the best we can do for now.
Okay.
Can I just have a follow-up?
Sure, go ahead, Phil.
Thanks. Yeah, Kevin, I want to acknowledge that I truly believe the Science Center and everybody that makes the Science Center up is dedicated and is anxious to get out there and make this get the surveys back online to the best of their ability. And so there isn't any question in my mind about that dedication or level of commitment. I think, I don't know, however, other people are kind of thinking about what next year might look like, but I certainly don't, at least from my perspective, don't think we can assume that we're going to be back to anything near to normal. So we're going to have to see if there's any way we can structure an approach that allows us to collect this information this year under maybe not the exact circumstances that we have this year, but hopefully something better. But so again, I just want to be clear, I'm totally convinced that the dedication and commitment that you all have to making it happen.
Yeah, through the chair, I guess that wasn't a question, Phil, but thanks for those comments. Appreciate them. And I agree with your sentiment that we're not likely to be back into anything resembling normal, at least as far as the pandemic goes next year. As I said, we've learned a lot this year in terms of the things that that we put into our decision-making process that led to the survey cancellations this year. And we're as I said, we're trying to apply those lessons learned to our planning for next year. For the Groundfish survey in particular, that is a charter survey. So we're working on the protocols that we would like to see in place, and doing so in a way that we can work through the contracting mechanism for the charter, so that we can work with the vessel owners and the crews to implement the protocols that we believe we need to have in place. And that's a work in progress. And as I said, we'll continue to provide updates, and I'm happy to keep communicating.
Great. Thanks, Kevin. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kevin, thanks for the great report there. I appreciate it. And I agree with Phil that I'm certain you guys are doing all you can do to make sure we get this going next year. I had a couple questions along that line. It seems like industry, both from the CP sector to individual fishing vessels all the way down the line, have taken extraordinary efforts to be able to comply and be able to get people on boats safely. And there's been a lot of expense to do that, but they seem to be getting it done. Particularly some of the efforts in Alaska have been really comprehensive. And I guess I have actually a two-part question here. Is one, have you guys been working with any of that or looking at that, of some of the efforts they've been doing that have allowed them to successfully man those vessels and get them at sea, and some of the protocols they've been working through and testing that they've done? Have you is there any working together being done there, or at least learning from the expensive lessons that they had to go through to get there? That's the first question.
Yeah, thank you for that question. The short answer is yes, absolutely. We've been following very closely what's happening in industry, as well as what's happening in other fleets that are going to sea, including the university fleet, including Coast Guard, other government fleets. And we've been certainly looking at best practices that from those other efforts to go to sea, and learning from their successes, as well as where they're maybe not so successful as they'd like to be. So yeah, short answer is yes, absolutely.
A follow-up, if I could, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Bob.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so the other question was, I was listening in on the Gap yesterday, and there was a statement made that that was kind of two-pronged, is that there's as pertaining to the big white ships, and they're that working with another agency that might not comply or might not want to take those ships to sea with COVID, and assuming all things being equal, and I think that's probably a sound assumption at this time, given what's going, the uncertainties around COVID. Is there an issue with the other agency that they could stop the whole process, and maybe there's some preemptive work needs to be done to assure that doesn't happen? As well as there was a comment that with the COVID, there'd be a lot more expense with the 14-day stand down before, and some those type of expenses that might make it prohibitive in the budget to actually run those surveys. Can you comment on those?
Thanks for the question through the chair. Yes. So the other agency I think you're referring to is actually part of NOAA. We have an Office of Marine and Aviation Operations, which is sort of a sister bureau to the National Marine Fisheries Service. So OMAO, as they're called, they operate the white boats. So they largely set the rules for how the white boats are operated. They did, in fact, develop protocols for operation of their fleet during the COVID era. Those protocols were developed over the summer, and there is active discussion within the agency being NOAA, on those protocols, and to what extent they may need to evolve or change as we learn, more about pandemic, more about your previous question, more about what other seagoing industries and vessels are doing and what's working, what's not working. So yes, those discussions are ongoing. And I think, in direct answer to your question about I think your question was, could that other agency shut down a survey? I mean, the answer is yes, they could.
Thanks for that answer, Kevin. Any further questions of the Science Center? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much, Kevin and John. And I think that concludes all of the NMFS reports.
There's Mr. Chair.
Yes.
But actually, Southwest Center, I was going to, Kristen Cook, I'm sure I'll make her report.
Okay. I don't see that on my list, but that's fine. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, great. This is Kristen Cook from the Southwest Center. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. Good afternoon, members of the council. So like Kevin, I will give a similar report to you all today on the Southwest Center's survey status, followed by some more information on the impact of loss of data on 2021 stock assessments and beyond, as well as a schedule, some information regarding schedules for stock assessment in 2021, and then just finally one other small information item. So with that, I'll be reading from my report here, and we will make these available to the council following the meeting. So since the last council meeting in June, the NMFS 2020 Coastal Pelagic Species Summer Survey, formerly known as our California Current Ecosystem Survey, was canceled. Many of you are aware of that. In addition, the Summer Cal Coffee Survey, conducted jointly between the Southwest Center and the Scripps Institution of Oceanography, was conducted in July, and we are planning on the Fall Cal Coffee Survey to also be conducted, both of those on UNOLS vessels. A joint Southwest Center Northwest Center survey known as EXPRESS for short, that's an acronym. This survey is designed to survey deep sea corals and other habitat components. That was scheduled for early October on a NOAA White Ship is now canceled. All other efforts at the Southwest Center, like Northwest Center, are now focused really on planning for FY21 surveys, catching up on equipment and systems readiness, staffing planning and training, and appropriate contingencies for data collection. Our staff are working closely with NOAA to ensure the necessary sea days for our FY21 surveys are conducted to the extent possible, including both a spring and a summer CPS survey. We are also planning for the cooperative research inshore component for the summer survey that we had planned to do with industry partners in 2020 to be effectively executed in 2021. As far as 2021 assessment schedules and survey cancellation impacts on stock assessments themselves, I'll start with Pacific Sardine. A full benchmark assessment for Pacific Sardine was conducted and presented in April 2020. That assessment used survey data through 2019, as well as new projections based on updated catch data through 2019. For 2021, an update assessment is scheduled for Pacific Sardine, and an update assessment typically includes a new year of data for any input data streams, such as catch, size, age compositions, and survey data. Since we have no surveys and corresponding size age comps from 2020, catch is the only data stream for which we have an additional year. So hence, this will be a catch-only update in the spring of 2021. We would also continue to consider any aerial survey data in the stock assessment via the catchability coefficient. Loss of survey data in 2020 will carry forward for subsequent years' assessments. For Pacific mackerel, the Southwest conducted a full benchmark stock assessment of Pacific mackerel in 2019, and we will conduct a catch-only assessment in 2021, which will include projections based on updated catch data through 2020. For the central subpopulation, of northern anchovy. The council requested a stock assessment be conducted by Southwest Center in 2021 on the central subpopulation of northern anchovy off of California and northern Baja California. This research assessment will be impacted by the loss of survey data in 2020 and will be conducted using survey data through 2019 and catch data through 2020. Depending on survey and assessment timing, survey data from 2021 could also be included, and data from other available sources may be considered for use as well in that assessment. With respect to the timing, the center plans to conduct or complete the assessment in September of 2021 with a star panel review scheduled for then. And this timing would give the center the opportunity to include any anchovy biomass data from a spring and or a summer survey in 2021. So there's some reasons for conducting it in the fall. And then finally, just an update on an issue that was raised in March of 2020 at the March meeting. This is the thiamine deficiency in winter run Chinook salmon. In March 2020, we reported on a possible issue related to a deficiency of the vitamin thiamine affecting fall run Chinook salmon. We don't yet have any final results to share with the council at this time, but we have some preliminary data from experiments that we have been conducting in collaboration with UC Davis, Fish and Wildlife Service, USGS, and Cal Fish and Wildlife, suggesting that fall run are being impacted. And we expect to have more final results to share at the March 2021 council meeting. With that, I will take any questions.
Thank you very much, Kristen. Questions from the council? John Ugaritz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Kristen, for the report. I just wanted to follow up on a statement you made regarding the sardine stock assessment. Obviously, that stock assessment is very important given the current stock status and the issues we're dealing with in terms of rebuilding. You stated that there wouldn't be size at age data available for the fishery.
I believe that's true, John.
I'm just wondering, we provide size at age data from the fishery itself, from the samples we collect. I want to be sure that those are going to continue to be used in the assessment.
So thanks for making that point, John. I will follow up with staff and make sure that they will include that data if it's in fact available.
Thank you.
Any other questions from around the table? I think, John, you can lower your hand. So Ryan, let me turn back to you and see if there's anything further from the from NMFS on the NMFS report before we go to the GMT and the GAP.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing further.
All right, thank you. All right, so we'll first hear from the GMT, Lynn Mattis.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Good afternoon.
Okay, just trying to use that as mic check. This is agenda item C1A, supplemental GMT report 1. We did review all of the mortality reports that the Science Center WICOP produced in the briefing book, and we greatly appreciate all the effort that goes into developing and streamlining these reports. We do note that the groundfish mortality report estimated that the mortality of yellow eye rockfish from the non-tribal directed commercial halibut fishery was 7.42 metric tons, which is considerably higher than the total incidental open access set aside of 0.68 we had in 2019. Do note that the 2019 ACL was not exceeded even with this higher catch. But based on this information, we will be proposing adjustments to the IOA projected impacts in the 2020 Rebuilding Species Scorecard, which we will discuss under our in-season report, agenda item D5. Excuse me, the 2019 mortality of one stock and one stock complex, short belly rockfish and Cabzon kelp greenling complex in Washington did exceed their ACLs. The short belly rockfish overage was anticipated and described in the in-season agenda item in November 2019, and therefore isn't further described here. We also note that the ACL for 2020 was increased to 300 metric tons for 2020 compared to 500 metric tons in 2019. The mortality of the Washington Cabzon kelp greening complex in 2019 was 11.48 metric tons compared to an 11 metric ton ACL, which equated to 104% attainment. Given the reduction in catch and effort in 2020 due to COVID-related closures and restrictions, the 2020 ACL of 10 metric tons is not projected to be exceeded. Currently, the 2020 catch estimate for kelp greenling and Cabzon in Washington complex are only complete through the end of May, as the WDFW is waiting certain data sources required for a complete up-to-date projection. However, estimates through May were well below average at 0.13 metric tons compared to a 2019 value of 4.82 for the same time period. Additionally, the ports of Nia Bay and La Push, where the majority, approximately 80%, of the landings occur, have been closed to non-tribal members since the third week in March. Even if the remainder of the season mirrors 2019's June through October catch, the total projected mortality is estimated to be 6.77 metric tons. We also note that the ACL increases to 20 metric tons in 2021 and 17 in 2022. Therefore, given this background, the 2019 overage does not seem to constitute a conservation concern. And with that, I will try to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Lynn. Are there questions? Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Chair Grelnick. Thanks very much for the report, Lynn and GMT. Did the GMT discuss possible reasons why the mortality of yellow eye rockfish in the non-tribal directed commercial halibut fishery was so much higher than anticipated and set aside?
Yeah,
Mr. Chair, Ms. Summer, it has to do with being observed. Previously, I think there had only been 1 year of observer information, and now this includes a second year of observer information. We do note it is a fairly low observer coverage rate compared to other fisheries, but it was based on observed impacts being expanded for the entire fishery.
Thanks.
Further questions from the management team? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much, Lynn.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from the GAP, and by the way, after the GAP report, we'll take a break. So I've got 3 names listed here: Sarah, Jeff, and Travis. So one or more can get started on the GAP report.
Okay,
Travis.
Chair Grelnick, can you hear me all right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. The other 2 are here to help me answer questions at the end of this that I may not be able to. So I'll be reading from Agenda Item C1A, Supplemental GAP Report 1 on National Marine Fisheries Service Report. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel received a presentation from Ms. Keely Kent, Acting Groundfish and Coastal Pelagic Species Branch Chief, National Marine Fisheries Service, West Coast Region, and Mr. Chris Beagle, National Marine Fisheries Service, West Coast Cost Recovery Coordinator, and offers the following comments. Concerning groundfish surveys. The GAP is extremely concerned about the recent lack of groundfish surveys and the health of our stock assessments and collective industries. The 2019 groundfish trawl surveys were halved due to budget constraints, and 2020 surveys were canceled completely due to COVID-19 concerns. Crucial data to inform assessments has already been missed. It cannot be overstated how crucial it is for all surveys in 2021 to start on time and be completed in full. The agency believes that fishing businesses and observer companies can operate safely during the pandemic and has continued to require 100% observer coverage across all West Coast fisheries in 2020. Therefore, it is the GAP's view that NMFS should be able to find a way forward to make sure groundfish surveys occur in 2021. To that end, the GAP recommends the Council request a detailed plan from NMFS to be presented at the November Council meeting on how surveys will be completed and funded in full and on time in 2021, including how staffing, protocols, and contingencies will be handled. The GAP believes this is a reasonable request as NMFS has indicated they are already working on the plans for 2021. The GAP has additional questions we would like NMFS to consider and respond to. Could NMFS provide information on whether they have adopted COVID-19 or developed COVID-19 plans with medical providers? Could NMFS provide information on ongoing discussions with survey vessels and whether NMFS and the vessels have been able to agree on COVID-19 protocols for 2021? Could NMFS provide an update on the Pacific Whiting Acoustic Survey and what protocols will be in place to ensure the survey proceeds, since this involves coordination with another agency? For surveys that are not likely to be conducted, such as hook and line, or for surveys that were canceled in 2020, did NMFS consider other methods to collect fish from vessels that could be analyzed? The GAP heard that vessels are willing to provide information, collect fish on their trips that could be used to support the data for the assessments. Is this something that could be employed for 2021 if any surveys are canceled? The GAP has heard feedback from NMFS that there are challenges with surveys that do not exist for vessels, and we would like more information on what those are. As NMFS considered not just the cost of implementing the surveys under COVID-19 conditions, but the costs to our federally managed fisheries in the absence of surveys if uncertainty in stock assessments reduces allowable catch. Could NMFS provide their estimates on this? Are there things that industry can be working on or sharing experience on to help ensure that the surveys will be conducted as planned? Can private contractors be utilized for gathering fishery samples and data at sea? The GAP suggests a workshop, virtual if necessary, in person if it can be done safely, to discuss common sense approaches to filling data gaps and any alternatives for obtaining data if the surveys cannot be conducted in 2021. Regarding cost recovery, the GAP, and we suspect National Marine Fisheries Service, is fatigued by the back and forth on cost recovery. We note the following unproductive cycle. NMFS publishes their annual cost recovery report and Federal Register notice with cost recovery fees. The GAP, and sometimes the Council, requests greater transparency in determining what costs are recoverable, how much is recoverable, how activities that occurred prior to the catch share program are subtracted, and how cost recovery guidance and training is implemented across several offices and cost categories. NMFS adds information to their annual or supplemental reports that they consider meet those requests. The GAP appreciates the additional information, but does not agree that the additional information gets at the crux of the questions or issues raised, or appropriately designates recoverable costs or fees, and requests to speak further with NMFS. NMFS leadership is very receptive to meeting, and GAP and other industry members who participate in the Catch Share program meet to discuss cost recovery further. The issues and questions are stated, ideas are discussed for the next cycle, and the time and attention is appreciated by industry. But the feeling lingers that NMFS is not taking a holistic approach to implementing the program in a way that meets the Magnuson-Stevens Act mandates or council guidance. Thus, the cycle starts over. In the meantime, industry pays millions of their hard-earned dollars into a program that they feel is lacking transparency, accountability, and trust. Fishermen and vessel owners will pay their due, but they do not agree on the amount of the bill or how it was arrived at, and NMFS has not made enough of the internal accounting or guidance from NMFS leadership to their staff on tracking costs available for us to calculate what should be due. The GAP recommends we escape this frustrating cycle by having industry members and other council stakeholders work together with NMFS staff through the council process to develop a matrix or framework for determining and calculating recoverable costs, establish a baseline of pre-catch shares costs or units, work the different cost categories and examples through the matrix, and create a more transparent and public system for cost recovery that will improve clarity, communication, and reduce time spent talking past each other. The GAP suggests that such a matrix could be used for both past cost categories and future projects, and be used like a workbook or checklist with 3 main steps. Number one, the first step would cover the big question about whether or not a project or cost is recoverable. There would be summarized or bulleted guidance clearly indicating which types of costs are and are not recoverable. And for each project, NMFS managers would designate under which criteria a cost was or was not recoverable. If the project were determined to be recoverable, managers would move on to the second step. 2, the second step would determine how much of that cost was recoverable, if any, on a percentage or unit basis using a with and without comparison. For example, if prior to catch shares, a sector had 25% observer coverage funded by NMFS, and after catch shares had 100% observer coverage, then 75% of the observer program costs would be recoverable for the annual fee calculation, i.e. the difference with and without the catch share program. Or if NMFS spent an average of 200 hours on in-season management for a specific sector prior to catch shares, and now does not spend any time on in-season management for that sector, the 200-hour credit would be applied to that sector in the annual fee calculation. Or if a cost were completely new, the total hours, or 100%, would be recoverable. Conducting this calculation on a project-by-project basis over the course of each year would help answer the GAP's fundamental questions about how NMFS is calculating incremental costs. Doing so on a percentage or unit, i.e. hourly, basis prior to getting the dollars and cents of that activity would allow NMFS to use their best supportable estimate for certain pre-catch share activities that may be difficult for them to track in dollar values. This system would also create more fairness for comparable costs that might have cost less in the past without charging that to industry. For example, if a project took 100 hours prior to catch shares and after catch shares, the 100 hours would cancel itself out to zero in the second step, rather than assigning dollar values at this stage. 3, the third step would occur at the end of the year, where actual hours costs on each project would be multiplied by the percentage assigned in step 2 to determine the dollar value. Using the observer example above, 75% of the observer program costs for catch shares would be recoverable. This way, incremental costs would be clearly defined for each project, program, department, office, etc. A matrix or framework could serve several purposes. First, it would make the fundamental criteria and decisions about what is recoverable transparent to stakeholders, more implementable by managers and staff, and repeatable and easier to assess across departments and offices. Second, it would address incremental costs on a project-by-project basis so that NMFS could more accurately determine and report baseline costs and demonstrate how those pre-catch shares costs have been backed out of the annual total due. The GAP suggests that a matrix or framework first be applied to past and ongoing work, and then be completed for each new project and make available to the public through the annual cost recovery report, through the NMFS report on groundfish or other items in the Council's briefing book, or where applicable as an attachment to new rulemakings. If stakeholders and NMFS were able to work together on this through the Council process, we could set national precedent for transparency and collaboration rather than continuing the fractured cycle that we are in now. Without digging too heavily into our past comments on cost recovery, for example, agenda item F4B Supplemental GAP Report, April 2017, or the NMFS report on GAP questions pertaining to the annual cost recovery report, agenda item C1 Supplemental NMFS Report 2, September 2020. The GAP would like to reiterate our fundamental desire to better understand the designation of incremental costs industry is paying for. We seem to be running out of options and optimism for how to accomplish this, short of a third-party audit or other external review. We present these ideas with the hope that we can avoid increased contention and instead collaborate to come up with a transparent process that will instill trust and understanding between the industry and NMFS with respect to cost recovery through the Council. If the Council and NMFS support such a direction, The GAP recommends convening an ad hoc cost recovery work group or series of cost recovery workshops through the public council process using the policy guidelines specified in the final council motion as a guide for the purpose of developing such a framework or matrix in a collaborative and public way that provides opportunity for council direction and feedback. Once the framework for calculating costs has been established, we recommend that work group or workshop participants work through several detailed examples to improve the framework and ensure it is working as intended. A good starting place might be the IT costs described in the 2020 cost recovery report. And that concludes the GAP report, and I will try and answer any questions as best I can.
Thank you very much, Travis. I'll see if there are any questions. Keep in mind that we'll have council discussion later after public comment. So let me see if there are any hands raised for questions of the GAP. Maggie Summer. Is on mute. There you go.
How about now? Thanks, Chair. Two quick questions. Travis, under the survey section, one of the bullets is that the GAP heard feedback that there are challenges with surveys that do not exist for vessels. I don't understand what you mean by that. Can you help?
Mr. Chair, Ms. Summer, we have heard that that there are specific challenges that apply to the survey vessels and that are different from those that are on the harvesting or catcher vessel.
Thank you. That clears it up. And Chair, may I with a second question?
Sure.
Thanks. Travis, regarding the GAP's recommendation at the bottom to convene an ad hoc work group or a series of cost recovery workshops, I'm anticipating that if the council has some discussion on this, that the workload challenge will come up. And I'm just curious if the GAP had some discussion on relative priority of this versus other items that are, we know that the GAP would like to see progress on for groundfish.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Summer, yes, we did have that discussion. We believe that the cost recovery issue is important, and I would ask to phone a friend here if they have anything else to add on that, as they were more involved in crafting this report than I was.
All right, who would you like to call on?
Ms. Sarah Nioni.
Okay, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Travis and Ms. Summer. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you so much for the question. The GAP didn't talk about this relative to the other D2 workload and new management measures, because I think the idea was that cost recovery tends to take up a lot of time on the council floor through the back and forth where the NMFS report is received, and then the GAP usually writes a fairly lengthy statement, and then there's council discussion on that. And so we thought it might be helpful to move some of that outside of the normal council process and actually have a workshop or work group on the side to sort of hammer out some of these issues rather than taking up floor time with it. And part of the thinking there was that maybe without the meetings that we've had this year, there might be, I'm not sure, but there was some discussion about that there could be funding potentially for such a work group to meet and kind of handle this outside of the council process and then bring it back to the council for like a report as part of the cost recovery item that's typically on the agenda.
Thank you very much.
Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and hello, Sarah. Good to hear from you. My question is, who do you envision would be involved in this? Would this include NIMS staff as well?
Sarah?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Zim. Yes, in the GAP discussions, we were thinking that it would be industry that's affected in the catch-share program that pays cost recovery, potentially a council member or two, depending on what the council thinks, and then NIMS staff. And I think that would be a primary portion of this. And obviously we need to discuss it with NIMS. We didn't have the opportunity to while they were in the room on this agenda item, but we're hoping that we could have further discussions about this with them. But I think that would be essential that they would need to be in the room and a huge part of any framework that's developed so that they could give guidance on, what sort of costs that they have, how they're charging those and how they think about it and what the legal frameworks are so that we could come out with something really successful here. So I think the intent from the GAP is we didn't want to put it, we had initially drafted another statement that was a couple paragraphs that kind of went into some of the complaints that we had about the report and the back and forth. And we wanted to break out of that cycle and really try to turn a new leaf and make progress here so that we can really understand the cost that we're paying and so that NIMS isn't frustrated by us continually asking the same questions over and over, because we feel like there's been some misunderstanding and miscommunication between the two parties. So we thought a council facilitated discussion may be helpful in getting to a better place together.
Well, thank you very much.
I guess I've been muted. I guess that concludes all of our reports and would take us to public comment, except that we've been at this for about 2 hours. So we'll take a short break of 10 minutes. Then we will come back and take public comment and then move into council discussion on this agenda item. I want to advise council members, staff, and the public that we will be going late today because we're considerably behind schedule and we need to make up a little bit of time. So I have 2:37, so we will start back at 2:47. See you then. Okay, this is your 30-second warning to get started with public comment. Just to give a heads up, I believe there are two public comment cards. One is, first is by Heather Mann, and she'll be followed by Mike Conroy. So raise your hand so you can be identified. Your microphone can be turned on, and thanks, both of you. So Heather, why don't you get us started?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Council members, again, my name is Heather Mann. I'm here on behalf of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. I wanted to talk about a couple of things, and I'll start with the buyback loan situation. Ryan referenced this in his report, but I wanted to provide some additional information briefly. Congress actually passed legislation in December of 2019 that included a fix for our West Coast trawl buyback loan. NMFS implemented that measure effectively on August 11th of this year. The action, as Ryan said, reduces the outstanding buyback loan balance by $5.9 million. And when all is said and done, the effort results in an overall savings of approximately $11 million to the West Coast trawl fleet when compared with no action. It took many, many years and thousands of hours of many industry people to get relief here, and it required congressional action to remedy the situation, which, as you heard, was caused by the initial NMFS delay in promulgating the loan repayment regulations. That delay resulted in millions of extra dollars being foisted on the backs of trawl fishermen. The trawl industry borrowed $28.4 million originally, and as of August 11th, trawl fishermen, excluding the catcher processors who are exempt, have paid $39.6 million on that loan. And even after the adjustment, we still owe $13.2 million. We're working with an interest rate of close to 7%, which we have been unsuccessful in trying to refinance, but we continue to pursue that option. In order to get this fix, it also took me raising $350,000 to hire a professional company to help us achieve that legislative success. One of my regrets is that we did not figure out a way to recoup that money. It's a shame to have spent more than $250,000 from the industry to get NMFS to fix this error. If it weren't for the significant disruption from COVID-19, it's possible the outstanding balance could have been paid off in 4 to 5 years after the adjustment, but we're yet to see how the profitability of groundfish and whiting fisheries will turn out in 2020 and beyond. So it's hard for me to predict when that loan will be paid off. At the end of the day, though, this is a hard-fought effort. I want to thank the council for every time we've asked you to weigh in or when you get requests from legislative offices. You were always really helpful in responding and helping us achieve this success. I had a bunch of other comments I wanted to make about COVID. I think I'm going to, in the interest of time, set those aside. But I will say that I'm disappointed in how National Marine Fisheries Service has responded to the requests that we've made to help reduce the cost of producing seafood. We asked for cost recovery to be suspended. NMFS told us they couldn't do that. We asked for the buyback loan payments to be suspended. NMFS says they can't do that. We asked for observer coverage to be suspended. NMFS says they can't do that. And so, we looked at all these things. NMFS told us that they were exploring ways to help the industry weather this storm. And from a financial perspective, we've yet to see any results there. I would say I support the GAP report, and I would be very interested in hearing the answers that we have asked NMFS directly. What kind of medical instruction or direction have you received that says that having a observer on board your boat is no more risk than a crew member? How is requiring human observer coverage meeting National Standard 10, which we believe it's not? The responses have just been completely unsatisfying. We're very disappointed in that. But in the interest of time, I'll wrap it up there and be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Heather. Before I see if there are any questions for Heather, I just wanted to clarify when I said we'll be going late. We're going to try to wrap up today by 6 o'clock, just to get some time in. And let me see if there are any questions for Heather. I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much, Heather. Mike Conroy.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just confirming you can hear me.
I can.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity again, and congratulations to you and Mr. Pettinger on your new roles with the council and to the new council members. I want to talk and highlight a couple of concerns with regard to Ryan's presentation on the aquaculture opportunity areas. First, I want to acknowledge and appreciate the presentation. I think from my perspective, it was very helpful in helping frame the issues and at least giving us some idea of the points that we may or may not want to address next Friday when we're discussing these. I do want to, so one of the questions that arose while I was watching this is on slide 9, where it was identified what the procedures and steps were in identifying these aquaculture opportunity areas. One of the steps that seems to be required was public engagement, public outreach, and vetting these through a public process. I will note, at least to my perspective, none of that was done in establishing this AOA in the Southern California area. Nobody that I am aware of from the fishing communities were contacted, had any insight or any role in this. So it kind of caught many of us off guard on the 20th when this announcement came. Marcy did steal one of my questions that I was going to ask with regards to whether or not pre-existing applications or projects would be included within this AOA. I think that's important because I believe on the NMFS website that talks about AOAs, these areas are designed to support 3 to 5 facilities. I believe that right now in the pipeline in Southern California area, there are 3 to 5 projects either currently in the Army Corps' purview. We saw the supplemental EIS notice of intent published on Wednesday with regard to the Pacific Ocean Aqua Farm. So I think that was helpful. And then I also believe Ryan did talk a little bit about what the role of the council is moving forward on this. I'm going to have to go back and listen to the recording because I was in and out on another call. But to the extent that he did address it, I thank him for that. And just want to make sure, because I know that especially for folks down in the Southern California area, which is a heavily trafficked area that has a lot of Department of Defense potential conflicts, there's not much areas open here, and there's a lot of concern from both commercial and recreational fishing interest about where these things might be located in a way that impacts to their operations are to the extent possible minimized. And that was all I had. Thank you. Thanks again for the opportunity, and I'll take any questions if anybody has any.
Thanks very much, Mike. Are there questions of Mike? Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike, thank you for your comments. And just to note, happy to follow up with you offline on areas. I mean, in addition to input through the council process here, we are also happy to set up, individual or group discussions with the aquaculture folks and some of the AirCost folks too. So happy to follow up and try and get multiple ways for you to add your voice and your input.
Any further questions for Mike? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So that concludes public comment. And that takes us to council discussion on quite a wide-ranging NMFS report. So let's see what manner of discussion we can have here. I'll look for people to raise their hand. Heather Hall.
Hi, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to address the issue with the Washington Cabazon Kelp Greenling stock complex and the 2019 catch exceeding the ACL. I'll keep it brief. The GMT did a really good job in their statement explaining the situation. I just wanted to take a couple steps back from that and say that it's something we've been watching carefully. Prior to 2019, the primary catch in that complex is cabazon. So in addition to revising the stock complex in 2019-2020, we also implemented a sub-bag limit of 1 fish per person in all of our marine areas. So we've taken regulatory action. We were hopeful that we would stay under the ACL, and granted, it's less than a half a metric ton, but I appreciate that it's important that we explain that we're certain we won't exceed that ACL again. As the GMT report said, we had our recreational fishery closed for a couple of months this year due to the COVID pandemic. So we just have a couple of months without any recreational landings at all. And then in addition, the ports of Nia Bay and La Push are closed. And that's really where we see a lot of the cabazon catch on our coast. So I think the GMT report did a really good job of explaining why that wouldn't be an issue in 2020, but then also looking forward to 2021 and 2022. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if folks have them.
Thank you, Heather. Further discussion or guidance? I know it's out there. People are shy about raising their hands. Marcy Remco.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank the GMT for their report. We don't usually get the GMT report under the NMFS report item, but raising the issue about the yellow eye bycatch information we received from the 2019 directed halibut fishery is important. So I'm glad to receive that, and I look forward to the updated scorecard in the in-season item. So just appreciation for them taking the time to call that out for us.
Thank you, Marcy. Louise M.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to Heather for her discussion about cabazon. And so this is just a comment. I just want to say how remarkable it is that in California, we were able to go from a 2-fish limit up to total included in the bag limit, perhaps 10. And I think it's very interesting. What is California doing differently, or is it just a completely different world with a lot more recruitment? And I'm sure we can't come up with the answer today, but this is just something to ponder on. Thank you.
Thanks, Louis. One thing I did hear, at least through public comment, was an interest in continued engagement through the council process in aquaculture issues. And I appreciate Ryan's offer made to Mike Conroy. NMFS might consider having an evening session at an upcoming council meeting. I know those are difficult, but to the extent that this is a good venue for stakeholders on that topic, and given how scarce floor time is these days, that might be something that NMFS could consider. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate those comments on having an evening session dedicated to this. I think it would be very fruitful. The purpose of my comments here wasn't that, but I do appreciate that. I'm reflecting on the gap statement in the second half of it regarding cost recovery. I thought that was a very fruitful proposal that could really get us out of the spiral we seem to be in since we started. And I think I know staff time is tough to come by, but I think it might be worth putting some time into this in a committee type approach, or some type of a work group type approach, to see if this could get us somewhere. I mean, I think since the first cost recovery report, I've been hearkening back to the guidelines that were part of the original motion, and how important it was and how informative they could be to putting together a more transparent way. And it's been a common theme through every cost recovery report of the cycle that was described there. So I know there was a question about staff time and all the time it might take to do it, but I look at this as maybe a net gain at the end of the day, because it'll get us out of this spiral and get us to some transparency, build trust, build understanding of how this is all going forward and what it really is, and get us a better understanding of it. So I would be supportive of that, and I think it would be worth to explore that, and at least to explore that whole idea. So and then finally, I'd like to thank Heather for all of the work she did on the buyback and getting that done. Thank the agency obviously for finally getting it done, and now we see the fruits of it and what it could produce. I know that this has been a long time coming, this buyback relief, and I think it started way back when with, I think Pete Leipzig was part of it, and I know that Michelle Norvell carried the ball for a while, and there's been a lot of work in it. But Heather was the workhorse that got this done, and I really appreciate it. So I just wanted to say that publicly. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Bob. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a couple thoughts on the cost recovery piece. Appreciated the gap. Trying to think of an alternative approach to kind of getting us to a better place on that topic. I know we've particularly the industry and National Marine Fisheries Service have expended a lot of effort up to this point in time trying to get there, and there still are some outstanding issues that remain unresolved or need further discussion. And before I'm, I guess, ready to endorse the idea, I would like for NMFS to take some time to think about what's being proposed there, and maybe we can come back in November and have some further dialogue in terms of if we want to move forward in that with that kind of a structure to get at the remaining issues, making sure that we have an understanding of what NMFS thinks about the approach, as well as the ability of the council staff to provide the necessary support for such an approach. Thanks.
I think that's a good idea, Phil. Further discussion, Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to make sure we don't lose sight of your suggestion for the council to pursue information and to perhaps have an evening information gathering session. If need be, I can bring the principals of the offshore Mission Bay finfish group to that session. I could stir them up. And so I think this is really something we need to get at before a lot of misinformation gets out and it turns into a hornet's nest that we have to work much harder on a few years down the road. Thank you.
All right. Well, since that would not be taking up floor time in November, we won't discuss it as part of workload planning, but that is something that can be discussed offline after we conclude the September meeting. And if the important parties are prepared to participate, including NMFS, then that's something we can discuss. As far as guidance here under this agenda item C1, there was a suggestion that NMFS consider the requests or recommendations of the GAP and then provide a response at the November meeting. And I guess I'd like to ask Ryan if that's something NMFS would be prepared to do. Ryan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I had my hand up briefly a moment ago to say this same thing. Yes, so we're happy to do that as you just outlined and as Phil recommended. And I'm also happy in parallel to work with Louis and those interested on the formulation of a off-agenda evenings or other session on the aquaculture issues raised during this discussion.
Right. I mean, it doesn't have to be an evening. It could be something, it doesn't have to coincide with the council meeting necessarily. I mean, in the olden days when we met in person, everyone was here, so we would do it in the evening, but there's certainly no imperative to do that now. But it is something I think that would be fruitful. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make a comment in regards to the cost recovery procedure. And it would be nice to have NMFS and staff look at that and come back to us with an analysis. But I would hope they would work with the authors, if Sarah particularly, who made answered the questions, but whoever else there, to understand if there's any misinterpretation, so we get a clear picture of what it is that is being proposed and how we might work through some of the rough edges before we get to just an open-ended answer. So just a thought. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Well, I think NMFS probably has to do some internal discussions after having seen these requests from the GAP. So I guess we'll get a response from NMFS in November. And if they think it's fruitful to reach out to Sarah between now and then, I guess we'll leave that up to NMFS. Is there any other discussion or guidance to be provided under this agenda item? Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Chair Guralnick. Just briefly, we already emphasized our concerns about the all of the surveys next year, and I just thought it was worth coming back around and recognizing that again. That was the first topic the GAP addressed in their report, and it is really of critical importance to us. So we have been really appreciative, I think, of the updates that Kevin Werner and Kristen Cook have been provided, and I heard some intent to repeat that in November and report to us on the progress of planning, certainly in the context of potential ongoing COVID-related challenges next year, and I would just support that and look forward to it in November again. Thanks.
Thanks, Maggie. I think that's an important point to emphasize. This was an issue for the council even before we had the COVID interruptions in surveys. And especially, we have this executive order we'll be discussing on the last day of the meeting about improving seafood production. And one of our great obstacles is actually a shortage of data for stock assessments that would allow us to access more of certain abundant stocks, but we can't. So is there any other guidance or discussion on this agenda item? Okay, that will conclude agenda item C1. Thanks everyone for your help on that, and thanks especially to NMFS for the reports that were provided. So, without further ado, we have a small agenda item coming up, D1, having to do with gear switching and Sablefish Area Management scoping. This is scheduled for 5 hours today, but we will not be going to 8 o'clock. Let's try to make as much progress as we can by 6 o'clock, and then we'll just have to pick it up on Monday morning. So we don't have chairs to change, but I think that Jim Seeger, you're in the staff seat for this, so do you want to get us kicked off?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are having a little bit of a technical glitch here, and for some reason I'm not able to share my screen, but we're seeing if Jessie can do it, and it looks like she came to the rescue.
Very good.
All right. I hope you're all seeing Jessie's screen. And Jessie, are you able to see your own notes?
Not me.
You cannot see your notes?
Nope, that is not my presentation that's showing, so.
Oh, this must be Sandra. Okay.
Thank you, Sandra.
Okay. Now I got to get mine up here. There we go. So I can see what we're going here. Okay, so we're going to have a little bit of a coordination here between Sandra and I. So I'm on to the second slide, the agenda item D1 overview. So we're going to go through this overview. We'll stop and take a few questions on the process, and then we'll move into some presentation on the attachments. Click the next slide. And let me know. I'll try to give some signals on what slide I'm thinking on. Please let me know if I'm not there at some point. So I'm on the process slide. As you recall, the council conducted a review of the catch share program that ended in 2017. And as part of that process, there were a number of follow-on actions that were identified. The gear switching issue, because it was a relatively large and more complicated one, was split off and put into the context of the issue of trawl allocation attainment. Then also in September of 2017, the council adopted a control date for gear switching. And to help consider this issue, it appointed the SAMTAC committee in the spring of that year, of 2018, excuse me. That committee met 6 times over a couple-year period. That took time because of the progress interrupted due to the government shutdown and most recently the pandemic. Its final report was in your June 2020 briefing materials and information report, and it was accompanied by an analysis that will be talking, that's been updated over the summer, and we'll be talking about that, presenting on that here. Next slide is just the council action. So for this meeting, the main focus for the council is to decide whether or not to continue to work on this issue or to table it. If you do decide to go forward, then it'd be good to adopt a purpose and needs statement. You've provided guidance on the statement at previous meetings, but not formally adopted it. The council also might also provide guidance on the alternatives. In your workload planning discussions at the June meeting and so forth, you were indicating that you wanted to have the opportunity to provide some guidance on the alternatives at this meeting, but if you do decide to move forward, that you would reserve the November meeting for the time when you would really delve into them deeply and hopefully adopt a range of alternatives to move forward for analysis at that point. Next slide is just the documents that are available for your consideration under this agenda item. And I'll just note that a CDF and W report came in today. Then you have the supplemental GMT and GAP reports. So today's presentation, I'm going to give a really high-level overview of the SAMTAC report just to set some context for the analysis. Then you'll receive the full SAMTAC report under the advisory body report agenda items. And then we'll be spending some time on the analysis and focusing in on the issues related to need and purpose. So any questions about the process and where we're going, where we've been? Okay. So like I said, the SAMTAC report, you will be receiving a full presentation on that. So I'm going to go ahead now. I'm on the slide that has the outline of the report with 7 bullets on it. So I'm as I said, I'm going over very lightly just to set some context for the analysis that's being provided. The report has 5 sections and two appendices. The first section provides the charge adopted by the council. I'm not even going to bother reading through these different sections. Just indicate that one of the sections there is the purpose and need, which you can use for that part of the action if you decide to move forward. And then there's the range of alternatives, which I will be spending some time on. So in the next slides, we'll spend some time on the purpose and need and range of alternatives. Again, just provide some context for the analysis. So summary of the draft purpose and need is where I'm at here, Sandra. And I'm going to go ahead and click 3 times so that the whole slide is showing. So the main thing I want to focus on here is just on the need aspect of this, and the needs were identified as with the first 3 bullets here, that the underattainment could be due to allowance to use fixed gear to harvest shore-based IFQ, declining trawl vessel participation, and the lack of markets and infrastructure. And so those are the topics that you'll see us focused in on when we get to the analysis. And I'll just continue on with the rest of the need that, paraphrasing it, that the concern is that gear switchers using northern sablefish quota might be causing sablefish quota pounds to be less available to trawlers, limiting attainment of other species, and also creating uncertainty about trawl access to quota that could be affecting the development of markets in infrastructure, which is one of the hypothesized limitations on full attainment. So now to the next slide on the alternatives for southern sablefish. The SAMTAC developed some alternatives on southern sablefish. They also considered increasing the utilization of southern sablefish in the south. Reasons for underattainment in the south were not fully understood, but it was noted that because of community-based efforts, conditions in the regions are changing, and there could be unintended consequences from trying to address underattainment there using regulatory measures. And for that reason, the committee, rather than thinking about further about alternatives that would use southern sablefish in the south, they looked at some ways that some of that southern quota might be shifted to the north for use. But after further work on those, they set those alternatives aside for similar reasons and because it would not solve the gear switching issue. And again, there'll be more details on these deliberations in the SAMTAC report. So moving to the recommended alternatives, those do include the no action alternatives and 3 action alternatives intended to limit catch of northern sablefish by gear switching vessels. So then the next slide, overview of no action alternative. Just want to recall that under current management, any vessel with a trawl permit can gear switch up to the annual vessel quota pounds limits, which are 4.5% for Sablefish North. And that if under no action, gear switching would continue to fluctuate or trend, depending on another number of factors, including groundfish markets, both the market for sablefish as well as the market for other co-occurring species, as well as opportunities in other fisheries. Okay, next slide. So now we'll just go over this one slide on overview, giving you an overview of the action alternatives. The 3 action alternatives each use a different mechanism to limit gear switching. And that mechanism is reflected in the short title of the alternatives. And as I describe these alternatives, anytime I reference quota share quota pounds, I'm talking about northern sablefish quota share or quota pounds. So under each of the alternatives, there would be some gear switching opportunity provided to all participants, and then additional opportunity, a grandfather privilege, that might be provided for those that have a gear switching history. And so that's the bottom row is the grandfather privilege there, and then the top row indicating the mechanisms. So under alternative 1, for the gear specific quota pound alternative, all quota pound would be designated as either trawl only or unrestricted gear. Everyone with a quota share account would receive at a minimum either 10 or 30% of their quota pound as unrestricted, depending on an option selected by the council. And then the remainder would all be issued as trawl only. Those with a history of using their permit to gear switch might be provided an opportunity to designate a quota share account that would be opted out, in which case 100% of the quota pound issued to that account would not be unrestricted with respect to gear, and so it could be used to gear switch. And then the opt-out status of the account would expire with certain ownership changes. The opt-out provision itself is actually just an option that the council would have to choose. It's not sort of an integral part of the alternative. And the alternative could be moved ahead and implemented without it. There's also an option under this alternative under which the council could choose that all quota pounds would become unrestricted in the later part of the year, basically in the fall. So gear switching restriction would only apply for the first 8 or 9 months. And moving on to alternative 2 then, for the gear switching endorsement alternative, every permit, even if they don't have an endorsement, would be able to gear switch the equivalent of about 0.5% of the quota pound. And in 2020, just for reference, that would be about 29,000 pounds. Those with a history of using their permit to gear switch would be then provided an opportunity to qualify for one of these endorsements. And if they did, they would receive a larger amount of gear switching opportunity. There's some different options, but it could be up to as much as 4.5%, the annual vessel quota pound limit, in which case, again, using the 2020 reference, that would be about 260,000 pounds. So under alternative 3 then, the active trawler alternative, any vessel with some minimum number of trawl landings in a year would qualify as an active trawler and be able to gear switch 1% of the quota pound that year and in the following year. Using 2020 levels at 1% would be about 58,000 pounds. So under this alternative, vessels would need to maintain their active trawl status on an ongoing basis, but any vessel able to use trawl gear could qualify at any time in the future. Then for the grandfather provision, vessels with a history of gear switching would be able to get an exemption from the active trawler requirement at the start of the program. And then that exemption would allow it to harvest either 0.6% of the quota pound a year or an amount equivalent to the amount of quota share that the vessel owner owns. And that, for reference, that 0.6% translates to about 35,000 pounds in 2020. If they qualify for the exemption would expire with certain ownership changes. So there are a lot of wrinkles in these alternatives. I'm kind of smoothing over some of the nuances, but I think this gives you the basic framework. One thing that's important here is that for each alternative, there are provisions that can be altered that would vary the total amount of gear switching expected, and then the grandfather provisions can be altered to affect the duration of those opportunities. So there can be a lot of overlap among the alternatives in terms of the amount of gear switching expected, but the impacts would be very different because of the different mechanisms used. So that completes the overview of the SAMTAC report, and digging in just a little bit here into the alternatives. Let me just check and see if there's any questions on that part in terms of clarifications. And then if not, then we'll move into the analysis.
All right. Let me see if there are any hands. Not saying, so please move forward.
Okay. Moving into the analysis now and the fishery overview section, I'm going to turn this over to Jesse.
Thanks, Jim. So as Jim said, I'm going to be covering the fishery overview. This will cover sections 1 of the document and then a little preview of 3 through 5. There's a lot of information in there. I'd encourage you to read it. And if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them. Next slide. And you can put up all the bullets, Sandra, that's fine. So just to start out, I'm going to give just some fundamentals of the IFQ program just to make sure we're all on the same page. First, vessels with trawl permits landing shoreside must cover groundfish catch with quota, regardless of gear used. And so this is how we get our basic gear switching provision. Beginning in 2016, vessels can have both trawl and fixed gear endorsed limited entry permits registered to the vessel at the same time, which makes it a bit easier for vessels to gear switch. And as a reminder, fixed gear endorsed limited entry permits is what's required to fish in the primary tier fishery or the LEDTL fishery. Quota share was first issued to limited entry permit holders at the start of the program, and that is transferable. Anyone can open a quota share account or acquire a quota share permit and then acquire quota share, including crew members on vessels. Quota pounds are issued to quota share holders each year. And vessels with trawl limited entry permits can open quota pound accounts, also known as vessel accounts. And once established, those accounts remain in place even if the trawl permit is transferred off the vessel. Next slide. One of the concerns that came out of the 5-year review is trawl sector allocation under attainment, specifically non-whiting allocations, which is highlighted in the proposed purpose and need. Here I'm going to be providing y'all with an overarching look of the IFQ fishery as a whole, and then we'll focus in on recent sablefish trends. Attainment of non-whiting species has averaged 27% since 2011, with trawl non-whiting revenue averaging about $31.7 million in that same time period. Species with 50% attainment accounted for almost 60% of that revenue. And those species include sablefish and petrale, which have had over 90% attainment in every year, with other species including widow rockfish in recent years and canary rockfish in 2015, but that was due to low ACLs and a lightning strike event. And just to orient you to the graph on the page, this is showing the percent attainment of the total available pounds, which is the allocation plus surplus carryover from 2011 through 2019. And then the amount of quota pounds in the same time period, both unharvested and caught. Next slide. Okay, so given that our primary discussion point here is looking at sablefish, just want to kind of take a little deeper dive on IFQ sablefish harvest. This is figure 3 from the report, and it shows the percent attainment of total available pounds by gear type. In the IFQ sector specifically, northern sablefish might effectively be considered fully attained, given that some underattainment is generally likely. ACL attainment and IFQ attainment have averaged about 94% from 2011 through 2019. On the other hand, attainment sablefish south of 36 has averaged less than 10% in the last 3 years, with ACL attainments averaging about 27%. Sablefish south harvest is dominated by fixed gear, both within and outside the IFQ program, and fewer than 3 trawlers have participated in recent years. Again, just to orient you here on the graph, you have the harvest by gear type in terms of percent of the total available pounds. Next slide. Focusing now specifically on Sablefish North, which is where the alternatives and the action focus today. So there's 3 pie charts here on your screen or on your PowerPoint. The left and the center show the average number of vessels and permits respectively by gear type that have landed Sablefish North. You'll note in the white that there are on average about 2 vessels and permits that land Sablefish North with both trawl and fixed gear in the same year. And I'll note while these are the average numbers, there's actually been 40 distinct permits and vessels that have been used to harvest Sablefish North with fixed gear. So there has been a lot of movement in and out of the fishery. On the right side, you'll see the quota pound utilization. So again, this is the out of the total available pounds. And we have 63% for trawl, about 30% for fixed gear, with 7% is considered unharvested. And if you'll click, Sandra. So looking a little bit closer at this, and one more time, while there's about 7% that's considered unharvested, when you take into account surplus and deficits, about 2.8% is actually unused or left on the table. And next slide. Okay. Again, given that the alternatives potentially being considered under this item are related to gear switching, we're going to take a look at the trends of gear switching vessels and utilization of Sablefish North. So in the top panel here, we have the utilization percentage of Sablefish North by fixed gear, with the number of vessels harvesting that fish on the bottom panel. We only showed vessels here as permits exhibit a very similar trend, just to keep it simple. If you're curious about those numbers, I point you to Table 8 in the document. In the earlier years of the program, you see a very similar trend, with high participation and utilization in 2012 and a dip in 2013. In recent years, though, vessel participation has leveled out to be about 15 to 16 vessels, and utilization has actually been increasing. In recent years, between 2016 and 2019, the average has been 33% of total available pounds, ranging from 32% in 2018 to 34% in 2019. Next slide. Overall, the groundfish fishery contributes close to 25% of all shoreside delivery, commercial fishery related income impacts to West Coast coastal communities, including Puget Sound, of which 19% is from the shoreside trawl sector. Groundfish tends to contribute more to the total income impacts in more northern ports than in more southern ports. And you can see this by the dark blue in the graphics here for Washington and Oregon compared to California. Gear switching contributes more to income impacts in Oregon ports than the other two states. Overall, the trawl sector is estimated to generate about 1,300 jobs on average across all three states, about which 9% or 117 jobs are associated with gear switching. And with that, I'll pause before we move on to the next section to see if there's any questions.
Thank you, Jesse. I'll look for a hand to see if anyone wants to pause here and see clarification. I'm not seeing any, so please carry on, Jesse.
Okay, this is Jim. I'll pick it up next here. Going into section 2, this is based on the purpose and need statement, getting into the potential causes of underattainment. And the first is trawl vessel participation, section 2.1. Go ahead, Sandra. There we go. There we go. One of the potential causes of underattainment called out in the purpose and needs statement is trawl vessel participation. The number of non-whiting trawl vessels declined substantially with implementation of the program, as illustrated here by the top graph, which shows vessel counts on the vertical axis in years across the bottom. And the big drops occur right at the time of program implementation. Concurrent with the decline in participation, there was a decline in catch. In this bar graph, the first bar is the annual non-whiting landings for 5 years before the start of the program. The second one is for 5 years, first 5 years of the program, and the last one for the most recent 4 years. So if you look at the decline in the graph on the top, and the data there runs from 2006 to 2019, and then the blue bars, and you see the decline there with the start of the program, that gives the impression that the decline in attainment may have been related to the decline in number of participants. Now I'm going to add some bars representing just those vessels that participated in all three of these periods, and I'm going to white out the bars representing the fleet's catch during the program. So, okay, it looks like Sandra's already ahead of me here. So the white bars you see there were blue, and then we brought in the gray bars, which are the, as I said, are the ones that have participated consistently across the program. And from this, you can see that while the harvest declined substantially in the first 5 years for the fleet as a whole, for the consistent participants, it actually went up a bit. Of course, this subgroup took less than the entire fleet in each period, but in the most recent period, its production has nearly reached the pre-implementation level, which shows that given the right circumstances, the vessel and fleet had the capacity to land larger amounts of fish than they were landing, and implies that other factors might be constraining. In fact, these consistent participants represent just over 70% of the current fleet. And if the harvest levels of the other 30% were comparable to those consistent participants, you might see harvest levels something like around 1/3 higher than what's shown here. Okay, and then click. Further, that vessel profitability has improved since the start of the program, increasing the incentive for participation, and that there are latent and unused trawl permits potentially available, as Jesse will be discussing a little bit later on. There appears to be incentive and opportunity to increase participation, but it does not appear to be happening. So it seems like something else might be limiting harvest. Okay, let's go to the next slide then. Thanks. Another concern called out in the purpose and need is lack of markets. There's been discussion that markets may be limited due to competition from imports, and in response to limited market capacity, processors may be imposing delivery limits that constrain fuller attainment for species such as Dover sole. The literature indicates that there has been increasing globalization of fish markets and commodification of fish products, such that there is increasing competition between wild and aquaculture products, even across species. So aquaculture products of one species are sometimes competing with wild-caught fish of another species. Okay, I think, Sandra, I think you're a couple bullets ahead of me right now, so I'll let you know when to move ahead. So specifically pertinent here is that fresh tilapia probably competes in the market with Pacific Dover sole. Studies indicates that it is substantially less likely that frozen tilapia or catfish compete with Dover sole. Then click. In the recent past, Dover sole production has been able to increase even in the face of high tilapia imports. In this graphic from the report, the gray mountain looking area represents the fresh tilapia imports, and the black line, West Coast production of Dover sole, and the black on top is catfish. The years are across the bottom. They run from 1994 to 2019. And the main thing to note here is that for the Dover sole line, there's a hill in the middle, which shows there was an expansion of Dover sole landings that started in 2007, peaked in 2009, and started to decline in 2010, declining further in 2011. This expansion occurred while the competing fresh tilapia imports were high and still on somewhat of an upward trend. Dover sole then dropped off. And you'll note that in this graphic that there was a comparably high peak in Dover landings in the late 1990s. You can go ahead and click. Good. The next graphic on prices shows that around the time of these two peaks in Dover production, there was also a decline in the average ex-vessel price of ex-vessel Dover sole prices. So the years across the bottom are similar to the, in this graphic, similar to the one directly above it. The dark line here is, let's see, the dark line here is an index of the change in Dover sole price relative to the average Dover sole price for the period. And you can see the dips in the lines in the late 1990s and late 2000s. The dips may have lagged the peaks just a bit. That sometimes happens. You have a little bit of a lag in markets due to inventory buildup and markets, some time getting the market signals back and forth. The dashed line on here is a similar index of price changes for tilapia. So the way the processor markets limits sometimes work is that a vessel will get paid up the higher, fresher price for Dover up to a given amount, and then anything delivered in excess of that will be paid a lower frozen price. And we're not sure whether the price dips here or illustrated here are due to an across-the-board dip in the Dover market, or if fishermen were just choosing to deliver fish in excess of the fresh price, and so there a higher proportion of frozen prices was bringing the average down during these periods. And click. I just note that to the degree that commodification is contributing to market limits, it might be countered by product differentiation efforts, such as those that are undertaken through the Marine Stewardship Council certification and Positively Groundfish. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So infrastructure is also called out in purpose and need, and to assess it, we summarize some information from the catch share review. That information compared 2017 conditions to those in kind of the 2004 to 2006 timeframe or so. So there may have been infrastructure changes since 2017 that will not be covered in this summary. Overall, for the coast as a whole, it looks like infrastructure has been relatively stable, except maybe for processors. Click. Then click. There we go. First receivers and numbers of processors are down in a number of ports. Click. In some ports, there are signs of infrastructure investment. Here it mentions Oregon and Washington based on the 2017 timeframe. My understanding is that there are some investments occurring in California as well, specifically in Monterey. Click. Thank you. And then service and organizational infrastructure is something else that we considered. So these are things, this is more sort of the human infrastructure, human skills such as a skilled filleter or marketing organizations, not applicable here, but the existence of an auction or something like that. These are the service and organizational infrastructures. Anyway, they're difficult to assess. We talked to some science center economists and so forth about it, and we probably won't be able to go too much further on that, but we did want to take it into consideration and let you know that we tried to consider it as something that needed to be considered. Okay, click. So in public comment and also reflected in the draft purpose and need statement, concern is expressed that uncertainty about the availability of sablefish quota could be inhibiting investments. So we thought a little bit more about this issue, and it seemed to make sense to ask then, how would this be handled in the rest of the economy? Click. Elsewhere, if a business was considering a major investment and was concerned about losing access to a key input that it would be required to have in order to recoup that investment, it could buy up the supplier or the source of that input. This is a common practice, and you've heard of it. It's called vertical integration. Where there are a lot of alternative sources of an input, you don't see too much of it. So somebody, running a trucking service that needs gasoline, there's lots of gasoline suppliers around, so you're less likely to see vertical integration there. But where the sources are very limited, you might see it more often. As you know, in fisheries, the key input is fish, and for the trawl fishery, access to it is controlled through tradable quota. So click. Yeah. Sorry, I just zoomed ahead a whole bunch on my slides and get backing up. There we go. But under IFQs, purchase of the quota is limited by quota share control limits, preventing more extensive vertical integration. Before IFQs, processors just had to secure a relationship with a vessel, sometimes vessels they owned or with which they had tight marketing arrangements. The amount of opportunity those vessels had was then determined by the cumulative limits. And if you looked at those cumulative limits and multiplied them by the number of vessels, the total far exceeded the allocations. So no entity had exclusive access to the fish. Under IFQs, quota is more limited and exclusive, and therefore there's a reduction of the certainty of access. And I would say that up to a point, there's an increase in certainty in access, right? Because you can buy quota share, and that quota share is exclusive For that quota share you can buy, you have pretty certain access to the resulting quota pounds every year. But if you need more than that in order to justify a major capital investment, if that is a concern, then you would be limited in your ability to do that by the quota share, by the control limits. In saying this, I want to note that when the council established control limits, there was recognition that they entailed a balance between economic efficiency and other socioeconomic objectives that the council deemed were important. And I'm not trying to imply here that in any way that balance was wrong. I'm just pointing out that this could be a place where we're seeing some of what might have been traded off. And yeah, let's go on to the next slide. Okay, this section deals with competition for northern sablefish quota pounds from competing users, the most obvious of which is the gear switchers. However, here we want to remind ourselves that northern sablefish quota pound is used across most all trawl targeting strategies. And click. As abundances change and the need for quota pound in each strategy will change. The recent situation with whiting provides an example. Whiting use of northern sablefish is up from less than 0.3% in 2013 to 16, then to almost 4% in 17-18, to 7% in 2019. And that's probably due to an immature year class. And Jesse will be talking about this a little bit more in a subsequent slide. Click, next slide. Okay, good. So we have this hypothetical example that we've been looking at and worked through a couple different ways, looking at different ratios. And the SAMTAC has seen some different renditions of this. And the idea here is to look at if the council were to limit or eliminate gear switching of sablefish north in the IFQ sector, then there would be additional sablefish available to trawl vessels to harvest other complexes in which sablefish occurs. In the analysis, we focused on the DTS complex, which has been a major concern with respect to the underteamment issues. You'll find the analysis on page 36, and the analysis has been updated from what you may have seen in June. So you note that the values here are different than those presented. There was a calculation error that was found, so these are corrected estimates. And I want to note the analysis assumes that all previously caught sablefish were instead caught by trawlers targeting DTS, and that they were able to be landed without affecting the market prices that were received by the fishermen. So this analysis is based on recent historic landed ratios of Dover and Thorny to Thorny Head to northern sablefish. It does not take into account fishermen's ability to modify those ratios. And looking at PASH ratios by specific time and areas, we've seen ratios sometimes in excess of 100 pounds of other species per pound of sablefish, as well as ratios lower than used in the analysis. So it appears there's some ability, might be some ability to affect these ratios by different modifications of strategies, though the ratios, changing the ratios then and the amount of sablefish in the catch would have impacts on per trip profitability. So that with this analysis, then, if you took all the sablefish and that was being taken by gear switchers recently and instead caught it in the DTS fishery, the ex-vessel revenue could have increased between 6 and 9.3 million pounds per year. That'd be an increase of 55 to 65% over what was actually landed during that period of time. I also like to provide you the income impact equivalents. Income impact takes into account the wages for people working and owners of the vessels, people working for and the owners of the processors, as well as every place that money is spent within the community and income earned by grocery store workers and theater operators and so forth. So the income impact numbers, the 6.0 and 9.3 translate to 9.1 and $13.0 million with an average of about 11.5 for the period. Then the gear switchers, the ex-vessel revenue would decline by 4.1 to $6.5 million. And that translates in income impacts to 6.3 to $10 million with an average of 8.2 million. And then the annual average net difference, let me back up. So the trawl sector revenue as a whole, netting out the trawl gear and the gear switchers, for the sector as a whole, the ex-vessel revenue would have increased between 1.9 and 3.0 million, which then translates to 2.7 to $4.3 million for income impacts with an average of 3.4 million. And this was some information that we developed in response to some questions that the GAP asked during discussions. So. Okay, I think we're ready for the next slide, and this will move us into a section that Jesse's going to go over, where we will start looking at some indicators of prospects for future gear switching. But before we go there, let me see if there's any questions on what I just covered.
Okay, any questions? I have one, but we can come back to it later. It's minor.
Okay.
Maggie and Brad have questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm scrolled my panelist list. All right, Maggie.
Thanks, Chair Gorelnik. And I do have a question on one of the slides and on the information underlying it in the analytical document. I'm happy to hold it till the end of the whole presentation if you feel like we would, at your preference.
I'm fine to take it now.
Okay. This is on the slide that's numbered 30, trawl vessel participation, section 2.1.
Okay, let me get back there. Slide. Oh, that's right. Sandra's got to get back there.
Thank you, Sandra. That's the one.
Okay.
I will first say that I did not follow, I'm sorry, your explanation, Jim, of the graph at the bottom right.
Sure.
So, and I think there was one more bullet on the bottom, maybe, Sandra.
Yeah.
Right. So that bottom bullet is the question I wanted to dig into a little bit more. The statement here that it appears likely that trawl vessel participation isn't human. And in looking at the analytical document, if I am reading this correctly, you have a discussion of stable participants in the fishery and that those vessels likely had the capacity to make up for the departing vessels and factors other than the amount of trawl vessel participation, which is presumably the number of trawl vessels involved, are likely the cause of underattainment. And I just want to note that on the next page, and I'm sorry, I'm now looking at page 15 in the analytical document, and you don't need to go there, but there's some discussion of the fact that stable participants' landings have increased over time. The largest increase coincides with the re-emergence of the midwater rockfish fishery. I'm thinking about that and about how the midwater rockfish landings increase has influenced what we're looking at in terms of overall attainment. When we talk about attainment of a whole, and I'm not, I guess I think all I could conclude from this bullet is that yes, on a scale of all of the trawl sector allocation, it might appear likely that trawl vessel participation isn't limiting attainment, but it could be for species or species groups within that. For example, the Dover and thorny heads we've been talking about, and that midwater rockfish is maybe affecting our view of that. And I'm interested in your response to that.
Yeah, certainly midwater, the appearance of the midwater rockfish fishery is one of the things that's moving the line up here. And I mean, the question is that what was kind of out there was that, well, look at the big decline in the number of trawl participants. That must be the cause of the decline in what's being harvested. And that it indicates that essentially there's not enough vessels out there to harvest more. And what we're just saying here is that the vessels that were left had the capacity to harvest more, and they were constrained. Whether the constraint was, that they could harvest more widow and yellowtail, but the allocations were too low, or the constraint was that the market wasn't there, the physical capacity was there. And the other indicator here, the two previous bullets, the average catch, net revenue have gone up, and particularly important there is the net revenue has gone up. The permits are available for vessels to come in. The vessels are around. I don't know if that kind of gets to your question or not.
It does. Thank you. That was helpful.
Okay.
Brad?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Jim, I'm kind of curious if you ever looked at the bigger picture here as far as why Dover sole attainment might have went down. And I'm speaking to the sablefish quota. In 2009, it was peaked out in the short time period. We're looking here last 10 years, 15 years. And it dropped 28% in 2011. And I would think that that decline in quota, that's a substantial decline. And also the folks gear switching have already lined up their purchases. And so by the time that year got going, the quota was down 28%, and there was 30% of the quota that was already obtained for use in that year. And so that would kind of give you an idea why the Dover catch went down. And also, I'd just like to say that the sailfish quota declined from 2009 to 2013 by 43%. And so I would submit to you that the fish wasn't available to the fleet, and the peak of 12,000 tons or close to that at Dover, the market was there, and then the lack of quota available to trawlers in 2011 due to those two things, gear switching and the quota decline. Basically, we lost our market, and because we couldn't keep Dover in the marketplace. Did you ever think about or look at that potentially?
Well, I think that's, and Sandra, could you go to slide 31? It's a little bit hard to see here, but you can see the trend you're talking about. I didn't mention it, but the bottom line, the top graph, there's a bottom gray line there, and it's a little bit hard to see, but you can definitely see what you're talking about. The peak there in 2008-9, and then the Dover, that dash gray line really, the sablefish really dropping down. So that's kind of one of the alternative hypotheses that are out there as to what's causing the problem. And we are, those are what we're looking at, I guess, is the question of whether sablefish is what's constraining or not. And Jesse, do you have any on that point? I don't know if you have anything to add. Jesse's been doing a lot more with the harvest ratios and stuff. So I just invite her to add anything if there's anything to
add. The only thing I can think of is we did a little bit of a look at, looking back at historical trawl allocations and attainment in a document that was provided to the SAMTEC in January 2020, I believe. In terms of, and it looked at Dover attainment as well. So that might have some additional information that wasn't included here. I do think there's a link provided in the front of section 1.0 to link to that document that I might point people to, but that's the only thing I can think of off the top of my head.
Yeah, I mean, we have been looking at these ratios and how they have changed across time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just one more. or just Mark?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will just comment that the increase in Dover sole to sablefish catch, or I should say, Dover sole to sablefish has increased 34% during the catch share program over the previous 10 years prior to catch shares. So just a comment there.
Right, and I think that's kind of what you see, like you said, again, looking at that graphic, the percentage decrease in Dover sole is a lot bigger than the percentage decrease in the sablefish, indicating that there is some flexibility in that ratio when sablefish becomes more constraining. And the question is how much.
Is that okay, Brad? Yeah. Further questions?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I put my hand down. My bad.
Okay. All right. Any other questions at this stage? Okay, so I think we're going to turn it back over to Jesse.
That's correct.
All right. Let's get to the right place in the.
So we're on slide 51 now.
Perfect. Thanks, Sandra. So I'll be focusing now on section 6.0, which looks at future sablefish constraints and potential gear switching. Next slide. And you can put up both the bullets. Perfect. So section 6.1 looks at how the biomass of the sablefish stock and corresponding allocations potentially may impact fisheries. Changes in biomass management and the health of the stock can result in changes to the availability of sablefish and the degree to which it's needed by various strategies. So DTS, whiting, fixed gear, things like that. For example, as Jim just mentioned, with the recruitment events we've been seeing, there is likely going to be more need in the whiting sectors to account for bycatch, thereby reducing the total available pounds for other trawl gears or gear switching. Based on the Council's final recommendation for 21-22, ACLs for Sablefish North in the upcoming biennia are expected to be about 1,000 metric tons higher than they have been during the IFQ era, which is similar to pre-catch shares magnitudes. So if it is an availability issue with this spike in ACLs, it could allow everyone, whether gear switching, whiting, DTS, whichever strategy, to have the sablefish they need without constraining other sectors, leading to overall increased attainment of non-whiting allocations. However, if it's more of a market-based issue, then increases in allocation might not result in increased attainment of non-whiting allocations, like Dover sole or thorny heads. This could lead to more quota pounds on the market, potentially increasing gear switching if there is an incentive. Next slide. Oh, Sandra, I'll tell you when to click. Sorry. Thank you. Okay, so this section takes a look at how sablefish market prices, both ex-vessel and quota pound prices, may influence or be influenced by future levels of gear switching. So, as ex-vessel prices decrease, it might be expected that gear switching would also decrease. However, price declines in 2018 and 2019 were not accompanied by a decrease in gear switching. And so I'll orient you to the two charts on this slide. The top right, top right graph here shows the orange line is the fixed gear ex-vessel average price per pound. The black line with the triangles is the average price per pound for trawl caught sablefish. And the lower blue line is the sablefish quota pound prices. On the bottom graph, we see here is by the bars show the total, the percent of the total available pounds gear switched. So you can see in 2018 and 2019, there was a decline in both the fixed gear and trawl price, but you actually see an uptick in the percent of total available pounds gear switched. So with the price declines in 2018 and 2019, it was also accompanied by the sablefish quota pound price decrease, which you can see with the solid blue line trending downwards. Sablefish quota pound prices in 2019 were half of what the 2017 level. So for vessels that rely on leasing quota pounds, this reduction might have made up for some of the price decline. Next. The continued gear switching might be supported by the price differential for trawl caught compared to fixed gear caught fish, which you can see on the black line that is now added on the bottom graph. So this is the difference between the fixed gear and trawl caught average price per pound. Note that while prices have declined, there is much less of a decline in the price differential, and it's still above that which existed for the first 5 years of the program. The price differential is actually up 32% in the last 4 years compared to the first 5 years. So while this indicates that some relationship between price differentials and the amount of gear switching, it is not a definitive study. If the indications here hold up, as sablefish prices decline, as long as the price is high enough to be profitable, the differential between trawl caught and fixed gear caught prices may contribute to gear switching. Next bullet. In general, the market for sablefish appears to be functioning reasonably well in that fixed gear vessels and trawl vessels are paying similar prices for quota pounds, particularly over the last 4 years. Next bullet. So one question that's been asked is if fixed gear vessels left the fishery for some reason, either because of a regulatory change or changing market conditions, what would happen to the quota pound prices? Click. First, we can say that with some degree of certainty that fixed gear vessels are likely pushing the sablefish quota pound price somewhat higher, simply because at any particular quota pound price, the amount of quota pounds the fleet as a whole is willing to purchase is greater, pushing prices higher. In a well-functioning market, these increases occur as the vessel is able to generate the most profit, bid just enough more and not huge amounts more than others in order to secure the transaction. Click. However, it is not clear whether fixed gear vessels or trawlers have a higher net profit per pound of sablefish. Unpublished studies are inconclusive, but indicate that trawler profits per pound of sablefish are likely at least competitive to fixed gear vessel profits. It appears likely that there are some trawlers generating profits at a higher rate than some fixed gear vessels, and vice versa. Click. So overall, what's the impact on quota pound prices under this situation? As long as trawlers are able to use all the sablefish quota pounds, a reduction in participation by gear switchers is likely to have some, but not too great, of a downward effect on sablefish quota pound prices. However, if there are other constraints preventing trawlers from taking larger amounts of the trawl complexes, a reduction in fixed gear participation could result in the availability of surplus quota pounds, causing a substantial reduction in quota pound prices. Okay, next slide. And you can put all the bullets up. Thanks. So one of the concerns that's been noted is the potential for gear switching to expand, further constraining or becoming a constraint to non-whiting trawl operations. And so as a reminder, as I discussed at the top of the presentation, in order to participate in the IFQ program, you really need 3 things: a vessel, a trawl permit, and access to quota. And we're going to talk about trawl permits here. So in essence, there are 3 categories of permits. There are those that are used for IFQ landings, and then there are 2 classes of permits that can be seen as available, but the purchase or lease would not negatively impact current operations. So on the graph here, you have the number of permits with IFQ landings shown in the darker gray. And above that, you have in the lighter gray what we're calling inactive permits. So these are trawl endorsed permits that are assigned to a vessel but have no associated landings. There's been an average of 34 of these over the IFQ era, and that's been actually fairly pretty stable. On the other hand, we have latent permits, which are permits that are not assigned to the vessel, and the number of those has actually been increasing. On average, from 2011 through 2014, it was about 22, and in 2015 to 2019, it's been 32. Next slide. And you can put all the bullets up, Sandra. Thank you. So this section looks at the potential sources of new entrants into the gear switching fishery by looking at current patterns. So the fishery where we see the most crossover is the LE fixed gear primary fishery, or the tier fishery, in which approximately 50% of IFQ gear switching vessels in a given year crossover. So in other words, about half do both gear switching in the IFQ fishery and fish in the tier program. Now, one possible motivation for crossing over from the tier program may be the constraints imposed by the 3 permit stacking limit. And for some context, in 2020, if you were stacking the maximum amount of tier 1 permits, you could harvest about 146,000 pounds. On the other hand, if you wanted to harvest a full annual vessel limit in the IFQ program of Sablefish North, that would be about 262,000 pounds. So with any elimination or limitation of gear switching, those that fish IFQ only would likely be more impacted than those who do both tier and IFQ fishery. Now, we did look at other sources of crossover, and Dungeness crab was the only other fishery that we really highlighted. And there we see about 21.2% of vessels that fish in the Dungeness crab fishery fish in some kind of fixed gear sablefish fishery, whether OA, LE, or IFQ. And next slide. So we did an analysis of quota share ownership based on publicly available records. Just as the number of participants has stabilized in recent years to about 15 or 16, as I discussed earlier, the same can be said for quota share ownership by gear switching entities in a particular year. And it's averaged about 12 to 13% from 2016 to 2018. Click. So annual quota share ownership of gear switchers depends on who participates in a year. Regular participants, which we're classifying as those that have participated in 2 of the last 4 or 4 of the last 8 years from 2011 through 2018. And if you'll click, you can click a couple more times. Thanks. So these regular participants own 11.5% of the quota share at the end of 2018. And they've actually acquired 3% of additional quota share since trading began in 2014. Click. However, regular and single year participants have divested about 3.6% of quota share since 2014. And I just want to highlight the 3.6 here is in blue because this is a correction for the document where it says 3.2%. Overall, it's estimated that gear switchers lease about 20% of all quota pounds issued in each year. So given this information, the big take home here is there's not been a large trend in quota share acquisition by gear switching participants. And that is the last slide in this section. So we'll pause here before moving on to the next section for questions.
Thank you, Jesse. I'll look for hands on this section. I'm not seeing it. I got a question, Jesse. Wait, let me go to Corey first.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair? Sorry, I'm lost in my again, but I would yield to you. Please go ahead.
Okay. And this, I notice on this slide, we've got 12 to 13% of quota share owned by gear switchers. And then in the bottom bullet, you've got gear switchers leasing about 20% of quota pounds. Is there really a distinction there, or could that have been phrased as quota share in the last bullet?
I'm gonna let Jim handle this one.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's definitely quota pounds in the last bullet. So they own the quota share, the 12 to 13%. So those who own their quota share, they get their quota pounds every year, and it's in their, it's in their pocket, lands in their account. All the other gear switching folks are going out and buying quota pounds every year from the folks that have the quota share.
But
and so
even though the quota pounds may vary year to year, 20% is 20%. So is it fair to say here that the gear switchers are controlling in any given year, or at least for the years we're talking about here, 32 to 33%.
Yeah, I mean, if like you say, if you combine the two ways of controlling, right? One is you control the 12 to 13% by owning quota share, and then the other is, I guess you could say, you control the quota pounds by going out into the market and seeing if you can buy them each year. The 20%.
All right, and that 20% then, is that being bought from other gear switchers, or is that being bought from gear switchers?
We didn't track that. I mean, you know, at least I can tell you at least 7 to 8% of it's not being bought from other gear switchers, because they only own 12 to 13%.
Yeah, right.
But,
right.
We didn't track that down. No.
All right, Corey, are you ready?
I am. Thank you. And yeah, thanks, Jim and Jesse, for the presentation so far. I don't know if I need to go all the way back to slide number 54, or I can just ask my question. I think one common thing with all with the initial design of the program and 5-year review, I can never remember where things are in these analyses. And I know you Jesse, you have a good mind for this. But on this idea of the price differential of sablefish, thought you all at one point looked at it because with the bottom trawl sector, the sablefish is actually valuable in itself, but it's also valuable for the other species you catch with it. So it's a basket of species, the DTS being the most common. So is there a place where you look at that price per sablefish, pound of sablefish caught with those other species? And I think you kind of get that at that bullet. Not clear that gear switchers have higher net profit per pound of sablefish. So is that what you're meaning? Is that bullet mean what I'm getting at is you get combined money in the bottom trawl for multiple species, which would maybe make this price differential a different story. The question is that in the analysis somewhere?
Yeah, I'm going to step in here. I think if you go back to slide 35, maybe you get at what, Sandra, can you put up 35? So I think this slide gets at it largely. The difference between I'll just take the first number, the 6.0 million that the trawlers make with the sablefish and the 4.1 million that the fixed gear folks make is a combination of the additional species the trawlers are catching with that sablefish. And then there is also some additional, because the trawlers are getting a little bit less money per pound of sablefish. So that actually reduces it a little bit. So it's not completely the additional species, but it gives you the net or not the net revenue, the total revenue difference. And then the analyses that have been done by at the Science Center at the Economic Data Collection Program have indicated that in terms of net revenue, it pretty much looks like that on average, the trawlers probably make better net revenue, although the issues of some folks being more efficient than others and what's happening on the margins kind of complicates the analysis. And anyway, yeah.
Thank you.
Let's see, Pete Hassemer.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Jesse and Jim, for going through this. Jesse, on the last slide, I guess if Sandra could go there, the trends in quota share acquisition. Just a clarification on the second big bullet, regular participants. At the end of 2018, they own 11.5%. And then the next one, they've acquired 3% additional since 2014. What I'm reading there is at the end of 2014, they owned 8.5%. And then since 2014, they've acquired that 3%. Or is the 3% just a subset of that, or is there something else going on there?
You want me to step in? Yes.
Yeah, this was your.
Yeah. Okay. So unfortunately, yeah, there is something else, a little bit more kind of flow of quota share back and forth going on here. Unfortunately, because of some concern about confidentiality issues, we weren't able to kind of give you an total apples to apples comparison. But if you look at the next bullet where it says regular and single year participants have divested of 3.6% since 2014. So I would have liked to have had regular participants only for that bullet, so we'd be able to really get a clean look at what the dynamics have been. But unfortunately, again, we were a little bit concerned about some confidentiality issues, so I had to add some other participants in here. So yes, so they own 11.5% as of the end of 2018. They own some lesser amount before that, but then there's this other, there have been some of them that have divested and some of them that have acquired more. And so it's kind of all just in this ballpark, and on balance, there hasn't been too much change. I mean, I would mention that 12 to 13% number, it was in 2016, it was 12.0, in 2017, it was 12.1, in 2018, it was 12.9. So for those 3 years, I don't know if you can call that significant or not, but in fact, I don't think you can. Anyway, so relatively, just as Jesse pointed out earlier, the number of participants have stabilized. We haven't seen a huge trend in purchasing of quota share. I think that's the bottom line.
Okay, thank you. So I gather then that the 11.5% owned at the end of 2018 is the value, and since 2014, as you said, some was divested, some was purchased, but the correct value now at the end of 2018 is 11.5%. Thanks.
Right. Yeah, and those are for regular participants. And regular participants, it's actually, they participated in 4 of 8 years, and anybody who participated in 4 of 8 years also participated in 2 of the last 4. So that just gives you a feel for the degree of consistency of participation of those folks.
Any follow-up there, Pete?
No, that's great. Thank you.
All right. Any further questions at this stage? All right, Jim and Jesse.
Awesome. Sandra, if you wouldn't mind flipping to 66. Perfect. Okay, so last section, we're going to do a preliminary look at the alternatives that were forwarded by the SAMTAC for consideration. So I'm just going to say that there's a lot of information in the document on various provisions of each of the alternatives, but today the goal is to really provide you with an overview of the qualifier analysis for the grandfather privileges for gear switching. If the council chooses to move forward with this agenda item at your next meeting, we can definitely provide more details. So next slide. So just wanted to kind of take us back probably like an hour ago when Jim gave us the overview of the alternatives. So alternative 1 is the gear specific quota pound alternative. So here each quota share account would receive a percentage of trawl only in any gear quota pounds. And if an opt-out was allowed, the permit could designate a quota share account to receive all quota pounds as any gear. Alternative 2, the gear switching endorsement, would be based on permit history, and permits would receive a gear switching endorsement to fish a higher limit of Sablefish North with fixed gear. And finally, alternative 3, the active trawler alternative. Vessels could receive an active trawler designation based on trawl landings to gear switch up to 1%, and vessels with gear switching history could fish up to 0.6% or the amount of quota share they've owned as of and since the control date. Next slide. So one of the central decisions for any allocation based on historic participation is determination of the entity for which the history will be evaluated in making the allocation. So just a reminder that a full history of the council's deliberations for other programs and SAMTAC rationale for considering vessel or permit history is provided for in section B21 of the final SAMTAC report in May. As noted in the title, alternatives 1 and 2 would allocate gear switching privileges based on the history of the permit, while alternative 3 would allocate based on the vessel. So just a couple things to consider in terms of effects of the history. So you can put up the next 2 bullets. Perfect. So where the permit and the vessel remain continuously together under common ownership, including being transferred together to new owners, there would not be an effective difference between the two with respect to which received the allocation. Now, where a permit is leased or where the permit and vessel are transferred separately from each other, different individuals will benefit from the initial allocation, depending on whether the allocation is given to the permit or the vessel owner. Now, given these considerations, here's a couple of facts on the next slide, if you'll go to Sandra. Thank you. To consider when looking at the alternatives. So, gear switching vessels tend to lease about 50% of their permits. Perfect. Okay. While trawl permits tend to own their own permits. And in fact, in 2019, trawl permits had the highest leasing percentage they've had at 13%. Click. So looking back at gear switching history over the IFQ program for Sablefish North and permit vessel combinations. So 8 vessels have used more than 1 permit to harvest Sablefish North with fixed gear. 10 permits have been used on more than 2 vessels, and there's actually been no vessel permit combination that's been used in all 9 years. I will say that there are 4 vessels that have gear switched in all those 9 years, but no permit has been used for all 9 years. So those 4 vessels at some point had another permit to harvest fixed gear sablefish. Okay, next slide. So here we're going to get into the gear switching privilege qualification analysis. There's going to be the same series of slides for each of the alternatives. And again, we're focusing on the grandfather privilege, and there's more details on those that would be potentially impacted in the analysis. Next slide. So alternative 1, the gear specific quota pound alternative, grandfather privilege is through an opt-out based on permit history. So here we have 4 sub-options that would qualify the permit to opt out a quota share account to receive all the quota pounds as unrestricted. So I'm not going to go over each of these in detail today because it's not core to the council action today. But as an example, and how to read this, so sub-option B would require 10,000 pounds to be landed by the permit in total between January 1, 2011 through September 15th, 2017, which is the control date, and that's highlighted here in blue. Next slide. So this is a subset of table 24 in the document, and I'll just kind of walk you through the various columns on this table. So we have the sub option that you saw on the previous slide, as well as a brief description of the qualification requirement for the permit. You have the number of qualifying permits that would be able to opt out a quota share account. It ranges from 26 under sub option C to 38 under sub option A, with that just required 1 fixed gear landing between, that should say 2011 through 2018. Don't know how I've missed that the whole time. 22 permits would qualify under all options. And I just want to point out the far right-hand column, the qualifiers percentage of the 2020 allocation based on their average gear switch catch. This is to not be seen as a projection of any kind. It's really just for perspective of what their average catch would have been out of the 2020 allocation. I'll also note that the percent of permits with gear switching history, this is only out of those that participated from 2011 through 2018. There were 2 additional vessels and permits that entered the fishery in 2019. And finally, permits affected across the alternatives do vary. So for example, 13 permits are actually affected by the decision between sub-options B and C, which have the same minimum landing requirement, just a different date qualification period, although the total difference between the two numbers is 7. So that is something to be considered, and there's a pretty detailed analysis in the analytical document that explains more details on that. Next slide. So this is looking at alternative 2, the gear switching endorsement. Again, permits with history could qualify for a higher gear switching limit. Just again, as an example in some of the options here. So option 1 would require 10,000 pounds per year in at least 3 years between January 1, 2011 and the control date. And I really want to point out here on alternative 2, there's a recent participation sub option where 1 landing would be required in the time period between 2016 and 2018 and it was a way to kind of potentially give those more recently active in the fishery the privilege rather than those who might have tested out the fishery in the early years but haven't participated since. So that was something the SAMTAC wanted to look at. And you can see with the different options, some of it is a sub option while others are required or not required. Next slide. So same as if we look for alternative 1, you can see your options, and then under the qualification period, you can see the landings requirement with the sub options for options 1 and 2 shown in the 2nd and 4th row. Between 10 and 15 permits would qualify under alternative 2 for an endorsement. 10 would qualify under all options. And then you have the same set of statistics here with the percent of permits with gear switching history and the percent of the 2020 allocation based on average catch. Next slide. So alternative 3, the active trawler designation. So there's 2 pathways for gear switching. The active trawler designation, which would be assigned to the vessel, and then the exemption, which would be assigned to the permit. Next slide. So first we'll look at the active trawler designation, which would allow vessels to gear switch up to 1% of the Sablefish North allocation. So to achieve this status, you would have to make 6 IFQ landings of a certain size north of 36. I'll note there's differential limits north of 4010 and between 36 and 4010 latitudes. The designation would be good for that year and the following year. And looking back historically, as you can see in the graph, about 86% of IFQ vessels would have qualified in each year for the active trawler status. Next slide. Oh, there we go. So this is looking at the 2 options for the exempted vessel qualification. So this would allow, this would be based on vessel history. So there's 2 options which are very similar to those seen in alternative 2, with option 1 actually being included within option 2 here. Let's see here. Next slide. So again, the similar table. So you have your option, your qualification description. Between 11 and 12 vessels would qualify. The 12th vessel under option 2 is actually qualifying based on the 90,000 pounds that was in addition to option 1. You can see in the description of the qualification. So here you have the qualifying vessels as a percent of vessels with gear switching history. So about 30% historically would qualify. And with that, we'll go to the very last slide and ask for any final questions.
Okay, that's quite a lot there. We've had some questions along the way, but let's see if there are any further questions at this time. I think when it comes to council discussion, we may revisit some of this for sure, but I'm going to see if there are any hands raised. I know some people take a few minutes to find the hand raise button. But I'm not seeing any. So Jim and Jesse, thank you very much. Don't go too far away. We've been at this for about 2 hours, I think, or close to 2 hours. So why don't we take a short break of 10 minutes, and then when we come back, we'll continue with the reports, SAMTAC, GMT, and GAP, and I think CDFW. So let's take a break. It's 4:38. We'll be back at 4:48. All right, this is a 30-second warning. All right, we will continue here. First, it's been pointed out to me that Rachel Baker has joined the table, so welcome, Rachel. And at this point, I'm going to be handing off the virtual gavel to Vice Chair Brad Pettinger. So, Brad, take it away.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. Alrighty, and good afternoon to everyone. I believe we're going to start off with Phil Anderson to kick off the SAMTAC report. Phil?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I just have a few introductory remarks to make in preparation for the presentation of the SAMTAC committee's report that Jim Seeger will give. Well, first, I wanted to acknowledge the people that made up the committee. In addition to myself, Kelly Ames and Maggie Summer, Bob Dooley, Pete Hassemer, Michelle Culver was part of the committee right up until the last meeting, at which time Corey Niles stepped in her seat. We were fortunate to have 6 members of industry that were part of the committee as well, including Bob Alberson and Dan Platt, David Crabb and Steve Scheiblower, Kevin Dunn, and Michael Koniski. In addition, we had great, our staff leader, Dr. Seeger, and Jesse Dorfinghouse was under contract with the council to assist us in this endeavor. We also had great support from National Marine Fisheries Service as well as state staff. We had a contingent of the public that were with us every step of the way, in addition to some that came to one or more meetings, but we did have a solid contingent of representatives that were with us virtually every step of the way. So thanks to them. Most of you know that the SAMTAC committee was formed to try to help with a kind of a deep dive into this issue. The CAB had tried to take this issue on, as did the GAP. So we formed this committee, and they took a swing at it as well. As was clearly demonstrated with the report that we just received on some of the analytical work and evaluation, this is a tough issue with lots of ramifications to consider. And I'll just list a few of those. There's certainly many of them, but I think the first things we needed to do was try to understand the dynamics of the trawl fishery, including what had happened since the inception of the catch sharing plan. We looked at landings, utilization trends. We looked at the relationship between species, particular focus on the relationship between Dover sole and sable in this multi-species fishery. We also delved into markets and impacts of imports, species, and as well as ex-vessel value trends. We peered into the processing capacity question and the availability of skilled workforce to fillet larger quantities of fish, as well as the challenges and opportunities for expanding Dover landings and marketing.
as you can see from the presentation we just received, leasing of sablefish by quota shareholders and permit holders and the relationship the individual annual trawl vessel owners' business plans was a consideration that we needed to understand. And we also took a look at the scientific understanding and uncertainty about the relationships between the sablefish resource above and below 39. And there are a host of other factors, some of which you just got a briefing on that went into our consideration and our deliberations and the formulation of alternatives. So suffice it to say that there's a lot of factors to consider before making changes to the catch sharing plan to ensure that if you're going to make a change that you are able to achieve the desired outcome and avoid unintended consequences. So I think the committee has provided the council a work product that responds to the charge that was given to us, that allows the council to make an informed decision on whether or not to move forward with further consideration of this issue. Our report includes a purpose and need statement for your consideration if you do decide to move forward, as well as a suite of alternatives and the accompanying analysis that followed our report to modify the catch sharing plan with respect to the gear switching rules. So we hope we met that expectation. I think it was the complexity of the topic and the interrelationships between a lot of the factors that you got a taste of here in the report that Jim and Jesse just provided gives you a sense of why it took us 6 meetings, 2 days of a meeting to bring this work product forward. So with that overview and a little bit of background, with your permission, Mr. Vice Chair, I would turn the balance of the presentation of the committee's report over to Dr. Seeger.
Yeah, thank you, Phil, for that great overview. So we'll move right along here. Jim?
Thank you. Yeah, that was provides some really good context for the report. So I will be, just to let you know, I'm going to pretty much read the first 4.5 or so pages of the report. And then we'll just summarize very briefly around the alternatives, which you've already heard about when we made the analytical presentation there. So starting from the top, the SAMTAC committee has completed work on its charge and provides this document to the council as its final report. In providing its final report, the committee expects that if the council decides to move forward on this issue, the alternatives it has developed will be subject to further refinement in the broader council process, and that such refinement will be informed by additional analysis that is expected and may be requested by the council. While the committee worked to develop alternatives on the underattainment issue, focusing on actions that address gear switching, it received substantial testimony supporting status quo, i.e. the no action alternative, in addition to testimony supporting limiting or reducing gear switching. And you see the table of contents for the report and then the SAMTAC charge. The committee was appointed by the council in April 2018 and given the following charge: identifying obstacles to achieving the goals and objectives of the catch share plan related to underattainment of the non-sablefish trawl allocations and unharvested sablefish quota pounds south of 36. As appropriate to overcome identified obstacles, the committee will discuss and develop options, including but not limited to actions that may modify rules for gear switching by trawl permit holders and quota pound leasing to vessels using fixed gear, as well as options that may encourage increased utilization of the sablefish quota pound south of 36. Deliberations. To address its charge, the committee met 6 times, and there's the dates. Records for these meetings, including materials considered by the committee and meeting summaries, are provided in the SAMTAC webpage. When the committee was while the committee has steadily progressed in its work, its process was interrupted by a government shutdown in the winter of 1819 and was more recently impeded by the stay-at-home orders associated with the pandemic. The committee did its initial scoping work in 2018 that included investigation of up to 24 alternatives suggested during its deliberations. And there's the report. You can see those alternatives. Most of the alternatives were focused on limiting sablefish harvest by gear switching vessels. This focus was based on the possibility that trawl sector attainment of its allocations of species that co-occur with sablefish might be impeded by a limited availability of sablefish quota, particularly the trawl allocation of Dover sole. If that is the case, then sablefish taken by gear switching vessels could be contributing to the underattainment of those co-occurring species. The committee discussed the possibility that there might be other factors constraining attainment of trawl allocations, example, lack of markets, and other underattained species of concern, example, lingcod. However, based on the context of its charge, the committee decided to focus on potential sablefish-related constraints in the north and underattainment of sablefish allocations in the south 36. Specifically, the committee noted that prior to its appointment, there had been 3 industry workshops where high levels of concern surfaced that objectives of the catch share program were being undermined by the harvest of trawl-allocated sablefish with fixed gear. As directed by its charge, the committee explored the issue of underattainment of the southern sablefish allocation. The committee's discussions covered both the possibility that a policy change might encourage increased harvest of southern sablefish within the southern area, and that some unused southern sablefish trawl allocation could be shifted to the north, alleviating possible sablefish constraints in the north. The committee found that the reasons that the sablefish in the south are not being harvested were not fully understood and difficult to assess. And I'm going to skip the next section because next sentence because it is repeated in the following paragraph. And in going through this next paragraph, I'm going to paraphrase and summarize a bit. There's some transitions in there that didn't quite work out, and we'll smooth those over. The committee initially undertook development of alternatives that would shift some of the southern trawl sablefish to the north to relieve a possible sablefish constraint there. With respect to policies that might increase sablefish harvest in the southern area, it was noted that as a result of community-based efforts, conditions in the region are changing, including the entry of new buyers operating in ports just to the north of the line that might begin purchasing product taken in the south. So with respect to the southern sablefish underattainment, the committee found that the lack of local markets and limited fishing grounds for groundfish trawlers were a contributing factor. Further, and there was concern that there could be unintended consequences from trying to address issues in the south using regulatory measures. For example, allowing large vessels from the outside the area coming in to take the available catch and adversely impacting other local grounds and fleets. So to summarize, the alternatives to use the southern sablefish in the south were not developed for the reasons I just mentioned. Then the subject of the paragraph shifts back to the alternatives that would shift southern sablefish use to the north. Continuing on then, at its May 2019 meeting, these alternatives were set aside in addition to the previously mentioned factors and uncertainties about the impacts that certain regulations might have on participants that fish in the south. The concern of some committee members about uncertainty surrounding the science relative to the portion of the sablefish stock in the south also contributed to the committee's decision to not bring forward these regulatory alternatives. Finally, while shifting sablefish from south to north might provide some relief, it would not resolve the gear switching issue. It may have only been a temporary improvement in the trawl attainment if the shift to the north simply led to more gear switching. Therefore, it seemed best to first determine if gear switching in the north should be limited. For these reasons, the committee did not develop alternatives that might increase utilization of southern sablefish. If the council wants to address the southern sablefish issue, the committee recommends delaying further consideration of such alternatives until we get finality on the gear switching issues in the north. The committee reviewed analyses indicating both the possibility that gear switching for sablefish might be constraining attainment of co-occurring species or might constrain attainment in the future, and the possibility that other factors, such as market limitations, may be constraining attainment of species such as Dover sole. The analyses provided at each committee meeting are available on the SAMTAC webpage and will be updated and summarized for future council meetings. An informational report containing portions of the analysis most relevant to the purpose and need and qualifying criteria is provided for this meeting. The committee notes that the council will need to take the analytical results into account in determining whether the alternatives limiting gear switching are expected to improve attainment of the trawl allocation as compared to no action. Based on the information and the analysis it received during our deliberations, the committee developed a purpose and need statement. Draft purpose and need. The draft purpose and need provided the council at its November 2019 meeting included a paragraph on southern sablefish attainment. Given that the committee is recommending that there be not be further development of alternatives on that issue at this time, that paragraph has been removed from the draft statement. The committee recommends that the council adopt the following purpose and need. This action is needed because the shore-based IFQ program has underattained most of its allocations since the inception of the program in 2011. The underattainment for some northern stocks may be due to the allowance to use fixed gear to harvest shore-based IFQ, declining trawl vessel participation, and the lack of market and infrastructure. Specifically, participants engaging in gear switching are using northern sablefish quota that might otherwise be used by trawl gears. This may lead to uncertainty in trawl access to sablefish, thereby affecting the development of markets and infrastructure. Working within the guidance and authority provided by the MSA and the Pacific Coast Groundfish FMP, goals and objectives, the purpose of this action would be to keep northern sablefish gear switching from impeding the attainment of northern IFQ allocations with trawl gear while considering impacts on current operations and investments. Underattainment results in the shore-based IFQ program being unable to meet management goals 2 and 3 of the FMP, which respectively seek to maximize the value of the groundfish resource as a whole and to achieve the maximum biological yield of the overall groundfish fishery. Additionally, this action would seek to improve the program toward the goal of Amendment 20 to the FMP, which created the shore-based IFQ program, of providing for full utilization of the trawl sector allocation. Principles. At its October 2018 meeting, and in consideration of the working principles that were originally developed by the Community Advisory Board, the CAB, the SAMTAC developed and adopted the following as principles that the alternatives would be designed to support. A, we want to ensure that there is affordable trawl access to sablefish. We believe that unlimited catch of sablefish through gear switching is not desirable. We want to consider impacts on existing operations / investments. We want to maintain the gear switching option for the trawl operations. We will consider industry and community impacts and ensure long-term stability. We will consider the effect on the value of trawl permits. We want to increase the net economic value of the trawl individual fishing quota program. Principle C, it should be noted, references consideration of impacts to investments related to trawl, fixed gear, and buyer / processor operations. Each of the alternatives addresses the principles in different manner and to differing degrees. In general, the alternatives provide limits to gear switching, principles B and C, maintain some ongoing gear switching opportunity for all participants, principles C and D, and provide grandfather provisions for those who have invested in gear switching as demonstrated through their gear switching activities, principle C. In designing the alternatives, the committee gave due consideration to other principles based on the analysis that were before it, but we will also be informed by the results of pending analysis to determine the degree to which they are addressed. And those principles were ensuring affordable trawl access to sablefish, principle A, industry and community impacts and long-term stability, principle E, effect on trawl permit values, principle F, and net economic value of the trawl IFQ program, principle G. Range of alternatives, no action and action alternatives. The committee has progressively consolidated and refined the action alternatives and recommends that in addition to status quo / no action, 3 action alternatives be included in the council's range of alternatives addressing the purpose and need statement. The alternatives are fully described in Appendix A to this report and summarized here. The rationale for designing these action alternatives is provided in Appendix B, but not rationale for selecting one action alternative over another or over no action. The focus of the action alternatives is limitation and or a reduction of the amount of trawl sector allocation of northern sablefish that is taken using fixed gear. It is important to note that gear switching for any other species would not be directly limited by these alternatives. The 3 action alternatives each provide a different mechanism for limiting gear switching, and each mechanism results in a different distribution of impacts. Under each action alternative, participants that demonstrate a degree of recent and historical participation, investment, and dependence on gear switching are given grandfather considerations and provide some enhanced gear switching opportunities as compared to those without such activity. The short and long-term amounts of gear switching allowed under each action alternative can be changed by changing options selected within the alternative, such as qualifying requirements or individual entity gear switching limitations. So at this point, I'm going to just move ahead and take a look at Table 1. And just note that this is basically, I gave most of this information to you verbally during the, when we were setting up the analysis, giving you kind of the basic information from the analysis. So on the top of this table, we have the central provisions that apply to everybody except those with the grandfather status. So people in the fishery now and people who come into the fishery in the future, this is the gear switching limitation mechanism they would face, and then the basic allowance that they would have, either under alternative 1, if they acquire some quota share, they get 10 or 30% of it, or they under alternative 2, everybody gets the 0.5% limit, or under alternative 3, they have the opportunity to become an active trawler and access the 1% limit. As Jessie mentioned in her presentation, there would be an annual qualifying requirement for active trawler status that most vessels would be expected to meet. Under alternative 1 in this table, not mentioned in this table, but it's mentioned in the following table, is that sub-option that I mentioned, where the council could decide that in the latter part of the year, all the quota pounds become unrestricted. Then the bottom half of this table then has the central provisions applying to those that would get the grandfather status. So I've covered those. The first one, there's an opportunity to opt out, possibly, that would be provided by the council. So under alternative 1, so anybody with that qualifies would be able to opt out a quota share account. Alternative 2 is the endorsement. Alternative 3 is the exemption from having to be an active trawler. And then something I didn't spend a lot of time in the last row here is the duration of the grandfather provisions. So the fact that the opt-out status would expire with a quota share count expiration or a change in the ownership. For the endorsement, I did want to mention that they could expire with a permit transfer, or there is an option in there that would allow those endorsements to be indefinite. So they would just be like any other gear endorsements with no defined expiration on them. And then the expiration on the exemptions for the active trawlers, also with the changes in ownership. So then looking at Table 2, that just provides the information that, excuse me, for any new entrants, these are the opportunities that they would have to, buy quota share, buy quota pounds if they wanted to gear switch, under alternative 2, get a permit, 0.5%, alternative 3, become a gear switcher, and so forth. Table 3 just goes into more detail. Table 3 on page 10 just goes into more detail on the opportunities that people with grandfather clauses would have. And then Table 4 kind of talks about the dials that I mentioned and switches you can throw that would increase or decrease the amount of gear switching that might be projected to occur under each of the alternatives. And since your action here isn't too much to focus on the alternatives at this point, I'm not going to go into these in any more detail. If you do continue this issue into the November meeting, we can spend more time looking at the alternatives and sort of the nuts and bolts of them. But I think that this, in the SAMTAC report, I think this this does give you a pretty good summary for an entry level to sort of read and digest this section, and before you try to take on Appendix A, which really goes into the nuts and bolts of all the alternatives. That completes my overview summary of the report.
Thank you, Jim.
Presentation of the report, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. Questions for Jim? Okay, seeing no hands, we'll move to the, I believe the California has a report for us on this item.
Hello, Mr. Vice Chair. Can you hear me?
I can. Take it away, Andre.
Thank you. Andre Klein with California Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'll be reading and summarizing where I can from agenda item D1A, supplemental CDFW report 1. California Department of Fish and Wildlife report on California industry preferences re gear switching and sablefish management. The CDFW conducted a phone survey to solicit input from California fishery participants about gear switching in the trawl individual quota or TIQ program. Individuals who had at least one landing of TIQ sablefish in California from 2017 to 2019 were identified as potential participants. Respondents were asked a set of standardized questions regarding their fishing practices, opinion on gear switching, familiarity with the SAMTAC process, and thoughts on the current gear switching provisions being considered by the council. A few secondary questions were asked depending on whether the respondents did or did not gear switch. The complete survey language can be found in Appendix A. Total of 28 potential participants were identified and contacted by phone, 15 of which completed the survey. The remaining 13 did not respond to messages left both by voicemail and email. All respondents said they were not in favor of a grandfather clause in the gear switching provisions. Whether or not fixed gear was permitted in the TIQ fishery, they felt the rules should be applied uniformly for all participants in the fishery. This stems from a concern that a grandfather clause would punish those who had not previously used fixed gear by increasing the value of the quota or permits for those who had. 6 of the 15 participants do or have used fixed gear since TIQ was implemented. 9 of these 15 respondents did not gear switch themselves, but of those 9, 4 indicated they have leased quota to a vessel who possibly use fixed gear. Both cited the cost of acquiring fixed gear as the primary reason they had not gear switched. Other respondents were preparing to retire from the fishery and were concerned they would not be able to recoup the cost of acquiring a new gear type before their retirement. The respondents who did gear switch indicated they did so because of faster delivery rotation, ease of deploying gear, lower bycatch relative to trawl gear, and higher price per pound received for fish caught with fixed gear. Respondents noted the flexibility of gear fishing from a business perspective provides options in case factors such as price of quota, cost of observers, or regulation changes potentially affect the profitability of one gear type over the other. 7 of the 15 respondents were aware of the SAMTAC process, but only 3 were familiar with the reasons why SAMTAC was initiated. None of the respondents were familiar with the current gear switching provisions being considered at this council meeting. 4 asked for an explanation of the alternatives and supported either status quo or alternative 1, specifically because they did not support the grandfather clauses in alternatives 2 or 3. During the open comment portion of the survey, respondents brought up concerns related to the price of quota and the influence that, quote, fishery switching between limited entry fixed gear, open access, and TIQ has on this issue. And here we'll summarize some of those responses. So questions for gear switchers. 6 of the 15 respondents were asked the following set of questions, specific gear switchers. 4 have used both trawl gear and fixed gear, while 2 of the respondents used only fixed gear to land TIQ quota. When asked, why do you switch gears? Most respondents said they gear switch for greater flexibility, allows them to lease quota in bad years and keep fishing utilizing fixed gear when trawl delivery rotation is long. When asked, what are the benefits of gear switching? Respondents pointed towards the economic benefits of gear switching. These economic benefits included faster delivery rotation times, higher price per pound of fish, the ability to lease quota in years when trawling was not profitable, and not being locked into a single avenue for profit in case things change in the future. When asked what are the drawbacks of gear switching, 3 of the 6 respondents said they viewed no drawbacks to gear switching. When stated, the drawback was the amount of effort to switch between gear types on the vessel. 1 said the program allows for a backdoor for folks who have not traditionally participated in the TIQ fishery to access trawl quota. A term they refer to as fishery switchers. They said these fishery switchers drive up market price for trawl quota. When asked what factors drive your decision to use fixed gear versus trawl gear, they primarily pointed towards the ease of use of fixed gear and limited bycatch. When asked which factors were most important to them, the responses varied between respondents. Main points that were offered were economic flexibility, the gear being easy to use, and lower bycatch. When asked if gear switching were not allowed, how would that impact your business operations? Responses varied greatly between respondents here. They stated everything from there'd be no change to tremendous harm. There's not a strong consensus among the responses, and none specifically identified potentially positive economic benefits of gear switching were not allowed. Next set of questions were asked to those folks who had not gear switched. 9 of the 15 respondents answered this set of questions. When asked, why don't you switch gears, 7 of the 9 respondents said they chose not to gear switch because of their prior investments in trawling. Their boats were set up for trawling, and they have the experience and knowledge to deploy the gear effectively. Switching would be an extra cost to set up, and it would take time to learn how to maximize profit with another type of gear. Part of this also had to do with the age of the respondents, in that several mentioned that they are close to retirement or have been considering selling their boat. They felt there's not enough time left for them to recoup the cost of switching to another gear type. The remaining respondents indicated they had no need to gear switch, and that's why they hadn't previously done so. When asked, what do you consider gear switching in the future? 5 of the 9 respondents would not consider gear switching in the future. 3 of the respondents would consider it and noted that they liked having the option available for future use. 2 of the respondents would only consider it if they're forced into gear switching due to price concerns. When asked, do you lease your quota to somebody else who can gear switch? 4 of the 9 respondents said they did lease their quota to vessels that can gear switch. The other 5 had not done so. Under open comments, most respondents mentioned they were being squeezed for price. Quite a few mentioned they were thinking about selling their boats. They pointed towards gear switching as a possible option to help keep their businesses afloat. They're feeling pressure from increased regulations, and gear switching gives them another avenue for profit in case regulations become more stringent and their current manner of fishing is no longer profitable. Others believe that gear switching has increased the price of quota and reduced the price for trawl-caught fish. Catching sablefish with fixed gear results in a more desirable product, and that they can sell it at a higher price than trawl-caught fish. Since fixed gear boats can sell at this higher price, they're able to afford quota at a higher price, which may be driving up the price of sablefish quota. One respondent mentioned that the price of 1 pound of quota is higher than the price he received for 1 pound of trawl-caught sablefish. A few others said that once you factor in operational costs, they would lose money fishing for additional quota at the current price. Their opinion is that gear switching has resulted in a situation where trawlers cannot afford to purchase additional quota, caused in part by fishery switching. 2 of the respondents were in favor for limiting who can gear switch. They identified part of this issue with quota price as being caused by fishers coming from the LE, fixed gear, open access fisheries, buying quota and landing trawl sablefish. This exacerbates the existing issue of TIQ gear switching vessels, increasing the price of quota by adding non-TIQ fish vessels to the fishery, which may be able to pay for quota at higher prices. They felt that the limited entry fixed gear open access fishers are in direct competition with fishers who were already in the TIQ fishery and decided to invest in fixed gear once gear switching was allowed. It has been detrimental to the TIQ fishers who took the risk to transition their boats to fixed gear and for whom the gear switching provisions were originally intended. These two respondents are in support of only continuing gear switching for people who are in the TIQ fishery. They believe that the current alternatives do not address the issue of fishery switchers and its impact on quota price. They feel that gear switching should only be allowed for individuals that are actively participating in the trawl or TIQ fishery, or that there should be limits on transient participation in the TIQ fishery, which may be occurring due to fishery switchers. At the end of our report, you can find Appendix A, which has the script of the questionnaire. We asked participants, I won't read that into the record, but it is there for your viewing pleasure. And with that, Mr. Chair, I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Andre. Any questions for Andre? Maggie Summers.
Thanks, Vice Chair Penninger. Thanks for the report, Andre. I'm curious about your universe of participants. At the top, I see it says individuals who had at least one landing of trawl IQ sablefish in California from 2017 to 2019 were identified. Was that one landing with any gear type?
That's correct.
Thanks. And Mr. Vice, may I ask a follow-up on that?
Please.
Thanks again. I'm curious why you chose not to survey all, let's see, holders, owners, or operators of a groundfish IQ trawl permit, to use the language in your Appendix A introduction, regardless of whether or not they had a landing in those 2 years.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Summer. So we were able to get at some of that information. Some of the folks that did, for example, land sablefish, trawl sablefish that were fishing for a quota shareholder, referred us to that individual.
Maggie?
Thank you.
Okay, Pete?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Andre, for that. On the bottom of page 1, there was the statement that none of the respondents were familiar with the current provisions being considered at this meeting. I was just curious as to when this survey was conducted.
Thank you for that. I don't have the calendar right in front of me, but the survey was conducted, I believe, about 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no more questions? Maggie?
Thanks, Vice Chair. I do have one more, but also on the same sentence that Pete just highlighted, noting that none of the respondents were familiar with the current gear switching provisions being considered. And then it goes on to say they specifically did not support the grandfather clauses in alternatives 2 and 3. And I'm just curious how they got enough understanding of the alternatives, how they went from not being familiar with it to having those opinions. Were they asking the surveyors, and were the surveyors providing an explanation there?
Thank you for that, Ms. Summer. Yeah, so those 4 individuals asked the surveyor to follow up and read the alternatives under consideration. It was then that they weighed in on whether they supported status quo or alternatives 1, 2, or 3.
Thanks, that was helpful.
Okay, Marcy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to introduce Andre and let everyone know that he is a member of our Marine Region Groundfish Project staff. And Andre and a few of his colleagues, notably David Hernandez and Kevin Urquhart, undertook this activity as best they could in telework conditions. Our goal with this survey was really to try to get a better understanding of what the California participants in the TIQ fishery felt about the alternatives. We've heard a lot of things from various representatives, and some of those representatives are, representing a number of different interests or a number of different geographic areas. So our real goal was to try to give us some information that would help inform us as to recommendations or decisions that we might make down the line regarding this action item. So that was the impetus. I just wanted to give a bit of a brief overview and thank Andre and the team for the work. And Andre has been with us for some time and actually served on the GMT in past years. And so it was a great opportunity to bring him back here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. And Bob Dooley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thanks, Andre, for the report there. I was just curious, why wasn't this report presented to the GMT or the Groundfish Advisory Panel?
Thank you, Mr. Dooley. So we had been working on this report for a little bit, and unfortunately, we weren't able to get it in the briefing book with a lot of lead time. So I guess I will leave it at that. And yeah, we also wanted to make sure too that the responses we got were accurate to what we had received without interpreting what we were told, right? We didn't want to bias what we heard. We didn't want to add additional layers of complexity. So a lot of work went into that as well.
Okay. Anybody else? Questions for Andre? Oh, Andre, I have a question for you. Being that California has a line at 36 latitude, it seems to me that you have a clearer picture if you would have split the responders north and south, because there is no trawl fishery south of 36 degrees, and it might give a clearer picture of really where people are at.
I'm sorry, Mr. Vice Chair. I mean, I'm not sure I totally followed your question. Are you asking where the respondents were in relation to north or south of that 36 line?
It was somewhat rhetorical, but did you consider having splitting respondents at the 36 degree line, because virtually everybody south of 36 degrees gear switches, and few people gear switch above that line. And so it seems to me that I just got curious, did you consider that? And if you didn't, why not?
Yes, we did consider that. However, all the respondents in this survey were north of the 36 line.
All right, thank you. Okay, questions? Any more? All right, Andre, thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, let's go to the Groundfish Management team. I believe we're going to have Abigail Harley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good evening, good Friday evening, everyone. My name is Abigail Harley. I work for NOAA Fisheries, and I'm here to read Agenda Item D1, Supplemental GMT Report 1. GMT Report on Gear Switching and Sablefish Area Management Scoping. The GMT was briefed by Dr. Jim Seeger and Ms. Jessie Dorpinghouse from Council staff, and reviewed the extensive and comprehensive analytical background documents as well as public comment in the briefing book. Neither the analysis nor public comment to date definitively elucidate a management mechanism underlying the low utilization of trawl allocations for all species, except sablefish north of the 36 line and petrale sole. And we get into utilization of Pacific whiting under Agenda Item D2, Supplemental GMT Report 3. Discussions in the Community Advisory Body, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, and Sablefish Management and Trawl Allocation Attainment Committee focused on sablefish north of 36 in the trawl sector, and they have not produced a consensus resolution to either the larger utilization issue or the specific allocation concern. The GMT recognizes that different facets of the industry have voiced equally strong interest in moving alternatives forward for analysis and in ending the discussion at this meeting. The analysis under this agenda item indicates some overlap between fixed gear entrants in the trawl sector and the primary tier limit fishery in section 6.4 that Jesse and Jim just went over. The issues of allocation and cross-participation between sectors, while outside the original charge of the SAMTAC, have been raised by trawl participants under public comment. The GMT notes that National Marine Fisheries Service guidance requires the Council to commence review of both Groundfish Fisheries Management Plan cut share programs scheduled for the next 2 years, as well as conduct regular allocation reviews. As noted in our March, April, and June workload planning statements, the Council could use the upcoming mandatory reviews to consider both the underlying allocation structure and the interactions between the two groundfish cut share programs to assess management performance for sablefish as a whole, including the southern apportionment. While extending this analysis will frustrate some stakeholders, the Council should consider the urgency of the need to address the gear allocation conflict within the trawl sector in the next biennium, rather than pursuing a comprehensive review. Individual fishing quota utilization of sablefish north was 35% as of September 8th, and sablefish quota pound prices from 2019 to date are less than half of the average price in 2017, when catch of Dover sole and short spine and long spine thorny heads were at their 5-year high. Looking ahead to 21, the proposed harvest specifications will increase sablefish north of 36 by 21% relative to 2020. In Alaska, the total allowable catch for sablefish increased by 25% in 2020 and will increase an additional 55% in 2021. Increased supply coupled with depressed demand is likely to compound a 3-year slide in ex-vessel prices for sablefish. This does not support the need for immediate action, and so the GMT supports a holistic program and allocation review for sablefish over the 21-22 cut share review cycle that would support improved long-term management. If the council chooses to forward the purpose and need and alternatives for analysis, the GMT will then analyze and comment on the relevant management issues and implications. The GMT reminds the council that state agencies and the NMFS West Coast region are facing reduced workload capacity due to both the effects of the ongoing pandemic and employee turnover. This action will be a heavy lift for team analysts, the West Coast region, and council staff, and moving forward with the current scoping and alternatives alongside the mandatory reviews discussed above will prevent progress on other currently prioritized and emergent actions. And thank you. I'd love to answer questions.
Yeah, thank you, Abby. Questions for Abby? Okay. Seeing none. Oh, Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. It's good to hear you as always. Abby, and thank you for your report. I think I get from your report that you're advising no action at this time and to move into the next spec cycle or the next tier 5-year review to work on that. Is that a fair synopsis?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Zim, for the question. So I just want to clarify, I did use the word 2021-22 cycle, which I can see would be confusing, but that's referring to the cut share reviews that are scheduled for the primary tier fishery review, which in this briefing book, the council may start considering this year and through 2021. And then I believe that the IFQ trawl cut share program in the co-ops, that review is scheduled to start in 2022. So yeah, I think the GMT is just proposing to the council that that could be a comprehensive review of sablefish allocation between these two catch share programs that do have some interactions, along with the required, but unscheduled, sort of ongoing allocation reviews that NMFS directs councils to conduct. In terms of the council's decision at this point, the GMT doesn't have a recommendation necessarily. We kind of view this as a policy issue, and we just kind of, like I say in the last statement or the last paragraph there, we will have comments on sort of the purpose and need and alternatives for analysis at future meetings if the council elects to forward it at this point.
Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no more questions, we're going to move to the GAP report. I believe we're going to have Shims with Bob Elverson and Jeff Lackey in sport role.
Good evening, Mr. Vice Chair. Can you hear me?
I can.
Hi, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Shems Judd. I'm the conservation representative on the GAP. I will be reading from agenda item D1A, supplemental GAP report on gear switching and sablefish area management scoping. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel received an overview of this agenda item and a presentation covering the highlights of the report on trawl underattainment issues from Dr. Jim Seeger and Ms. Jessie Dorpinghouse. The GAP offers the following comments. Statement framework. The issue of gear switching and the extent to which it may or may not be affecting trawl attainment has been a challenging one for the GAP. As such, the GAP is offering a statement that includes significantly diverse viewpoints in the interest of making sure the council is aware of a wide range of perspectives. This agreement to offer the different viewpoints was reached by consensus in the GAP. Before providing those viewpoints, the GAP notes that an issue has been raised about the control date and whether it will continue to apply if action does not continue on this agenda item at this meeting. The GAP points the council to the NMFS statement on control dates from the October 2019 SAMTAC committee meeting for more detailed information and considerations. So this is the statement in support of moving forward at this time. The following comments are on behalf of the GAP members who believe that restrictions on gear switching are critical to achieving program goals and objectives. This agenda item is a continuation of the 5-year review mandated by the Magnuson-Stevens Act, which includes any necessary modification of the program to meet program and MSA goals. One of the primary goals of the trawl individual fishing program was for full utilization of the trawl sector allocation. This is consistent with the National Standard 1 mandate to achieve, on a continuing basis, the optimum yield from each fishery. All program economic goals and objectives, fishery management plan, economic program goals and objectives, and economic national standards are predicated on OY and sustainable utilization. A mandated reduction of fixed gear attainment of northern sablefish trawl quota is required to meet these objectives. The Amendment 20 FEIS stated that the groundfish trawl rationalization program was intended to increase utilization of the groundfish resource and expected to provide greater opportunity to extract the full OY of higher biomass species. Instead of an increase in utilization, there was a massive decrease in 2011 with catch shares implementation along with gear switching, and further declines in output occurred from there. Bottom trawl catch of underutilized species in 2019 was down about 16 million pounds compared to the 3-year average prior to catch shares. The June 2020 industry letter under future workload planning signed by West Coast Seafood Processors Association, 47 trawl vessels, and MTC provides additional context and asks the Council to act on the issue of gear switching with the desired outcome of increased utilization and achievement of program goals and objectives. Groundfish processors desire to invest to expand the fishery for the markets that are available for development. First of its kind automation for Dover fillet is already a reality in one facility, and other plants could be next, as noted in written public comments under this agenda item. Excuse me, I've got pop-ups going on here. Under this agenda item by Pacific Seafoods and Ocean Gold. However, the quantity, consistency, and certainty of northern sablefish supply is critical to allow access to other species and ultimately to market development and investments, product increases, and attainment of the goals and objectives of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. Gear switching allows 30% or more of trawl sablefish quota to flow to fixed gear vessels, thereby decreasing overall capacity and the incentive to invest in fishery expansion. A gear switching provision that most bottom trawlers originally thought was developed to provide additional flexibility for active trawl fishermen has been in effect used to deplete their communities and opportunities. The lack of access opportunities created as a result of gear switching is a significant negative unintended consequence. There is widespread dissatisfaction with the catch shares program for many bottom trawlers and groundfish processors that continues to grow as the fishery and communities deteriorate. Potential gains. A mandated reduction of fixed gear attainment of northern sablefish is required to increase attainment of trawl sector allocations, meet management goals 2 and 3 of the FMP, and achieve OY. Ensure that trawl vessels have dedicated access to northern sablefish quota to enable them to increase yields of other groundfish stocks and avoid stranding yields that could be sustainably harvested. And provide certainty to the trawl sector so processors have confidence to invest millions of dollars in equipment, years of time in market development. As a primary goal of the program was increased utilization, and many key annual catch limits have increased in the last 6 years, and RCAs have been partially removed, providing greater spatial access. And the absolute minimum short-term goal from reducing fixed gear attainment should be to gain back the 16 million pounds annual loss under catch shares and gear switching, with additional growth from there. If gear switching were to be phased out, the resulting certainty of sablefish supply to the trawl and groundfish processor stakeholders would incentivize investments, market development, and efficient use of sablefish in targeting other species. Many processors and trawl vessels are prepared to increase output and are confident that utilization would increase significantly under these conditions. While there is uncertainty about the maximum gains that could ultimately be achieved, we do know that our communities, plants, and trawl vessels will never get anywhere close to achieving optimum yield without a mandated reduction in fixed gear attainment of trawl sector sablefish quota. Recommendations. 1, a functioning trawl fishery using as much of its sablefish trawl allocation as possible to leverage far more catch of other species fulfills the goals and objectives of the program and FMP and the National Standard 1 mandate for achieving optimum yield. Therefore, a mandated reduction of fixed gear attainment of northern sablefish trawl quota is required. This would provide increased employment, increased community stability, and added food production and security for this nation. For these reasons, it is imperative that the council move forward with a gear switching agenda item at this meeting. 2, the purpose and need statement is one of the items worked on by the SAMTAC during their 2+ years of meeting. NMFS proposed a purpose and need statement with core elements that went through several modifications by the SAMTAC until it was ultimately approved by that group. Many trawl interests would prefer strengthening it, and some fixed gear interests might prefer weakening it. However, since the SAMTAC was able to move forward with the current iteration, and in the interest of not going backwards, it is best at this point to adopt the current purpose and need statement as is. If it is opened back up for modification, trawl proponents would have many suggestions. 3, a mandated reduction in fixed gear attainment of northern sablefish as soon as possible would give the Catch-Shares program necessary capacity to meet its goals and objectives and achieve OY. Currently, of the 4 SAMTAC alternatives, counting status quo as an alternative, only one mandates a reduction of fixed gear attainment below the status quo level of approximately 30%. That one alternative has a 20% cap and phases down to 10% over time. Therefore, for a satisfactory range of alternatives, it is necessary to add an alternative with a fixed gear cap below 20%. It could be the trawl stakeholder proposal number 2 that Pacific Seafood references in their written public comment, and/or elimination of gear switching to provide the ultimate bookend for analysis and consideration. And we've included a table here just to illustrate that last point. 4, if the council wishes to provide opportunity for fixed gear vessels to harvest larger amounts of sablefish on the West Coast than solely afforded them in the tier fishery to take advantage of economies of scale, they could increase tier ownership and usage limits in the limited entry fixed gear fishery. That would allow a fixed gear vessel that owned trawl IFQ quota to transition some or all of that investment into the tier fishery over time. Competition challenge. Like any business, seafood is competitive, and there is an abundance of imports. The size of the groundfish market is no problem, but the competition is a challenge. Processors are looking to meet the challenge with automation and efficiencies, but the challenging business climate makes the need to address and reduce gear switching all the more important in order to have a viable groundfish fishery for trawlers, a certainty of supply, and precise deliveries in the marketplace expected by customers. However, for fixed gear sablefish, the issue is more of a market problem. The primary market in Japan that has supported high prices in recent years has declined significantly. The Japanese population is declining and taste preferences are changing. 2020 sablefish annual catch limit in Alaska was intentionally set well below what science said it could be, and Alaska is still on pace to leave about 10 million pounds of sablefish in the water this year. Fixed gear sablefish has a market problem. It would be better to build up the West Coast groundfish trawl fishery instead of tearing it down by continuing to allow its sablefish quota to be extracted by fixed gear just to supply an oversaturated Japan market. That's the end of the statement in support of moving forward. So now I will move on to the statement opposed to moving forward. The following comments are on behalf of those GAP members who do not believe that restrictions on gear switching are warranted. The SAMTAC charge from the council is as follows. Identifying obstacles to achieving the goals and objectives of the Catch-Share plan related to underattainment of non-sablefish trawl allocations and unharvested sablefish quota pounds south of 36 degrees north latitude. As appropriate to overcome identified obstacles, the committee will discuss and develop options, including but not limited to actions that may modify rules for gear switching by trawl permit holders and quota pound leasing to vessels using fixed gear, as well as options that may encourage increased utilization of sablefish quota pounds south of 36 degrees north latitude. Council's core request to the committee to identify obstacles to achieving the goals and objectives of the Catch-Share plan related to underattainment of non-sablefish trawl allocations and unharvested sablefish quota pounds south of 36 degrees has resulted in limited discussion as to the causes related to underattainment of non-sablefish trawl allocation. From our perspective, this is due to the limitations the council process has in marketing development for unused species. Additionally, the council and committee decided to drop the concern about utilizing the surplus southern sablefish north of 36 degrees, even on a temporary basis. Our perspective is that the limited discussion the committee had on the inability of the trawl fleet to harvest the Dover sole, ABC, and other species centers on market demand. This demand is currently being filled by competing imports such as tilapia and Vietnamese catfish. The current market demand for Dover sole is limited to the point that U.S. processors must put their vessels on poundage delivery limits so as not to oversupply the market. We found it noteworthy that all the major processors who support some version of limiting gear switching offer tilapia and Vietnamese catfish for the U.S. markets, which actually works against developing and supplying under-attained non-sablefish trawl allocations. The MSA is primarily aimed at achieving and maintaining sustainable fisheries, and it provides the Council with powerful conservation and management tools that include setting harvesting limits and developing allocations among sectors. Responsibilities for development and operation of commercial markets, on the other hand, lie primarily with non-governmental organizations. The tools the MSA provides to the Council are not optimized for addressing problems that are fundamentally those of the commercial market, and it is important to use such tools as the Council has in ways that do not result in market distortions. It is understandable that none of the restricted options on gear switching developed by SAMTAC address the market demand issues affecting Dover sole or other attained non-sablefish trawl allocations. Therefore, the options cannot be effective in responding to the charge the Council gave to the SAMTAC committee. Has been suggested at the committee meetings that action may be needed to address the long-term issues with gear switching, but those issues were never identified. No one can make the argument that existing gear switching has resulted or is resulting in the non-sablefish trawl allocation not being achieved. The data reviewed by SAMTAC shows that from 2011 through 2019, harvestable trawl limits of sablefish were never fully reached. The alternatives developed from the SAMTAC attempt to protect against something that has not yet happened based on assumptions that have not been validated. Trawl quota pounds have been left after each year, and had it not been for gear switching in the fall and early winter of each year, the sablefish trawl IFQ would probably have been underharvested an additional 30 to 35%. To further reflect on the annual usage of trawl sablefish for gear switching, the Council needs to recognize that it is the trawl fleet that asks the fixed gear fleet to lease and catch the remainder of unused trawl sablefish on an annual basis. This usually occurs from late summer through December. We learned at the SAMTAC meetings that the trawl fleet owns and controls about 90% of the sablefish trawl IFQs. What has been occurring up until now is a willing lessor or seller has worked with a willing lessee or buyer to harvest trawl sablefish at times using fixed gears to harvest 30 to 35% of the sablefish harvest limit. We did not find at the SAMTAC meeting that gear switching resulted in the underattainment of trawl groundfish allocations. We estimate that currently the asset value of selling, not leasing sablefish in the trawl program is about $11 to $14 a round pound. Last year, some sold at $15 a round pound, and the year before that, some sold at $20 a round pound. Sablefish that can only be caught with a trawl will be valued at about 4 to 6 times the ex-vessel trawl price, or maybe $3 a pound or less today. The ex-vessel trawl prices have actually been lower than 50 cents this year to trawlers, so the asset value of $3 per pound may be high. Sablefish asset holdings that have a permit such that they can be gear switched, and whether it is activated or not, will be valued at 4 to 6 times fixed gear prices. The average fixed gear price this year has been $2.20 a pound, so the asset value would be about $12 a pound. We would expect that every gear switching permit holder would buy up a maximum cap of sablefish and do so by seeking out those trawl permit holders that are no longer allowed to gear switch their quota. The trawler-only sablefish will be offered at $3 a pound, not $11 to $14 a pound. The Council will be devaluing the majority of sablefish trawl holdings under any of the options developed by SAMTAC. The trawl IFQ allocation of sablefish for 2020 is 6,003,045 pounds. If the Council's actions were to restrict in some fashion the allocation to gear switching to 30% of the trawl allocation, that would mean 4,202,131 pounds of trawl sablefish would not be allowed to be gear switched. The loss in asset value to the trawl fleet would be approximately $42 million, $42,021,310. This assumes a $10 value difference between trawl-only IFQ and gear switching opportunities. Neither the Council nor the SAMTAC has examined the devaluation effects of these options on the trawl industry and what impact that might have on maintaining extra trawl vessels and trawl IFQ holders' viability. If the Council proceeds further with this discussion, this economic impact must be studied. The 3 SAMTAC alternatives presented to you are assumed methods to attempt to force the delivery of trawl quota pounds of unused species by restricting gear switching. The problem with these options is that trawlers are currently making a choice to gear switch because a return on investment can be achieved with this choice. That cannot be that cannot be claimed by trying to force trawl quota pound holders to deliver more Dover sole along with sablefish by restricting gear switching. Indeed, there is currently a self-imposed industry landing limit on Dover sole. These three options fail to address this self-imposed landing restriction. The council may very well find that its actions put trawl quota pound holders to such a disadvantaged position that neither Dover sole nor sablefish harvest limits are attained. Actually, this is occurring in 2020 without action by the council. This is due to the collective market choices of the quota pound holders and processors, and neither harvest limit will be attained in 2020. Sablefish markets have crashed for a variety of reasons. The price is 55 to 60% below prices in 2019. The COVID pandemic has closed restaurants in the US and Japan. Japan has in the past imported 60 to 65% of all US sablefish. The US trade issues with China have further impacted the market. China represents 7 to 10% of the sablefish market. The North Pacific Council announced in December 2019 that the 2021 harvest of sablefish off Alaska could increase 25%. The sablefish market is going to take several years to recalibrate itself and may never be what it was 2 years ago. We do not see the demand for gear switching in 2020 or 2021 as has occurred in the past. The landings of sablefish from the trawl IFQ program for the Pacific Fishery Management Council as of August 2020 shows 1,798,798 pounds have been harvested out of just over 6 million pounds, about 30%. It is highly doubtful that there will be fixed gear vessels interested in leasing fish this year, given the poor prices. Indeed, not even trawlers are targeting sablefish to any great degree. In summary, a number of industry representatives on the GAP do not believe the SAMTAC adequately addressed how to enhance market demand that accounts for unattained trawl species, and that the Council does not have the tools to deal effectively with this core problem. If the Council takes action that does not address market demand, it could distort the market, leading to further problems demanding yet more solutions. The three restrictive alternatives developed by the SAMTAC do not guarantee additional non-sablefish species will be delivered. The SAMTAC did not discuss how the alternatives they created address self-imposed limits of non-sablefish trawl species, such as are currently imposed on Dover sole. All of the alternatives developed by the SAMTAC will have a devaluation effect on the asset holdings of the trawl fleet that will not be reclaimed if a restriction is imposed on gear switching. We request the Council to stand down on developing restrictions and further development of a purpose and need statement for their restrictions. We suggest the Council monitor gear switching activity on an annual basis and submit findings to the Commerce Department, which has the resources and tools to work cooperatively with industry in addressing issues of market demand in the context of unused trawl non-sablefish allocations. However, members of the GAP who recommend halting any further limitation on gear switching also recognize that the Council may move forward with an analysis of alternatives to limit gear switching and are seeking guidance from advisory bodies as to principles to consider. In that vein, if the Council decides to choose an alternative that adds a gear switching endorsement to a permit, we make the following recommendations. Recognize the financial investment made by entities who have invested in gear switching, that there be no arbitrary expiration date on a permit's ability to gear switch, allow transferability of gear switching endorsement upon transfer of ownership of permit, base eligibility of permit to gear switch on significant participation and investment during 2011 to 2018. Minimize the amount of pounds allowed to be landed by gear switching by those that don't qualify for initial endorsement, so as not to constrain gear switching permit qualifiers or attract new entrants. Vessels that carry a gear switching endorsed permit should be allowed to land up to a vessel cap of 4.5%. Persons or entities who own a gear switching permit should be allowed to acquire up to an ownership limit of 3%. And in the event the Council chooses to consider further development of any alternatives that are not permit-based, such as the annual quota pound use designations in the SAMTAC report Alternative 1, it is important to ensure that a broad range of alternatives be considered to assess potential impacts. Certain of those considerations are the percentages of restricted quota pounds, trawl designation only, and unrestricted quota pounds, all gear designation, and the annual date when a trawl-only restriction would be lifted, and the participation criteria, that is number of years, amount of landings, that would qualify trawl quota share owners that intend to gear switch the opportunity to opt out entirely from any gear use restriction. Following recommendations are but short comments to be expanded upon in the event the Council goes forward. Generally, we ask that the options for alternatives freeze the fleet in time as to landings and participation, Landings and participation at about the current 35% of the sablefish individual quota landings or the 2018 levels. Council may wish to compare participation by landings to participation by ownership of quota share by gear switchers, approximately 10%. There may also be a range in between the two percentages that accommodates a market-based solution that recognizes that trawl IQ owners actively lease sablefish quota to trawl permitted fishermen using fixed gear. Like the quota share allocated to trawlers at the beginning of the quota share program, those who purchase trawl permits and quota and use fixed gear also need some sense that the privilege granted not be yanked out from under their feet. Imposing an arbitrary termination, such as 5 years or 12 years, doesn't take into account money borrowed or investments made to lawfully participate in a fishery into which they were invited. We also suggest that the gear endorsement for switching gear be transferable, though future participation could be limited to the seller's history in gear switching. We ask the council to recognize that these are often family-based businesses and next generations are engaging in this fishery. Family members want to be able to transfer to the next generation the business and investments made they have spent a lifetime building. Regarding poundage qualifiers, the council has been provided various tables of how many operations would be allowed to continue to gear switch depending on landings and/or ownership. We would suggest that significant participation across the life of the program be recognized. Regarding a percentage to be made available to those who do not qualify for an initial gear switching endorsement, we recommend that the amount be very small. The suggestion of 1% seems to be very high unless it is meant as a total for all entities who did not receive an initial gear switching endorsement. If you do not qualify initially, but can then go out as an individual operation and begin the gear switching, the 1% would be a target for many new operations given the availability of trawl permits and the fact that they can be leased. The percentage we would suggest should be something akin to whatever percentage of quota 2,500 pounds or less might represent, for example. Additionally, those who are allowed to continue to gear switch should be able to fully participate and receive from their investment the same privilege that trawl net fishermen enjoy when they were freely allocated quota at the start of the program, which represented in part their history and investment in the fishery. In other words, if gear switching is limited, then the remaining permit holders allowed to gear switch should continue to be able to own up to 3% and utilize a vessel limit of 4.5%, similar to that of trawl net fishermen. Lastly, we have some objection to being referenced in the documents as gear switching potentially receiving a grandfather privilege and suggest that some other language be utilized. All of us who have participated first in limited entry received a permit based on our participation in landings in either the trawl or fixed gear fishery. Limited entry fixed gear permit holders subsequently received tier permits because of significant landing and history of participation in the fishery. Likewise, trawl net fishermen, after implementation of limited entry, received initial allocation of quota share based in part on their investment and participation. People who have purchased trawl permits and quota and gear switch, we are not asking for a special privilege, but if the council is going to limit gear switching, we suggest that the council would simply be following the precedent set by issuance of limited entry permits, tier endorsements, and trawl IQ. And that concludes our statement.
Thank you, Shims, for a well-read report. Questions for Shims? Oh, there's one, Corey.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And yeah, sorry, I don't have a question at the moment. There's a lot of good information. I just wanted to commend the GAP for laying out all the viewpoints the way they did and respectfully doing so. I very much appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, Corey. So, any questions? Any more questions for Shims? Louis.
Well, thank you very, very much, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank the GAP. I was at the very birth of this issue when I was in the GAP. I'd like to refer back to the GMT report when they say that this actually will be a heavy lift for the various people that be asked to do this work, if I may paraphrase. And then they say that will prevent progress on other currently prioritized and emergent action items. Was this problem discussed in the GAP? Did people express worry about the fact that some other things that are very important may be shut aside by this? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zim. Good question. I don't think it really came up directly in that way. I mean, obviously, we have two pretty diametrically opposed viewpoints here. A group, mostly the trawlers and processors that are very much in favor of moving forward to range of alternatives and ultimate action. And then I think another group who feels like, that case hasn't been made. And so we definitely had some discussion about whether it should or shouldn't move forward, but I don't think it really had anything to do with, what else might be pushed off the list of other things that could occur instead. I think that's accurate, but let me ask my colleagues, Mr. Alverson or Mr. Lackey, if they have anything they want to add to that.
Okay, Butch?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. A great report, Shems. And I got to sit in and listen to the gap, and I know this is a issue. But I was wondering, I might have missed it. This was just two separate reports. This is not a minority or a majority report. This is two separate views from the gap. Is that correct? Is that a good assumption?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Smith, and congratulations on the seat. Good to see you up there virtually. We did not, we explicitly avoided doing a minority and majority statement. I think we've talked about this issue in the gap in the past. It was clear that people's viewpoints are fairly entrenched. We thought that what would serve the council best was just to clearly lay out the full range of the arguments and provide examples and context and content, and leave it all in your distinguished hands to make the ultimate decision.
Mr. Vice Chair?
Yes, please.
Yeah, Shems, thank you. That makes it, that clears the question I had. And once again, I commend the gap and you for the hard work on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? And I should mention that Bob Alverson and Jeff Lackey are waiting. If you have questions, you might want to ask them, I guess, about this report. Okay, seeing none, I think we're done here. Thank you, Shems.
Thank you.
That completes the reports that we have, and I'm going to pass the gavel to our chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Brad Pettinger, it's like you've done this your whole life. Well done. That will conclude our business for the day. Let me first turn to Chuck and see if there's any housekeeping we need to take care of.
Thank you. Actually, I believe Kelly Ames might have a question before I conclude. I just got a quick chat from her, so maybe we could ask her question.
Back to you, Brad, to ask Kelly for a question.
Kelly.
Great, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I had a question on the GAP report and just wasn't quick enough to get it out there. But my question was whether the GAP had the opportunity to discuss the GMT report and their point on combining the tier and catch share program reviews to further investigate the sablefish allocation issue.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Ms. Ames, good question. We did not discuss that. I can't recall when the GMT report was finalized, but we didn't discuss that at all.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions over here? Okay, seeing none, I'll pass the gavel to you one more time, Chair Grelnick.
Let's see if it sticks this time. So we're done with all our reports. We will start first thing Monday morning with public comments. I apologize we couldn't get to them today, but it's already 6:17. it's been a long day, and doesn't make sense to get started on that process right now. Chuck, are there any housekeeping items to take care of before we recess until Monday morning?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe just a couple quick notes. I do want to commend folks on the reports on this agenda item. It was well done. It's a very complicated, difficult issue, but I think people did a great job. We will be leaving the comment portal open over the weekend, so I would encourage people to carefully consider what they've heard today and be prepared on Monday morning to give your succinct and to the point comments to the council. We will be closing the comment portal before we actually open, so that we can move right ahead, and there won't be any delays. So we'll be open. It will close Monday morning sometime Monday morning prior to the council coming into session. So probably sometime between 7:30 and 8. With that, we have the weekend off. We come back. We'll take up public comment in the morning, go through our 4 HMS issues, and then take up council action on this sablefish gear switching and area management issue in the afternoon. So that's our schedule, and that's where we're at. So congratulations on a very full day, but we are pretty close to being on schedule. So thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair.
All right, thanks, Chuck. All right, everyone, have a good and a safe weekend. Don't breathe too much of the hazardous air that's floating around here on the West Coast. And we'll see you bright and early and cheerful at 8 a.m. Monday morning.